Good morning, Eben. How are you? Okay. Okay. There's nothing on my. Well, I can just see myself in the corner. Okay.
welcome to the CME Third Annual Conference Day 2. Wow. I want to confirm whether you can hear me from wherever you are viewing us from. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, can you please just say hi, good morning, good morning, good morning. Just say hi if you can hear me, so that I know that I'm not speaking to myself alone. Yes, it is a great day, another great morning to be here with you all, and I'm so excited that you all are here with me. We'll be joining Mrs. BIMBO OLOYEDE soon, and I want to welcome everyone. If you are joining us from anywhere all over the world, can you please drop your comments from where you are joining us from, and get ready. Welcome Mrs. Blessing, welcome Timi Tokbe, welcome Adeniyi, and I'm the first person to join, Victoria. Victoria, welcome. I want to welcome everyone once again to the CME 4th Annual Conference, the second day, and then we have a question and answer from 9 a.m. and I'm sure this is already 9 a.m. and then I'm very sure that we have a lot of questions to ask Mrs. BIMBO OLOYEDE, especially on communication. Communication is key, and we are going to take this advantage to ask her some of those questions based on our presentation yesterday. I'm very sure that you were actually educated yesterday on communication. Communication is key, and in 21st century, what we should be talking about right now is how we can communicate effectively. And I won't forget some of those points generated from our class. She said every teacher right now should be a broadcaster. I will never forget that statement. As I'm talking to you, that means right now, as I'm talking right now, I am also an example of that, because I'm facing the camera, and it has not been easy at all, but we are still learning, and as teachers, one of our goals is to continue our learning and continue learning till we perfect our life. And I think we are not going to get to a perfect zone. It is going to be a continuous learning till death. I'm very sure of that. I want to welcome everyone once again, and I'm checking my scoreboard. We are level now. We are going to that 1,000. Okay, welcome from Port Harcourt. Mata, thank you very much for joining us yesterday. So I'd like you to get your question ready, and in the next 2 minutes, Mrs. BIMBO OLOYEDE is going to be joining us, and I want to welcome everyone once again to the CME 4th Annual Conference. CME 4th Annual Conference, a conference that is for us to learn, unlearn and relearn, especially all about creativity. And it was great and awesome time yesterday, and I will forget yesterday at all. Yesterday was one of those days that I will never forget. How we started the conference with the Honorable Commissioner of Education, then we moved to Dr. Kule Filani, then we moved to communication with Mrs. BIMBO OLOYEDE, then we also moved to Mrs. Jude Adekongba. Then I also spoke about the learning environment design for post-COVID, and then our panelists actually round up everything, and we ended the class around 3:30. Thank you very much for joining for the day 2, and I will be starting. We have just 1 minute left. Please get your environment set. The environment needs to be set right now, and you are seeing her face right now. She's already getting ready for us, and we have just 1 minute left for us to meet her, and she'll be talking about some things before she now asks us for those questions. But if you have any question right now, can you please be dropping those questions below? I want those questions to be coming in so that we can start with addressing those questions. Thank you very much, and we have just few seconds left for us to start. right away. Few seconds left, and this is exactly 9:05. Welcome to CME fourth annual conference, and this is the day 2, and we have so many of our speakers. They are all ready, and we are starting this morning with a question and answer with Mrs. BIMBO Oloyede. If you don't know Mrs. BIMBO Oloyede, that means that maybe it was just recently they gave birth to you. It was just recently they gave back to you. So that 9 o'clock, yes, 9 o'clock news is 100% sure. 10 o'clock news, I think so. It's 100% sure with Mrs. BIMBO Oloyede. So we are going to be joining her right away, and I want to welcome Mrs. BIMBO Oloyede as she joined us for another time with her. Yesterday was awesome. Good morning, ma. Good morning. Thank you very much for joining us this morning, and everybody can hear you clear and loud. Good morning, ma. I'm very sure that yesterday you enjoyed the class yesterday, and we could not take those question and answer, and we know that today is another day for all our viewers to actually come online and ask those questions, especially on different parts you mentioned. I can still remember you mentioned all about respect, good character slash good content, and then you said the message children will get the message. Self-confidence, you mentioned self-confidence from teachers being a role model, calm and control of your class and also of your audience, and for them to plan a very good activities, and I'm 100% sure that they all enjoy some of those things we spoke about. Can you please just give us a brief introduction, or just like little insight towards yesterday's class again, so that I'll be sending questions to you as the questions are coming in, and I'm very sure that today is going to be another day for all our participants all over the world, in Africa, in Nigeria, to learn, unlearn, and to learn. Welcome once again.
Thank you very much, Ebenezer. I'm happy to be here. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is a very profitable way to spend your Saturday, and I think to encourage Mr. Odetola for the effort that he has made over the years. Here we are again with the 4th annual conference, and as I said, I'm happy to be here. Well, I was asked to talk about communication, and I spoke generally about the fact that the kind of situation in which we find ourselves now necessitates taking a totally different approach to teaching, especially if we're going to have to take classes online. Communicating online is I think it's a different ball game to the situation where we have had in the past, where we would be in the classroom talking directly to our pupils and students. That's all very well, and I'm sure that it will still continue, even though it may not be quite in the same way as it has been in the past. But what has become really clear over the past few months is the fact that teaching is going to be, to a large extent, virtual. And if we haven't really got on board, then we better start thinking about it, because more and more, this is going to become the order of the day. And what is important is that we have to be able to communicate beyond the lens, beyond the camera lens, and find a way to break that barrier and ensure that we are actually communicating with our children, our pupils, our students. In a nutshell, I think that's what I spoke about yesterday, and I probably surprised a few of you by saying that teachers will have to become TV presenters. But actually, that is the reality. there are things that we have to do to ensure that we make that connection. And some of those things, we have taught, we have learned over the years. And I think that the teachers are going to have to participate along those lines if impact is going to be made. So if you have questions that you'd like to ask based on the presentation I made yesterday, I'd be happy to answer them.
We have a question right now. So the question I want to drop it under the comment button so that you can see. Okay, the question is how do you help a teacher who lacks self-confidence? How do you help a teacher who lacks self-confidence? I know those questions will still be coming in, and this is the first one we just generated, and we are open to get more.
Okay. I think the first thing that a teacher who lacks self-confidence needs to realize is that the teacher has more knowledge about that particular subject than the children that he or she is teaching. So the fact that you know more than those children is already a pointer towards giving you self-confidence. Because one of the things that makes it difficult sometimes for people to address others is when they are not when they're not conversant with the subject at hand. But you're a teacher, perhaps you're teaching French. Obviously, you have more knowledge about the French language than the children that you're communicating with. So that in itself should give you confidence. Then I think you also, as a teacher, need to realize that you have gone through a period of training. Whether you went to the university or you went to a teacher's training college, wherever, you have gone through a period of learning and you have had time to gather knowledge. So the question of children throwing you off balance is not likely to arise because you have more knowledge, as I've said, and you have more experience about the, we're talking about the French language. I use that as an example. So you have more experience. That also should give you confidence. So first of all, knowledge, then you have experience. Then you are in control. If you are in control and you are, facing a group of children or students, what you say goes. You are the person that is giving the orders. You are the person that has decided how that class will be run. You are the person that planned the content for that particular class. So you're in control. If you tell the children, if you ask them to keep quiet, they will have to. If you ask them to respond, you will expect them to respond. So that's the third aspect that should give you confidence. You are the person that is in control of that class, not the children. So that also should give you confidence. Then there is a time frame within which you are communicating. Whatever happens after that particular time frame, whether it's a bell that's going to ring or an alarm that is going off, or somebody coming in to say, oh, it's time for the next class, or another teacher coming in to relieve you, there is a time frame. So you also know that whatever situation you are going through at that particular point in time, If it's 30 minutes or 40 minutes or 45 minutes, as the case may be, that time is your time and somebody else is coming to relieve you. So that's the fourth thing that should give you self-confidence. Finally, I would say the other aspect that should give you confidence is having a good command of the language with which you are communicating. Fluency. If you can speak fluently, it will be difficult for children to lose interest, to become bored, because you are the language is flowing, your thoughts are flowing. You know exactly what thoughts are coming next. You know exactly what activities are happening next because you are the person that planned the classroom. So actually, everything is on your side. Everything is in the palm of your hand, and you are in complete control. You're in command. You're in charge. Those 5 things should really make you feel confident about facing the children in the classroom.
Every teacher should have confidence. There's something you actually mentioned that I will not also forget is the aspect of every teacher should have confidence of subject matter. That means that
Mm-hmm.
if you are in control of your subject matter, the issue of confidence will just be a kind of a little thing for you to handle. And the second question I just dropped in, although the question may not actually tally from under communication, I just drop it on the screen. And then the question is, how do we help school who still operate on traditional method of teaching? School owner using 10-year-old scheme of work, setting test and exam question for teachers using 5-year-old questions. I think the question is you can also answer the question because based on some of the things you have actually talked about, I know you will do that, man. I think the question is also on your screen. You can also look at it in case it was not clear.
Well, I think I understood the question, even though I actually have not seen it on my screen. I think what we're talking about here is one of the qualities that teachers must have. Teachers need to be current. You see, if you are going to wait for school owners to give you current information, I'm sorry, it means that you're working at cross purposes. I believe that it is your responsibility as a teacher to ensure that you are up and doing, to ensure that you know what obtains at this present moment. You will have to make the effort. That's in my view, to ensure that the scheme of work that you are using is one that is a current one. Um, I know that it could be a bit difficult to talk to your boss, because I mean your boss and your employer, who in this case is the school owner. It might be difficult to point out some of those things, but I think that um, one has to be honest. It is in the interest of the school owner to be told that this scheme of work is outdated, that these days this is what obtains. If you as an individual find it rather daunting to speak to your employer about such things, obviously you're not going to be the only teacher in your school. And I presume that if you are given outdated material, then possibly and probably other teachers are also being given outdated material. So if you want to ensure that you have a job tomorrow, then it is your responsibility to make sure that what the children are being taught gives them a fighting chance in the world, gives them a fighting chance when they sit for examinations. And obviously, that chance will be denied them if you continue using an old scheme of work. So as an individual, if you're a little bit timid about facing your employer, talk to the other teachers. Between you, you can ask your employer, you can ask for a meeting, and you can explain that what you've been given is not quite up to date, and you've made inquiries, and this is what is being used. You can even mention other schools that she knows are competitors. You know, you can mention the names of these schools. This is what they are using, and you are suggesting, as teachers who have the interest of the school at heart, the interest of the children at heart, the interest of your employer at heart, that you are suggesting as a collective, if you can't do it individually, that you make the transition from a 5-year-old outdated scheme to what obtains now. You would actually be doing a disservice to your pupils and students if you don't give them current information. So it is very, very important that you ensure that whatever is happening around you as individuals, you are up to date. It's very, very important.
Yeah, I think I would also like to bring in one more point from what you just said, ma, which is even as a journalist, also you have to be current. And then you said that our role right now is also to present ourselves as journalists because we have a lot of content, and those contents have to be current and they have to be saved. That simply means that every
Yeah.
teacher out there should not just present some of those content in just anyhow, but present them in a current way. And
Yes.
I no question dropping in. I just want to ask a question, but during your class yesterday, you said something about your material, which is strictly speaking, communication make easy. I want us to just give us a brief insight about what everybody should be expecting in that book, because I'm 100% sure that they are, because you could not explain much about that book yesterday, because they were eager to know much about the book so that they can also get to get to know how to get them as soon as possible, because communication right now is the key to every teacher. And there are so many of your points after we talk about those communication, and I want you to just give us a brief insight about the book, everybody's expectation, because right now that is the real deal.
Thank you. Yes, strictly speaking, pronunciation made easy. It is a book basically about English pronunciation. I have discovered really over the years that um, a lot of people, not just teachers anyway, a lot of professionals are not as fluent as I think they should be with the English language, since it happens to be our well, as it's called, lingua franca. It happens to be our official language in Nigeria. It is important for everybody who is in a position where they must communicate. It is important to ensure that you can speak English in a way that is understandable by everybody who's listening. So what I really did with the book, I did a little bit of a background on the English language, and then I introduced the vowels and consonants sounds. And then I also included a lot of exercises to help people learn how to pronounce the sounds of English. Um, Really, we always talk about the alphabet and the letters, but there is confusion because the English language is not just made up of letters, it's also made up of sounds. So I decided that I would put these sounds together and create exercises that would help people improve on their spoken English. But I also went a step further because I realized that having it in black and white may not be as effective as it could be. So I recorded a CD. So all the exercises, all the sentences, in fact, the book basically has been recorded so that you can listen to the right pronunciation, practice it whenever you can, whenever you feel like it, until you are actually conversant with all the sounds of English. So basically, that's what the book is about, and I hope some of you will try to get it. I think you'll find it useful. I believe you'll find it helpful. I think.
They're already asking how they can get the book, and I'm going to display the book, the number to contact as soon as possible. And also, somebody
Okay.
has a question that how do how do you develop a good diction as a teacher? And I'm going to answer that question that one of the ways for you to develop a good diction as a teacher is for them to get that book number one, and then I'm sure you now give them more answers to that.
Yes, I think it's important for us to understand that there's a difference between elocution and diction, and both of them are necessary. My book concentrates, let me say, 85% on elocution and 15% on diction. Now, the difference between the two is simply this. Elocution talks about speech and pronunciation, but diction refers to your choice of words, the way you use words, the way you use phrases. Diction and elocution go together, but it must be understood that they are not exactly the same thing. So you need to improve on your diction, which means that your vocabulary has to be good. Because if your vocabulary is not good, you're not in a position to make wise choices about the words that you use or the phrases that you use. Then, of course, having been versatile or versed in making the right choices, the next step is to ensure that when the right word has been chosen, it is properly pronounced. So the two have to go together. And it's to me, I think it's very important because the how shall I put it now? Your ability to be fluent depends on having good diction, but your ability to be understood, good pronunciation. So you can't have one without the other.
Great. Thank you very much, Ma, for that awesome presentation. Not sure you can hear me. Okay. Thank you very much, Ma, for the
You're
presentation.
welcome.
We really appreciate, Ma, and I'm very sure that out there we can't wait at all to get that book. And your lecture yesterday was superb. We really appreciate your efforts in the sector, and
Thank you.
not even from education alone, because you came into education sector to help us out, especially in the area of communicating effectively. And we really appreciate it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you
And
so much.
God bless you. Thank you very much.
I hope you all have a very interesting day, and I'm sure that yesterday and today will be very, very worthwhile. And I'm sure you'll remember both days for quite some time to come. Thank you very much for having me, and see you again.
Thank you very
Bye
much.
for now.
Thank you. Wow, that was awesome. Welcome back, and I want to welcome everyone back again. Let me. I want to welcome everyone back, and today is another day. We'll be joining Mr. ROTIMI EYITAYO soon, and I am 100% sure that Mr. ROTIMI EYITAYO is set to actually allow us to learn from his bosom of knowledge and wisdom. And before that, I want to welcome everyone to the CME third annual conference, and I really appreciate. Yes. Welcome, Mrs. Abiola Elizabeth. Welcome, Omotayo. Welcome, everybody. I would like you to drop where you are viewing this video from. If you are viewing us from Abuja, Lagos, Port Harcourt, everywhere all over the world, please introduce yourself so that we know that you are joining us. And this is awesome. I really appreciate Mrs. BIMBO OLOYEDE for the outstanding lecture, and it was a great class, and thank you very much for joining, everyone. Right now we are preparing to meet Mr. ROTIMI EYITAYO. We are preparing to meet Mr. ROTIMI EYITAYO. I'm about to display some topic and other part of what Mr. ROTIMI EYITAYO will be talking about today. Basically, Mr. ROTIMI EYITAYO is the CEO of OLTIMI. Appreciate Mrs. BIMBO OLOYEDE. Appreciate Mrs. BIMBO OLOYEDE for the awesome and great presentation. Try your best as much as possible. I can see those appreciation coming in. Thank you very much, Ngozi. Thank you very much, Akinola Daniel, and everybody that is actually joining us. Thank you, Felix Johnson. Thank you very much. And Felix Johnson from Ikorodu. Yes, Ikorodu people they are always ready to learn. Yes, they are always ready to learn. There's no training I'm actually organized without having one Ikorodu participant. This is a good area in Lagos that I highly appreciate their eagerness to learn. And also I want to welcome Mrs. Adekonga. Thank you very much. Welcome. Yesterday was awesome and great time with you. We can't actually forget those time at all with you. They were great and awesome time learning from you. Once again, I would like you to get ready to meet Mr. ROTIMI EYITAYO. Get ready to meet Mr. ROTIMI EYITAYO. As I said, Mr. ROTIMI EYITAYO is the CEO of Team Masters, and this is somebody that should not actually miss his class at all. I'd like you to get ready as get on board Mr. EYITAYO. If you are not ready, if you are not ready, please get ready, get seated, because it's going to be fire. Going to be not the real fire. I'm talking about the knowledge. You know, there's the knowledge fire and the real fire. Thank you very much for joining once again, and I seriously appreciate everyone for joining. I want to appreciate everyone out there, and I'm 100% sure that we are all ready for today's lecture. Today is going to be another day, and we are going to be ending today's class by 4. That's one nice thing about today. Yesterday we ended the class around 4, and today is going to be longer because we have great speakers and are ready to take us through different kinds of skill, knowledge that we need to be able to stand creative and to be able to stand out over there. My name is ODETOLA Ebenezer Israel. If you are meeting me for the first time, what I do is I talk about creativity and practice, and I transform the learning environment of the child, and I talk about different subject matter that will help everyone out there to learn, unlearn, and relearn. And if you are not on CME, CME is a platform for you, and I would like you to join CME. Once again, I want to welcome everyone. Welcome once again. And EYITAYO is getting set, and I am 100% sure that we are going to benefit from his knowledge this morning. I should play that video right now. So the video is all about safety, and we all know that safety is actually needed right now in all our schools, and I would like you to take your time to watch this video. The video is just for 3 to 5 minutes, and this video is just like a song. There's a song there, and the song was composed in one of my class this week, and it was awesome. The video is also below. In terms of the videos, I check some of the videos YouTube channel is the video. This I'm going to play the video right. Let's remember that song, sir. So that we sing this, and then we remember. There are 2 that I actually like, and I will that second I will still sing that second. So let's start from you, sir. Remind us that tone. I can't remember that tone again. 1, 2, ready, go. To prevent coronavirus, and again to prevent coronavirus. Social distancing is compulsory to stay alive, to live longer. Don't forget your nose mask. Again, to prevent coronavirus, to prevent coronavirus. Social distancing is compulsory to stay alive, to live longer. Don't forget your nose mask. 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 Coronavirus. Social distancing is compulsory sing it again. To prevent coronavirus, social distance. I decided to play that video for us to let a very short moment of mine during my class this week. And get ready, Mr. Rotimi EYITAYO is in the building. And I'm 100% sure that you are going to be learning a lot during this class. Get ready, meet Mr. Rotimi EYITAYO. Mr. Rotimi EYITAYO is the founder of Team Masters Limited, and I would like you to welcome Mr. Rotimi EYITAYO with those stickers out there, and I am 100% sure that you are going to be learning another dimension that you did not actually thought of at all this morning. I want you to get ready to meet Mr. Rotimi EYITAYO. Good morning, Mr. Rotimi EYITAYO. Good morning, sir.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, sir. You are live now, and we can't wait at all. And we know that it's going to be a very great time with you as you take us through a very we can hear you clearly as you take us through a very insightful topic and subject matter which talks about policy over people over policy. Welcome, sir, and welcome, sir.
All right, thank you very much. I can't see anything, but I hope you can see me.
Yes, they can see you.
All right, fantastic. All right, so good morning, everyone, and I would like to thank ODETOLA EBENEZER Israel for this opportunity to share with us today. My session will be very quick, and I just want to speak about the topic people over policy, and knowing fully well that this is the CME 4th edition, the conference, the annual conference, and very instructive theme is what really is shaping my conversation today. The theme of the conference is creativity left side up. So what that pretty much says is that the conversations that I will be having with you in the next few minutes would tilt towards shaping and shifting the norms as regards creativity and also doing things from a different perspective. And I would like to start, if you have a pen, if you have a notepad, you might want to write this down. I discovered this statement so many years ago, and I feel that it will be a very good opening statement for my session this morning. I have that statement in quotes that says, rules were not made, or better still, I'll put it this way, rules are not made for men. Rules are made for men and not men for rules. I repeat, rules are made for men and not men being made for rules. So what that type of shapes or paints a picture in our hearts is that when you look at some of the things that happen within the four walls of the learning space or the learning environment, we sometimes spend enough time to emphasize the place and the power of rules, you know. And when you come to look at it in the place of the point of policy, we also at the administrative level need to understand that policies were made to maybe help and guide. You know, I even like to say that policies are not a set of rules, but they are a guide. And if you begin to embrace policy as a guide, and then there will be the possibility of flexibility, there will be the possibility of trying to shape things into perspective. However, when you are looking at policy from the place of rule, in the place of enforcing the rules, in the place of making sure that you stamp on compliance, you lose people in the process. And that's why sometimes when we check the percentile of attrition, we check the percentile of workplace frustration, a lot is embedded or tilted towards rules. Over the years, we've seen organizations within the education space, beyond the education space, actually show that there's a possibility to embrace policy from the angle of guide and not rules. I stumbled in 2008 or 2009, I think thereabout. I stumbled on a video on Google, the best place to work. Maybe after the conference, you could search that online. And in that short video clip I saw, I noticed that Google as a company actually have a very people-focused, people-oriented kind of policy. You know, up to the policy of dressing. People wore pajamas to work. People were allowed to bring their dogs to work. People, you know, it got so much to the point that people love to stay at work rather than going home. And it was because they embraced policy not just as a rule, but as a guide for the people. And when we look at that, that brings me to the opening statement when we talk about people over policy. The conversation I'm going to have in the next few minutes is just to encourage us, either as the people who are leading others or people who eventually get to lead others or aspiring to lead others. We need to recognize that, especially for the school space, the education space, we need to recognize that when we say organization, when we say a school, what really makes a school is the people, not the building. What makes the school is the people, not the facility. What makes the school is the people, not even the curriculum. What makes the school is the people, not even the infrastructure, not even the branding. What makes the school is the people, not even the content we push on several social media platforms like Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, and the likes. What makes any school, I repeat, emphatically, and I stand to be corrected, is the people. When you remove the people, you don't have a school. You have a structure. What makes the school, I say, is the people. Now, let's flip it a bit. What makes a successful school is successful people. I said what makes a school is people. What makes a successful school would definitely mean successful people. Now, if our people are not successful, our school cannot be successful. If the teacher is not successful, the classroom experience cannot be termed as being a success or successful. And I'd like you to manage your perception right now. When we use the word success or successful, we are not talking about wealth. We're not talking about money. We're not just talking about affluence. We're talking about the overall outcome. For something to be successful, it means that you came out with a desired outcome. You got the desired result. So when you look at a school, whether it's a grade A or to grade D kind of school, whether it's a private school or a public school, whether it's a nursery school or a primary school or a tertiary institution or a secondary school, what makes that school is the people. And for the school to be successful, the people must be raised, must be nurtured, must be to become successful in processes, successful building a successful school. We begin to introduce the word or the document or the experience or the reality called policy. The policy just serves as a guide. most of you might have heard this before, that if you pour water on, let's say you pour a bucket of water on the ground, you find out that water, they say, will find its level, it will flow in all directions. However, when you channel a path for that kind of liquid, it will flow in its course. So that's what policy does when it comes to people. That's what policy does when it comes to an organization. When it comes to a school, that's what policy does. And we must always understand that when we raise the banner and the standards of our organization, we must raise that of the school, that of the people over the policy. The policy must never take front seat. The policy must be a back-end result. I would like to bring you to a story of a very major story in history. I'm sure most of us remember the Titanic, not just the movie, but the real Titanic. The real Titanic, actually, when it was built to be a magnificent vessel, a ship that could, sail across the Atlantic. And there was so much brag about the Titanic when it was created. But guess what? Eventually, we all know the story that the Titanic sank. And one of the things that people discovered about the Titanic was that it was due to an iceberg that led to the sinking of the Titanic. Now, the iceberg was not seen ahead of time. And by the time the captain was trying to steer the ship away, it pierced through the side of the ship, and then, of course, the rest is history. The boat sank, right? But let me bring you to understand. An iceberg, they say that when you look at the iceberg, they say that what is above the water surface, or the surface of the sea, what you can see with your naked eyes, right, is just 1/10 of what is beneath it. So what it simply means is that when I look at a school and I look at the culture prevalent in a school, and I look at the culture prevalent in the class, in the workforce of an organization, one of the things that you realize is that what we see most times is as a result of what we don't see. There are many things that you will celebrate in the front end that actually was responsible for the back end. So think of it from that perspective, that the people must be raised high enough, but empowered by a policy, empowered by a guide, empowered and assisted to perform as the visioner actually envisioned, to perform as the service, as the promise of the service that you said you will do. So in the spirit of creativity, if you're still there and you can hear me, I would like us to look at this word, the people, people, P-E-O-P-L-E. People are the ones who we should put over policy. Policy must never, I repeat, policy must never be placed over people. It is people that must be placed over policy. Does that mean the policy is not important? Absolutely not. The policy is very important. Our policies are a set of guide. And most times it's because, and maybe I should share that with you. The reason most times policies must be in place is not just so that we'll have a structure or we have a system. It's because every organization, every school has several generations. If your school, for example, is over 5 years, over 10 years, or probably over 15 years, you'll find out that the school might have witnessed several generations since its inception. When a school is just about to start, or a school just began, you find out that the first generation of workers, the first generation of teachers, the first generation of workforce in that school actually come out with so much zeal, so much enthusiasm. Why? Because they were building from the scratch. They were informed about everything. They saw how the vision started. They saw how the first child came in. So there's passion, there's conviction. That's more or less, we call that the generation, the conviction generation, where everyone is still fresh. The system is still fresh. The rules are still fresh. In fact, sometimes the staff or the workforce were trained and they gave them orientation and immersion and induction ceremony and the likes. That is because that is the first generation. However, when you take a bit of time and then more people come in, they come in with their baggage, they come in with their different culture, they come in with different things that they are bringing from wherever they're coming in from. And if you're not careful, you begin to notice that after the conviction generation, you begin to face a reality called the confusion generation, where the next generation of a school cycle workforce is that they are in a state of confusion. Which one actually is the right thing? Oh, it should be done like this. No, it shouldn't be done like this. This is how it normally is. This is how education should be. You start having what you are is like confusion. And with confusion, please understand, there is always the next generation that they'll step into. If that is not handled, if that is not taken care of, what you have is from confusion, you have conflict. You begin to see conflict explained in the place of culture. Cliques begin to find expression. Cabals begin to grow. You begin to see what you have. You have a conflict generation workforce where they've moved from conviction, they've slided down to confusion. From confusion, they are now conflicting. And of course, when there's conflict, you know what happens? A lot of people begin to, cut corners. A lot of people begin to do their own thing. And that's when you begin to have what you call the corruption generation. It's a generation where the system now begins to be eaten up. You no longer have a school, you have a carcass. You no longer have a school, you have a monument. You no longer have a movement. You begin to see that it's just old glory. It's just old thing. Why? Because things are not working, because everyone is building their own tent, doing their own things, sabotaging the process at the end of the day. Now, it will take us to understand that all these generations, by the time there's corruption, the next thing you start seeing people competing, competing. And that's what happens. And in the bid of forestalling such realities from taking precedence, right, is why we introduce policies. Policies will be there, just like they say, soldier go, soldier come, but the barracks will still remain. Policy is like a barracks, but we do not celebrate barracks today. We celebrate soldiers. We do not celebrate barracks today. We celebrate heroes. Why? Because the barracks cannot be placed over the army. The barracks cannot be placed over the soldiers. The barracks cannot be placed over the first generals. But the same thing applies to school. Policy must never be placed over people, but the other way around, people must be placed over policy. So if you don't mind, I want us to look at people from a different perspective. As Eben has told us that this conference is themed creativity, the left side up. So let's tickle our fancy for a bit. Let's change our imagination for a bit. Let's take the word people. And let me shock you. When I say people, I do not mean human beings. When I say people, I do not mean numbers. Oh, I have 50 I have 50 teachers. I have 100-member workforce or something like that. I'm not talking about the size or numbers. I'm not talking about human being just alone. When I say people, I'll use the word people to illustrate what I need us to understand. And if we understand it clearly, we begin to put this into practice, that we must place people over policy. What are people? What is people? What do we have? The first letter is P. The first thing is principles. 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 You understand that every school, right, will thrive on principle. Every organization will thrive on principles, not just principles, sound principles. So what do we mean? We need to understand that principles must be over policies. There are many times that policies can put a stop, can put a clog in the wheel of the school's progress. Yes, it's policy. When it was designed for good. It was designed objectively. But because of time, because of trend, because of context, because of the reality on ground, some policies sometimes get suspended. Let me give you an example. We know that, for example, we're just coming out of the lockdown, and a lot of people are easing off into business, back to being in operation, and schools are approaching reopening of schools. Now, there might have been a policy in a particular school that says that assembly must be done between so time and so time. Let's say there's a policy on assembly. Now, we will not say because there's a policy, the policy says assembly because of the guidelines of the government, the federal government and the state government. Sometimes you might find out that we might need to suspend the policy. Why? Because of sound principle. Principles are also called laws, and sometimes are not just saying edict or laws from the government, but sometimes your values can represent principles. Are you following me? You know, there are things that you may need to do. Sometimes some people have policy or no, some people have what they call no refund policy. But because of relationship management, you look at a principle of customer acquisition and customer management and suspend sometimes a principle, a policy that says there's no refund policy. Or sometimes they say, oh, no fee, no show. And I've heard a lot of people that took on people online in this period when they were going virtual, and sometimes they did not ask for payment in the immediate. Why? Because they understood that sometimes you put people, and most times you put people over policy, and the P in people is principles. What are the principles governing your school? What are the principles governing you as an individual? You must be willing to place principles over policy. If you're not careful, you will be building a dogmatic school, you will be building a liturgic school, and you will not eventually be able to sustain that growth. And you might wake up tomorrow and find that your school does not exist. You might wake up tomorrow, find out your job and your position does not exist. Why? You mustn't place policy over principles. Principles, sound principles, must be placed over policy. The next letter is E. E stands for exploits. Exploits must be placed over policy. Please understand. The policy can say that all teachers must be subject matter experts. So if you are a maths teacher, you are a maths teacher. If you're an English teacher, you're an English teacher. If you're an art teacher, you're an art teacher. That's what the policy says. You teach your period, you teach number of hours a week and the likes and all that. If you're a head of school, you are a head of school. Your oversight function is this and this and that. However, in the times that we live in, we must come back to the consciousness that people must be placed over policy. What do we mean? Exploits must be placed over policies. The rules are beautiful, but it shouldn't be at the expense of exploit. Your school could have actually come into the place of exploit. You're saying, no, we are a school, we don't do this. I've heard of schools that because of the challenge of economic capacity of school to pay teachers, they actually raised investment clubs for the teachers to ensure that they still deliver value, but their earning concerns was taken care of. But you see, the policy will say we are set up as a school business, we are nothing else, this far, no further. However, exploit actually can suspend, in some cases, eradicate some policies. So when there's a growth opportunity, I've seen people, thank God, Ebenezer is an example. He has a core competence, a constituent, but it was never placed on a rule. You know, so if he's working in an organization that says you must teach, and you must teach art, but now Ebenezer is teaching a lot of people tech appreciation, tech migration. He's teaching a lot of people virtual compliance. He's teaching a lot of people a lot of things outside his core area. Why? Because he knew that exploits must never be sacrificed on the bedrock of policy. So it means that a math teacher can actually begin to be an English coach or speech coach or diction coach. Why? Because he should understand exploit must never be sacrificed. There are a lot of things that the world has brought as equilibrium, that everybody is on the same level now, which we must appreciate, and we must begin to look at that angle very well so that we do not sacrifice, right, because of policy. Someone say, no, the policy does not allow us to do. No, the policy does not allow. When you check every time, you keep saying no, you keep saying no, you keep saying no, you will build a culture of being immobile. You will not be able to move. You build a culture of being docile. You will build a culture of appreciating excuses. The policy is not God. Even God has rules, and sometimes God waives his rules, as far as I understand. When you look at the word people, make sure from today, as it applies to you, whether you are a superior, whether you're a subordinate, whether you're a colleague to some, make sure you put people over policy. They say sometimes policy will go, people will remain. Sometimes some people have made enemies because of policy. My policy on friendship is this. My policy on business is this. My policy on collaboration is this. However, listen carefully. You might have policies, but there are times you sacrifice those policies because of people. People will complete your growth. People will complete your pursuit. People will complete your acceleration. That's what you need to do. So you need to get to understand that. And then very quickly, so that I can wrap up, we've talked about P for principle, we've talked about E for exploit, O for opportunities. There are opportunities within, there are opportunities without. And we must begin to look at our schools to say, what opportunity for growth exists for us? And if there's a policy that is standing in the way of growth, we must, by a way of emphasis, make sure that we do not sacrifice opportunity for policy. Then, of course, the next is the one we are used to, which is the letter P. We have done P, E, O. Now we're on the letter P. That letter P is personnel. Every school must understand that not all parents are parents for them. As much as you understand that the same thing, not all teachers are teachers for them. So what it simply means is, as you can profile the parents you seek to belong to your school, you can also profile the teachers, the workforce that belongs to your school. Some people come with qualification, but guess what? They come with viruses as well. And when I say virus, I'm not talking about coronavirus. They come with negative virus. They come with bullying virus. They come with cantankerous virus. They come with virus of bickering. They come with small talk virus. They come with vision dissipating virus. Why? Because that's what they are used to. They are used to fighting their way through. So when people are having peace, they feel that the system needs to have something to shake it up and stir it up. Never sacrifice opportunity, right? For growth, for peace, for progress, for togetherness on the altar of policy. Then, of course, the personnel. You must make sure that the personnel must be right. And that's why I used to encourage people, focus on building a model that you can say that this is the kind of person that is our brand, right? This is the kind of person that is for our school. And that's where you carefully make sure your recruitment is not haphazard. And then the L is a legacy. I would like to encourage us, as we end the year 2020 and as we look beyond 2020, going forward into 2021, right, I would encourage everyone out there to ensure that legacy must be something that we don't restrict to age. Some people think is when you are now 60, you are 70, you are gray-headed, or you are feeling tired and weak. That's when you think legacy. In fact, legacy is what you do today that they will remember tomorrow. It's not what you will leave for tomorrow. I repeat, legacy is what you do today. So your current work is legacy. When you are gone is when we remember it. It's not what you will leave. It's what you do that is legacy. So legacy must never be sacrificed for policy. So we must put legacy over policy, so that if policy is not enabling legacy, we change it. And finally, as an educator, as an education professional, as a teacher, as a consultant, as a leader, as a school leader, as a business leader, you must make sure the experience of what you deliver must never be sacrificed on the altar of policy. Put experience over policy. When I say experience, I'm not talking about wealth of knowledge or experience. I'm talking about experience in terms of what people feel when they interact and interface with you, when they interact and interface with your work, when they interact and interface with what your concerns are. Ensure that you never make that mistake of putting policy over experience. Your parents want to experience a great school, so give them a great school. Your teachers want to experience a great school. Don't say, oh, we have a policy over promotion. If your promotion policy is affecting you, then you need to change that promotion policy. Promotion is not always in position. Promotion can be in experience. Promotion can be in gift. Promotion can be in kind. Ensure that you do not sacrifice, right, an experience, an exciting experience. The reason people keep coming back to an organization, the reason people keep bringing children to a particular school, most times is because of the experience they have, the learning experience, the relational experience, the communicating experience. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at what I've shared with you, it captures the word people, P-E-O-P-L-E. And as you go out into the new week, as you go into the new term or into the new session, always remember, policies are not rules, they are guide. If you are the one preparing it, remember, policies are not rules, they are guide. If you are the recipient of it, policies are not rules, they are guide. Don't be negative about it and don't be overloading about it. Policies, for anyone who cares to listen, they are rules. They are guides. They are not, they are guides, they are not rules. So when you look at policies as a rule, you might lose a lot while you implement and execute it. So always ensure that you place people. People are very important resource, and people is principle, exploit, opportunity, personnel, legacy, and experience. Thank you very much. I've been able to share my thoughts, and I hope one or two people would have learned something from it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rotimi Eyitayo. Thank you very much. We really appreciate. Thank you very much. We really appreciate. Remember to let's appreciate Mr. Rotimi Eyitayo. First, let's appreciate. Let us appreciate. We can't wait at all. Let's appreciate. Let's appreciate. He's going to be joining us later in the day for question and answer. And maybe Mr. Rotimi, can you please tell them that you'll be joining us later in the day for question and answer so that they will know that you are still back. Yes.
Okay,
yes.
so I'll be joining you for question and answer much later. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll see you much later. Thank you. And welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. I want to welcome everyone that are joining us for the first time. They are just coming online. Welcome, welcome. And it has been a great, awesome time since morning. We have been exploring a lot. And I want to welcome everyone to the CME fourth annual conference. Let me change my mic so that I'll be clear. I want to welcome everyone to the CME fourth annual conference. The CME fourth annual conference is a conference that is all about creativity, and I'm 100% sure that in today's class you are going to learn a lot. At exactly 10:30, or I think we are going to make it up exactly 10:15. We are going to be hosting Mrs. Adeniyi. Mrs. Adeniyi is the CEO. Mrs. Adeniyi is the CEO. Mrs. Adeniyi is the CEO of Supreme Education Foundation School. And she has been an awesome example to the topic I actually gave her, and that is why we are hosting her for the first time here in the conference. Can you please let's appreciate Mr. Rotimi Eyitayo once again? Let us appreciate Mr. Rotimi Eyitayo once again. And I saw a comment. Somebody is joining us all the way from United States of America. Thank you very much for joining us. Yes, you are joining us anywhere all over the world. Can you please signify your location so that we can know? I am here, right here in Lagos, Nigeria. And I want to appreciate Mr. Rotimi. I want to appreciate Mrs. BIMBO Oloyede for the first set of exploration with us. Thank you for the contribution. Thank you very much, Apolake. Thank you very much, Mrs. Blessing. Thank you very much, Uloge. Thank you very much, Dare. Thank you, my Dada Balikis. Welcome. I did not even know that you are around. I was thinking you are not online. Welcome. And I want to welcome Sylvia Okoro. Welcome also. Those are my active people, and I know that yes, all the way from Abia State. Blessing, welcome. Blessing all the way from Abia State, and then we have just 1 minute left as we are going to be joining Mrs. Adewuyi for the next session. And then I want to tell you that in today's class, partly let me know from Mr. Rotimi Eyitayo, and he spoke about principle. He said principle should not go overhead, should not go over human. And I actually enjoyed that statement, and that statement is 100% real. Yes, Mrs. Didioli is also joining us from Lagos. Yes, we know you are in Lagos, but we don't want you to go outside Lagos. Yes, we need you in Lagos. And all the way from Oyo, welcome once again, Mrs. Aderoke. And all the way from Ogun State, Kazim, all the way from Ogun State, welcome. And everyone, welcome once again. We have actually learned a lot today, and it was all about principle. The principle was divided into different parts, and they said the first P is what? It is principle. and exploit, and I think I lost. I think the O was also opportunity. The other P was personnel, and the L was legacy, and the E was experience, and that was wow. That was wow. So we have everything by Belu. Belu said that everything was principle, principle as exploit, opportunity, personnel, legacy, experience, which makes people. So from people we have principles, exploit, opportunity, personnel, legacy, experience. Thank you very much, Kate Julius from Lagos. And right now we are going to be joining Mrs. Adewuyi. Mrs. Adewuyi is somebody that I didn't joke with at all in terms of talking about the reality of also leadership. And I should be speaking on leadership today, tomorrow. And I would like you to take your time, get ready to get that knowledge that is going to be exploring with us from. And I'm 100% sure that you are going to learn a lot at the end of the day. I want to welcome everyone to ME for our conference. Thank you very much for coming, producer. All the encounter lecture are auditions and we have added it. Thank you very much. We have added it. Also, we have somebody from Oshobo. That is Obidiegwu. Yes, I know that was Abuja educator, please come online. Abuja educator, come online. Port Harcourt educators, come online. Everybody come online as we are ready to join another great educator. Awesome. And I would like you to subscribe to this channel. This channel is all about technology, arts, creativity, and everything you need to understand to stay ahead over there. And right now, I think it is time to start. The next 2 minutes, let me make it the next 2 minutes. We are going to start right away as we also explore all the areas of leadership. And I want to welcome everyone to the CME third annual conference. I want to welcome everyone to the CME third annual conference. In case you need to attend some trainings and more, we have some of the flyers displayed on the screen for you to attend. Please try as much as possible for you to attend some of these conferences, training, lectures, and more, so that they can be of benefit to you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your time. I really appreciate your time. So right now we are going to move to the next session, and we are about to start that. Please get ready. The next session is going to be another awesome experience. And when I talk about awesome experience, please take it from me, because it is going to be exactly as I said, all the way from Redemption Camp or Molara. Thank you very much for joining. I really appreciate. Right away, we have 1 minute left to join Mrs. Adewuyi. We have 1 minute left. She's already set, and we are going to be learning a lot from her today. Thank you very much, Rachel. Thank you very much. I really appreciate everyone for coming online today. Please share this video with your colleagues. There are some of our colleagues out there that did not actually know exactly what is happening here. They need to be here. You know that they need to be here. If you know they need to be here, can you please say yes? Yes, they need to be here, because here we have a lot is actually happening here, and it is not just happening. It is all about learning, unlearning to relearn. We are learning, we are unlearning for us to stand out there. And in the next few minutes, we are going to be joining Mrs. Olubukola. ADEWUYI. We are going to be joining Mrs. OLUBUKOLA ADEWUYI in the next few minutes. We are going to be joining her, and I would like you to get set for that awesome class. I won't lie to you, I am 100% guarantee that you will learn a lot by the time this class starts. Right now, we are starting right away, and then I can't wait for me to have to just bring her in. The next few seconds rolling to bring her in, seconds rolling to bring her in, and I'm 100% sure that you will find a lot of clarity out of what you're about to listen to right away. So right now, let's welcome Mrs. ADEWUYI of Supreme Education Foundation,
Hello everyone, my name is Olaotan Kuku and I'm the CEO of Supreme Education Foundation School. It is an honor to be on this platform to share leadership today, tomorrow and timeless.
For us to stand out there as original. Remember, originality is key, and like get ready for our class, because this is another class that you are going to find much interest in. It is a class that you are going to find much interest in, not just interest in terms of watching video alone, but interest of content. Content wise, I assure you 100%. Join actively achieve about present to us content that are relevant to leadership, showing us examples of leadership. We learned some part of leadership yesterday. This is another part of leadership. This is another part of leadership that we need to understand. Yes, welcome. And right now we'll be joining the Chief Executive Officer of Supreme Education Foundation on the topic Leadership Today, Tomorrow, and Timeless. Can we please let's welcome her to start the lecture right away.
Hello everyone, my name is Olaotan Kuku and I'm the CEO of Supreme Education Foundation School. It is an honor to be on this platform to share leadership today, tomorrow and timeless with you. I would like to say a very big thank you to Mr. Iben for giving me this platform to speak with all of you. I would like to say you're doing a very good job with CME. Well done for making a difference and well done for being an influencer. You understand what I'm talking about very soon. It's surprising that I've been given this topic, leadership today, tomorrow and timeless, because really for me, leadership was not something I stumbled into. It was deliberate, it was intentional, and I also thought through the kind of leader I want to be. And I would like to say a very big thank you to those leaders that have also made an impact positively and some negatively, but then the negative, I would say it was still positive because I learned and I saw what I don't want to be from that, and that is very important even as we grow, that our negative experiences are made to become positive for us because of the way we've decided to see the cup, either half full or half empty, and it's a decision to see it half full. So I've decided to see them half full. So please go along with me and let us start also by defining what is leadership. It is the action of leading a group of people or an organization, and that is very simple. A leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. This is John C. Maxwell's definition, and as much as I really do love him, I believe that you really have to read the book, because this is an excerpt from a book. You really have to read the whole book or listen to him to actually understand what it means by knowing the way, going the way, and showing the way. Because it seems when you read this quote, you then just tend to assume that if I am the leader, I have to know everything. I have to know the way. I have to be able to go the way, lead everybody, show the way. But I don't think this is true. in its all entirety. Like I said, you really have to study a lot about what Maxwell is talking about for you to actually understand what this quote means. So please go along. So is this statement, is it true in its entirety? Do you have to, in order to be the boss, do you have to know it all in order to be able to show the way and lead the way? Let's look at the lion and see if this is what it takes in actual fact to be a leader. So, what do you need to be a leader? You don't have to be the wisest, the tallest, the fastest, the biggest in the jungle or at your place of work. You just have to be very courageous. You have to be unstoppable. You have to believe. You have to have faith to say, I can do it, no matter what it takes. You have to be very positive to tell your team, we can do this. We have what it takes to do it. We can move from point A to point B. Nothing is going to stop us. And that is how you lead the way. You're not leading the way because you know it all. No, you're leading the way because you are courageous, and that is what is lacking in some of us. That is what we do not have. That is why at times we think we don't have what it takes to be a leader. We are lacking in courage. We need to be able to, we need to be bold. That is what the lion, it has charisma. It's bold. You have to be able to do that, and then you can lead. We remember that even in Nigeria, we believe that the tortoise is the wisest of all the animals, and yet even back home here, the lion is still the king of the jungle. No, in every tribe, in every culture, the lion is still there. It is undoubtedly the king of the jungle, and that is what we need to look at. What is the main trait he has? It is courage. It is being fearless. A leader is not fearful. A leader is not a coward. A leader goes ahead and then leads the way, and that is how you are able to lead the way and show the way. That is how you can do it, and that is how you are able to also know the way. Sometimes you just tread along some particular paths, and over time experience has taught you that this path has its dips and its falls, and it becomes a learning curve that makes you a very good leader over time. This is my favorite because it automatically streamlines your thoughts together. It says leadership. It means courageous action to create and passionately communicate a clear vision that inspires the team to bring the vision to fruition. Courageous action to create and passionately communicate a clear vision, very clear. It's not ambiguous. We all know what we're doing, where we are going, how we are going to get there. It inspires the team to bring the vision to fruition. And it's all in your head. Your attitude, your leadership traits can be learned. Some says, oh, she's a born leader and everything. Well, we do see it among the students in our classrooms. Some of them seems to be born leaders, but also it's a skill that can be learned. And when you feel like you're tied to a spot, when you think, when those moments come and you think you don't have what it takes to be a leader, please remember this horse, which is the strongest, the horse of the chair. I mean, it's tied down to a chair. I'm not sure if you've seen this even in movies when they disembark from the horse and then they just tie the theta to a very wriggly, to a grass sometimes, something very wriggly on the floor there, and it stays smooth. So it's all in your head. It's about your attitude. It's about how you perceive yourself. So like I said, it's all in your head. What kind of leader do you want to be? Are you a boss or you are a leader? Watch this video and then begin to think about the kind of leader that you want to be. What do you want to project? How do you want to be perceived by your followers or by those that you are leading? How do you want to be perceived? Look at this and take some notes as you watch. And so we see what a boss is like and what a leader should be. The leader coaches, the boss drives. The boss inspires fear. The boss is called, or like we say, oh, gambo, 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 and everything. While the leader inspires goodwill in people, the leader is accountable, and you will see that as we continue to go on, that the leader is accountable and does not shift blame. So say it's your fault, it's that way. Takes on board responsibility, is answerable. The leader shows the way, while the boss knows the way. The leader says, no, let's do it this way. The boss commands, go, do this, get that done. While the leaders work together, they reason out together. We do this together. The boss takes all the credit. I did it, I did that, and I did that. While the leader says, we did it, understands collaboration, understands teamwork, knows what it means to work together as a team. The leader asks, can you please do this for me? Can you get that done? The leader recognizes the strengths of those that he or she is working with and puts that to good use, while the bosses likes to take control, a boss is more like a control freak. And so you have to think about it and look at it closely. What kind of leader do you want to be? What does it take to be a timeless leader? You have to look at that. What does it mean to be timeless? What does it mean to be a leader today, tomorrow, and timeless? And as we go on in this presentation, you will see what it takes to be timeless. And at the end of the presentation, you will be able to ask yourself, who am I? What kind of leader am I? And you would also understand what it takes to be a timeless leader. And one of the things I want you to take away from this is that, look, it's not difficult. I don't want it to seem like at the end of it, oh, this is so difficult. Hence the reason why I showed the video about the lion before, that it's not difficult being a leader. You just have to be true to yourself. You just have to be the real you. So let's continue and let's see if at the end of this, and I know you will be able to see that you are a leader and not just a boss. So I had two leaders that really made an impact and made me decide on the kind of leader that I want to be. And one of them was Marva Rollins, and she was my school head at Rina in London. And I remember when we were going to have our Ofsted visit, we had all members of staff in school. We were all tensed up, and everyone that knows what Ofsted inspection is like, it's scary. I used to have a dream that once the inspectors were coming into school, that I was going to faint. That was how scared I was of the inspection. And then finally the day came and we're going to have the Ofsted inspection. And I got to school. In the UK, we resumed school about 9 o'clock in the morning. And I stay very far. I stay about 45 minutes to an hour drive from school. And I got to school about 6:30 a.m. in the morning to get my class ready for the inspection, to make sure, we worked till late the night before, but the following morning, you just want everything to be perfect so that your school gets an outstanding. And then I got to school about 6:30 in the morning, and the whole school was buzzing. Everybody was in. The cleaners, the teachers, the teaching assistants. I was like, did you all go home at all? Everywhere was active. How were you able? I was stunned. By the time I got into my class, people were in my class helping me to arrange getting things ready. So I kept going around. Why is everybody in school? Why it's so early? I thought I was coming to work because I had a lot to do in my classroom. But I was surprised, and everyone kept saying, oh, Marva needs to do well. She needs to excel. She's such a wonderful boss. She needs to get this. We need to make sure she gets an outstanding. Everybody needs to be at their best. Who is weak? Who is strong in this? This person should go into that classroom and everything. And I felt if I were Marva that day, I would break down and start crying, because so much love. And in retrospect, why would she get that kind of attention? Why would everyone want her to succeed? It was because she wasn't a boss. She was a leader. She cared. She knew about each and every one of us. She knew about our personal lives. She knew what was going on. She would come to the classroom. I remember I worked really late. I had all my children with me at work, so they would have their own work. I would bring their lunch with me to school. So after school, while I'm marking or preparing for the next day's lesson, they would have their lunch, get their homeworks done. So most of the time I was leaving work about 5, 6, and like I said, it's about an hour drive for me to get home. So I'm usually getting up 7:30. They have a quick dinner and they go to bed. And I remember she walked into my classroom one evening and said, "Oh, Buki, do you have a bed in this place?" I was wondering, are the children, do they need to sleep during class or something? And so I was saying, bed in the class? Why? And no, because I wasn't sure. But she said, "Oh, because I wanted to know, because since you've decided to start sleeping in school now, so maybe you would need a bed and you would need something quite big to take you and your children." And then I started laughing. She was like, "You need to pack your things now and leave. And no longer should you wait in school later than 4 p.m. and that will be only some days in the week. Every other time you close on time. You need time management. Do you want me to send you on a time management course? Okay, let's sit down, let's plan your day. I'll give you more assistance in the classroom." And she just kind of makes life easier. I would be ill at home, and I'm sure if some members of my team are here, so they will understand why I call even when they are not feeling well. I'm not feeling well, you're at home. She would call to find out how you are, how are you doing. I mean, she was like a pillar of support, and that is the kind of leader I want to be. I also worked at a school, this was in Stonebridge, and I wanted to, in fact, it was a contrast setting for me during my PGC, and they had about they had no opening in the school, and I kept pressing. Why did I really want to work in that place? Their staffs never leave. They had members of staff that have been there 35 years, 20 years, 15 years, 10 years. So there is never an opening. I said, don't they say no, until they retire, they never leave? Why don't they leave? Because of the kind of leader that they have. They work so much as a team. I was going to have a lesson observation, and by the time I got into school that morning, everybody was waiting. My class was in perfect shape, and they've taken out the high profile children out of the class so that everything is serene and it's perfect. They've had that. They've looked at my lesson plan from the other day. They've arranged it. Then I was working in an early years class, so you know what it means, that because we'll have different arrangements in the class, learning, indoor learning. They've had everything set up for me. As I was walking down the corridors, everybody was touching me to tell me it's going to be fine, everything is going to be perfect. The support system was enormous. It was like nothing I've ever seen. My teacher calls, the school head calls me into her office to tell me she's rooting for me. She knows that I've got what it takes. And these were the kind of leaders that influenced the kind of leader I want to be. I want to be timeless. I've not seen either of them for about 10 years now, but I've not forgotten. I've spoken with those that are still I've not been in contact with them 15, 20 years, and they're still talking about them. They are timeless. They've become immortal because of the kind of leaders. So a timeless leader raises budding leaders. And look at the story of this butterfly, for example. So the butterfly at this stage, when it's in the cocoon and begins to break it over time to become a full butterfly. So a timeless leader helps the butterfly to bud over time. But then if peradventure at any time you go in there to help break this, the butterfly would not be able to bud, will not be able to fly, because it is the hardship, it is the process of going through, breaking through the cocoon that makes it strong enough, that makes all the I will use blood now, like humans, to pump into the wings so that it's able to fly. And so you help raise budding leaders, and you will see this as we go on, that this is very, 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 very necessary for you to be able to become a timeless leader. So I will go into the leadership traits now. Leadership traits: radiates positive energy. These are the things you want to see in a leader. Proactive attitude, delegates tasks completely. A leader is approachable, the leader is accountable, the leader is decisive, the leader develop other leaders. We are talking about leadership traits, not boss traits. So think about that. Proactive attitude: a leader is not reactive, but the leader is proactive. Prevents problem before the problem arises. So a leader is able to foresee, and that is why you need a lot of people on your team, and you're secured enough to have very smart people, effective people on your team, so that you are able to sit back as a leader and anticipate and see issues before they arise. You can see that this is about to happen, and before it begins to happen, you are able to you are able to foresee those things happening, and you're able to forestall it so that it doesn't get to happen. So you are not reactive. You don't wait till it goes wrong before you put things in place. You see that this might happen, and just in case this happens, you prevent it from happening. That is what a proactive leader, that is what they do. They find way to solve issues, and they do not lose focus. And so it is important that as a proactive leader, you are able to sit back and you do not lose focus at any time. A leader knows how to delegate. You delegate tasks completely. Please note I use the word completely. Do not micromanage your members of staff. You need to be able to delegate. You need to delegate, especially when the task offers valuable training to an employee. Remember the story of the butterfly? They need that training to become budding leaders. They need to be able to grow. You need to delegate when an employee has more knowledge or experience related to the task than you. So when I became an NQT, meaning newly qualified teacher, I had a very experienced teaching assistant, very well experienced teaching assistant with me. She has been in the profession for over 20 years, but she's not a class teacher. So I am the class teacher. I am the boss of my own class. I am the leader of my boss. But Jenny right there, sitting at the back of the class, is very well experienced. So what do? I get my lesson plans ready, and I sit with her the evening before, and we go through it together. She gives me ideas: do this, do that, teach it this way, teach that way. Sometimes I team teach with her. I sit at the back and watch her do some things, and I see she does it better, and I learned a lot from her. And in no time, I wasn't teaching like a newbie. I wasn't like an NQT. I seemed very experienced because I took advantage of the person I had with me in the class. Another point to note is that when the task is recurring and all employees should be prepared or trained, it's a time as well to make sure that you're delegating. When the task is of low priority and you have high priority tasks that require your immediate attention, please delegate. Don't be a superman or a superwoman. You can't do it all. Now, some people have said, well, I can't delegate for this reason. It's going to, because I'm too busy, I can't delegate because of that. And I don't trust that particular member of staff to be able to do it well. Their ability, they are not as clever or as smart as I am. I feel guilty that they are doing it. No, you should not be feeling guilty. You should be raising leaders. they may be better. Now that is insecurity. They may be better than I am. So if I should delegate, and then everybody sees that they are better at something than I am. You can't know it all. Remember the lion, you can't know it all. You can't be the fastest, you can't be the smartest, you can't be the wisest. It is okay as a leader for you to be vulnerable every now and then. It is okay to say, you know what, you are better at this than I have. So they may be better, that is okay. Only you can do it. No way. Only you cannot do it. I have said over and over, the best leaders are those leaders that have raised other leaders at their place of work. They are the best. They are the most efficient and effective leaders. So you cannot do it all by yourself. You have to be able to delegate. You have to be able to allow other people to bird, to grow underneath you as a leader. So delegate is part of your job. It's okay to be vulnerable. Don't be a superman, don't be a superwoman. They are approachable. You want to be approachable, just stand, smile, talk, approach, be nice, be down to earth. It does not cost you anything to be approachable. You don't want to be a boss, you want to be a leader. So it's important that you keep calm. Like that little boy said, calm down. We know you are the boss. Calm down and be approachable. You don't want to be that leader, because most of the time when you are not approachable, it's not only detrimental to the business or to your organization as a whole, it is detrimental to you, because they can't tell you you're doing something wrong. They can't tell you to be careful, boss. I mean, some of you get into a new organization or a new school, and then you're leading, or you're the principal, or for whatever reason, or whatever the organization is, and you do not calm down. You're not approachable, and everyone is looking at you, making huge blunders, making very big mistakes, but because they can't talk to you, they leave you to your folly. So it's important that you are approachable. They are able to tell you, look, we've done this in the past. This was the consequence. This is what happened. If you want to do it, why don't we go about it this way? Please make sure that all times that you are approachable, so that your members of staffs are not walking on tenterhooks around you. Encourage feedback. Be open to feedback. Let them tell you when you're doing something wrong. We have a system in the school within management. We call it the 360 degrees, which everybody gets to appraise you, and it is fantastic. I get to know so much about how well or how bad I'm leading, and I'm able to take those constructive criticism to heart and to become a better person. So please be approachable. They are accountable. So the leader does not say, it's not me, it's the fault of it. They assume the role of leadership, and then they are accountable, they are responsible, and they are answerable. While preparing for this, I was reading up about a story about someone that was in the fast food industry, and although they had anticipated that happening. So I'll give an example. Let's say it's Starbucks, or let's say it's Mr. Biggs, for example, and they gave the person the wrong pack home. So the person ordered for, let's say, a donut, but they mistakenly packed maybe jollof rice for this customer. So the customer got home, called the branch and said, I'm upset. I requested, I ordered for donuts, and then I've got a plate of jollof rice here with me. I'm really upset about this. And the person that served is a newbie, so of course could have made that mistake, but was also present in that particular meeting when they talked about labeling and to be very careful so that they're not mixing up orders. But what did the leader do? The leader took the phone and said, we're very, very sorry. We will send you your donuts. And though you requested for 2 donuts, we're going to be giving you 4 donuts. We're very, very, very sorry. The leader did not say, oh, it's not my fault. It's the accountant, or is this other person's fault. The leader said, I'm very, very, very sorry. We will sort this out now. So the leader made sure that they took the 4 donuts, delivered it, and made the customer very happy. Then at the end of the day, called in the member of staff to the office and said, so what can we do so that you do not do this again? What can we put in place to help you to? And that is how a leader works. You do not shove your responsibility. You are accountable for your team, and you do not throw any member of your team under the bus. You are accountable for them. They are decisive, and this brings us back to what I was talking about at the beginning, that look, the leader does not know it all, but they are decisive. Look, we are going left, we are going right. I tell my team this, I said, look, as long as we are all on the same page together, if we get it wrong, then it becomes a learning curve for us all. We would learn our lessons. Okay, what we did, we are not going to do it this way again. So the leader is decisive. A wrong decision is generally less disastrous than indecision. So a leader makes up, because there's so many ways. Do we go this way? Do we go right? Do we go left? No, you just make a decision and stick with it. And that is what the leader, to be courageous. It's very, very important. They develop other leaders. A leader becomes great. Leaders become great leaders because of their ability to empower others. They coach, they train, and develop others to lead, not to follow. A leader is, so you can see, I bring back the quote of Maxwell here. I say, is the one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way, pulling others along. That this is it, and this is what that quote was really talking about. That so it's not about you're the one that knows it all and everything, but on that path that you're going, you're pulling other leaders along with you. Leadership is influence, nothing more and nothing less. So you now see what I'm saying, that really I actually love John Maxwell. It is about your ability to influence others. What is the law of influence? Your influence is determined by how abundantly you place other people's interest first. Berg in Go Givers describes this as enlightened self-interest, where you're thinking about other people. And for those that you might be a Christian, but sometimes you might not be a Christian, but when I bring in this, I'm not necessarily going religious. I'm just talking about some things that you've seen as a leader. Jesus was seen as a leader, as an influencer over the years. No matter what religion you come from, we know this is an established fact. Just the same way Muhammad was seen as a leader, was as an established leader over the years. So with Jesus, when he was going to induct his disciples in, he washed their legs, showing that leadership is also service. You lead, but actually you're actually serving. So how well can you serve? How well can you influence other people? The key to successful leadership today is influence, not authority. You can widen your scope of influence. If you can widen your scope of influence, then you are well on your way to becoming a timeless leader. I spoke about my former boss, and I said, look, I was really strongly inspired by her to become a leader, to become an influence. She influenced us. I cannot remember in all my years of working with her taking orders from her, but she influenced us to bring out the best in ourselves. I wanted to be the best teacher. She was so proud of me doing my QTS. She was encouraging, she was there, always supportive. And that is the kind of leader that you really want to be. The law of authenticity. To thy own self, be true. To be a timeless leader, you have to be authentic. You have to be you. Stop trying to be other people. Stop trying to live to the expectation of what people expect you to be. Some people have become ruthless leaders because they've said, well, I'm not like that, but that is what people expect me to be. And then some would say, oh, but you are in Nigeria. In Nigeria, you have to treat people this way. You have to treat people that way. I do not accept people. Humans are humans, the same all over the world. Whether no matter the skin color, no matter where we are still humans. And so to be authentic, we've all been through what it means to be a follower. We've all known what it means to be there, to be led. And then we've seen things that are shaping us into the kind of leader that we want to be. What kind of leader do we want to be? And one thing you also should know, that today people are embracing authenticity. They're embracing the real, because that is what we don't get to see anymore. We want people that are real, leaders that are human. They are timeless. So authenticity is the daily practice of letting go of who we think we are supposed to be and embracing who we are. So find out your true self, and you begin to find the leader in you, the true leader to who you are. The lion did not learn to be this kind of leader. The lion, that was its true self. It found the truth, and that's why I said it's a skill, and that you can also learn leadership. And what I meant by that is that in your true self, finding the skills to finding your true self, your true person, then or another word for it is the real you. Then you begin to find the leader in you. So who are you? What do you see when you look at the mirror? The cat looks at the mirror and the cat sees a lion. When the cat says meow, in its head is actually roaring. So who do you see? So the question you ask is, who are you? What kind of a leader do you want to be? We discover who we are, not in isolation, but in connection. Isolation leads to self-deception, and that is one of the reasons why at Supreme we have the 360-degree appraisal, where we check it out, because you have to do it in connection with people. You cannot lead in isolation. You can't discover who you are through isolation. You begin to deceive yourself. You discover who you are, but in connection with other people, and that is very, very important. Leadership today, tomorrow, and timeless anchor strongly on who you are, authenticity, and your ability to coach, develop other leaders. You are an influencer. You are able to influence other people. You are able to take other people along. I always say this as well at meetings and at trainings, that look, you cannot, one of the first traits of bad leadership is when you leave a school or you leave a particular leadership position in any organization and there is no one to take over. It shows bad leadership. It shows that you had held everything to yourself. A good leader should be able to leave a seat and there are about 10, 5, 3 other people that can take on board. That's it. It shows that you've coached, you've developed other leaders, you've given other people the room to grow, and that is a timeless leader. That is leadership for today, that is leadership for tomorrow, and that is timeless, because at every point in time there is someone you've developed. It's like it's progeny, is what life is all about. There is always someone to take over from where you are. Timeless leaders, we've gotten to the end of this, and I can't believe the time has gone in so fast. And you must also commend me. I think I've done a fine job, considering that everybody is getting 21st century compliant now, so I'm not able to join live, but I'm able to record and send this and still show my pretty face at the end of it. So I hope you've all enjoyed this. So my timeless leaders, get your ladder to the other side, connect. I await you on the other side, ruling without boundaries. Thank you very much for listening to me. It's been fantastic. Thank you, Odetola, for giving me this platform. I have enjoyed every bit of it. I hope you have as well. And you can always send me questions. You can let me know if you want me to explain anything better. Please send a message to CME through Mr. Odetola, and I can promise you it will get to me, and I'll try to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much for listening to me. It's been wonderful. I hope it will make you that timeless leader that you want to be.
Thank you very much.
God bless you.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Take
Thank
care.
you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, ma. This is loaded. Whoa. This is highly loaded. I was stunned because this is highly loaded. Can we please let's appreciate Mrs. Adeniyi, the CEO, Supreme Education Foundation. You can see that there are so many people out there that are highly loaded with content. You know, this is leadership, and she's an example of timeless leadership. Can you please let's take our time to appreciate her? This is an astounding presentation. And astounding presentation. Thank you very much, Ms. Balikis. Thank you. Let's appreciate her. This is awesome. And I won't lie to you at all. This is an example of what I call leadership. This is an example of someone that I would actually call putting leadership into practice. She has actually done well to the subject matter. Leadership, timeless leadership, using her example as a leader in class, actually practicing what I think she was about to schools, and so many people we couldn't even send quotes online, you know. But nowadays before we normally send quotes as our speakers are talking, but this time we could not actually send any quotes at all. Just we was listening, taking our time to just kill down done well. Can we please just appreciate her once again? Thank you very much. Let's us appreciate her. That appreciation is coming in. Thank you very much. Olubumi Folari, welcome. Amolara Gladys, welcome. And if you have questions for her, I want to make sure that I get those questions right away. If you have any questions for her, can you please drop those questions right now? I'm going to look for another means of communication to get her to answer all the questions you send in. Yes, they are popping up. Yes, I love this. A big thank you, Mrs. Adeniyi. This was awesome. Thank you so much. You are really an example of a good leader. Thank you, Mr. Ebenezer. Thank you very much. Can you please let's send in some of those appreciation. We need this. This is awesome. This is outstanding. Thank you very much for joining. Everyone all over the world, from Abuja, from UK, everywhere all over the world, I want to appreciate every one of us for joining. This is an awesome and astounding presentation, and I will not take this for granted at all. I appreciate this. I seriously appreciate this. And thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us. And if you have questions, as I said, if you have questions, can you please be sending those questions in? If you send those questions in, I'm going to take my time to get those questions across to her, like as soon as possible. And maybe you should be joining us for we host Sunday's class 6 p.m. and I want to use this opportunity to also invite you. Every Sunday 6 p.m. we host a class online, and I think I will change the dimension now. I'll be hosting some of these classes online, not just me alone. This time I'll be inviting someone to join us. So every 6 p.m. is going to be another awesome experience, and we are going to be inviting someone to join us for 1 hour. Maybe during our own session, she will be addressing all our questions. If you can send those questions in, I will try as much as possible to copy those questions and get them to her to prepare ahead. What if people you are working with are older than you? And yes, okay, question number 1. And in case you don't know, this question is going to her right away. This question, it is an online conference, and when we talk about an online conference, it's everything can be done almost immediately. So I'm sending everything to her mail right away, and she can't actually wait at all to get those questions. Thank you very much for inspiring us since yesterday. Thank you very much, Sylvia. In fact, everything is really well explanatory. Yes, you said everything is clear. Balikis, Balikis, one of my active member. Yeah, thank you very much. Please, what if we want to carry everyone along, but no one wants? Okay, yes, that question is going to her. We are going to take our time to host her as soon as possible, so that she can actually take her time to explore with us on some of those questions you are asking. I know those questions are what she will have actually experienced before, because she's somebody who is actually practicing her leadership, and I'm 100% sure that she will be ready to bring in a lot of answers, facts, examples, and more. Let's please appreciate her. And another question: in case you have a leader that does not know how to inspire the follower, okay. In the case that you have a leader that does not know how to, so what should that person actually do? What are those steps to be a leader? Okay, the question taking. So I've taken 3 questions, and I'm waiting for more. And get ready. We are going to be posting another great example of leader. This is somebody that I so much appreciate her energy. I so much appreciate her facts about life. I so much appreciate her, and her name is RonkePosh. And Miss RonkePosh will be joining us soon, and I would like you to get ready. This is another experience that you should not miss at all. I'm trying to set our space right now, and there. I would like you to get ready. It's going to be another awesome experience. Is loading, and in case we have more questions, I am still ready to take those questions. Get them ready. What can be done? Leader okay, and I forgot to actually add our name. I will make sure our name is added. How do we difficult members as team? Okay, there are a lot of difficult team members out there. And how do we cope with them? Wow, those questions are I really appreciate this. Yes, RonkePosh in the building. Yes, let's It's not on yet. We can't wait at all. And more questions coming in. Let me copy see those questions and get those questions ready for us. Please get ready for us to be able to explore greatness, Please get ready. And I'd like you to get ready because I'm going to be displaying some part of adverse content again, and this content will be displayed for a very long time. And before we start, I would like you to as much as possible try to patronize all those adverts we are seeing on the screen, and I would like you to do as much as possible to try your best to patronize those. Welcome back. That was a very short break with Adverse. I'd like you to subscribe to Adverse. Adverse is a great LMS that you will like to deploy in your school. And as you can see, I will still try to display that content again and again. Can you please let's try as much as possible to drop those questions? And we are about to start the next class. We are about to start the next class. And we can't wait at all. We can't wait at all because the next class is going to be awesome. The next class is going to be awesome, and this is a class that I can't wait for personally. And I'd like you to take advantage of this class because it is going to be a great time. We are about to get ready, get set as we host our next speaker, RonkePosh. And I want to welcome everyone who is actually joining us for the first time. This is the CME annual conference, and we are about to host a lot of scholars. We've hosted a lot of them since morning, since morning, and since morning. I would like you to take your time. If you have questions, please leadership that the session will just finish now. I have actually stored all the questions by showing you how to this question. If you can send me private messages, are going to learn a lot too. I want to welcome everyone once again to the CME 4th Annual Conference. And my name is ODETOLA Ebenezer Israel. And you'll be wondering that why am I putting on what's it called, traditional wear under my blazer? You know, I'm trying to celebrate art because I'm an artist. I'm proud of it. And I'm going to be displaying some products of this also in case you are interested. We have a lot of them in our store, and you can take advantage of them. You can use a lot of them for so many things out there. You can use a lot of them for so many things out there, and we have them in different varieties. Even in your school, when school resumes, there should be a uniqueness that you will bring in the school system when school resumes. And I'm going to show you a lot of videos about that soon. And I would like you to get ready, get set for a lot of exploration with me. Okay, RonkePosh is in the building, and get ready as we are about to host RonkePosh in the next 3 minutes. In the next 3 minutes, we are going to start right away. In the next 3 minutes. Okay, let's make it 11:25. That means in the next 11:25, which is in the next 4 minutes, this class is going to start. Kindly please, as much as possible, share this video with your colleagues so that they can join us. This is going to be an awesome experience that you will never forget for life. Because anytime we talk about with RonkePosh, it is not just anyhow class, but a class to learn, a class to relearn, and a class to actually see example of how it is being done professionally. Last year was great with oh my god, you know, this year, if not that it is online, you will actually have those vibe, those action in place. And I would like you to take your time, get ready, and as we are about to welcome, I want to display some pictures of last year so that you see some of those experience, and you will see what I'm talking about. That yes, that's during our 3rd annual conference. She was available, and it was an awesome time with her. I'd like you to get ready as we have just 2 minutes left. We have just 2 minutes left. With that name alone, we are not talking about posting, we are talking about content action. We will be exploring the topic hiring for harvest. We have been talking about another aspect. today. So this is the
Hello everyone, my name is OLUBUKOLA ADEWUYI.
I want you to welcome RonkePosh in the building. She take us through leadership. Welcome, ma. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Good morning, everybody. It's good to be here. Thank you, Eben, for putting together yet another amazing program. We love and appreciate you for always doing this. Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me again and again. I appreciate it. Please let me know that you can hear me. Thank you, Kathy, Aurelia. Thank you. Anybody else there? Do say hello. I will hit the ground running immediately. I can see Sylvia, Olatunji, Victoria, Ayola. Good. Awesome. And please confirm that you can see my screen. Can you see my screen? Not yet? No, I want to, I don't want to present my whole screen. Hang on a minute. Just bear with me. This is our okay, it's not capturing, but I will try again. I will keep trying. Today I've been asked to speak about hiring for harvest, and I have it right here in front of me. I just need to project it to you, if it will allow me. That would be quite a challenge. Just let me try again. Sorry about the wait, guys, but it keeps showing the wrong thing. I think we have it now. Let's see, do we have it? Is it showing? Speak to me, Eben. It's not. It's not. Today is the day. All right, let me stop again. Let me. I'm using my laptop. I'm using my laptop, so I'm going to use my phone. I don't like using my phone for presentation, but let's try it. Let's find out why it's not. Let's look for Eben. Otherwise, I'll just have to talk to it for everyone. Why won't I use it? I'm gonna use it. See why I didn't want to join from another device, because of the audio challenges. And when I use two devices, I don't even know which one is which one. Yeah, I know what to do. I know what to do. It's just not that lucky day. One is out. All right, let me see. I'm just going to talk through the slides. It's unfortunate that I can't. It's not working. I will keep trying as I go along, but it doesn't appear to be casting. It's not appearing to be casting anything. Let me try my entire screen. Any luck? It's there. I know what to do. This is not my first Google Meet, so I know what to do. It's just not cooperating, as technology tends to do. Because I have it here, it's saying presenting. You are presenting. Stop presenting. Okay, well, it is what it is. I would have to just go ahead as normal. What happened? Okay, let me try and I'll try and see if I can send it to you, but it is actually on a drive, so I'll have to download it first and all that sort of stuff, and it's going to waste time. So apologies about the delay. Can't hiring for harvest. So this is my brief introduction. The only thing that would have changed from what Eben must have told you is the fact that I am now a YouTuber. That's the last thing on the slide that you would have seen as number one. So that's the only new thing. So if you're not subscribed to my channel, look for RonkePosh, and I share educational content. So I've been asked to talk about hiring for harvest. And one of the first things that I will do is to tell a story. I'll tell you a story. And today we are, if my slide comes up, I am going to be sharing loads of bonuses, t-shirts, mugs, and also customized items for teachers. I have the pictures on my slide. However, it has refused to cooperate. I've sent it to Eben now. Let's see what happens. But I'm on slide 3 now. So you're going to be getting loads of freebies. So please engage. Sorry about the technology challenge. There's nothing I can do. Maybe it's a network. I don't know. It doesn't matter. We move on. So what are my areas of focus today? I'll be focusing on the children believe it or not, when you're hiring, you have to think about the children, the sort of educators you're going to hire. They must be people that actually love the children that they are working with. We are going to be talking about parents that are usually very value driven, and you need that when you are also recruiting. And whilst it may seem like a topic for school owners, administrators, or managers, I will also be talking from the perspective of the teacher, because the teacher must be able to fit into the boxes that I'm going to be talking about today. If you are teaching, there's a lot of value chain. People believe that when they teach, the next thing that they need to do is to become a school owner, and that is usually not is not something that I normally recommend as a thought. There are so many things that you can do in the value chain of education. There's so many things that you can do, but people don't know what they do not know. As a result, they just believe that it's only being a school owner. If I know what I know now, I probably won't have a school. If I know what I know 10 years ago, when we were still thinking about setting up a school, then I wouldn't even have thought about it, and I will still be doing what I'm doing today, and I'll probably still even be making more money than I'm making today. So when we're hiring for Harvest, I said I was going to tell you a story. I will tell you a story about a teacher, about two teachers actually. We had two teachers at some point, and those teachers, they worked here for about six and a half years, and they left about the same time. Now, they didn't actually leave at about the same time. One left for the UK, and I shared it on Facebook because I was so proud of her, and I still am. She's no longer a teacher at OLUBUKOLA, but she's a teacher at OLUBUKOLA school because she loves the school. Even after she had left, she was doing her master's, she has finished, she will still be sending us ideas for online learning, for graduation. She's such a part of the school. She's moved on in her life, but she's still connected to the school because she loves the school. Round about the same time that I hired that lady, I had another lady that also worked for 6.5 years, but guess what happened to this one? That one, I fired her, and I made no apologies for firing her. And people will say, oh, somebody worked for you 6.5 years for what she had done, and that you fire somebody like that. You find that when you want to hire, along the lines, there are signs. So hiring for me is a journey. I have learned along the way. When I did one of the masters that I did, it was in Masters in Business Administration, and my specialty was in human resources. I did that in the UK. But I found out that those things don't apply in Nigeria. What applies in the abroad does not apply in Nigeria at all, because we are a different breed. This lady was so greedy, but the signs were there. But because she started with us, I continued to embrace and endure all the things that she was doing. So sentiments got into it. So when you are hiring for Harvest, you don't let sentiment get the better of you, because your school must be a system. It's not an area, it's not a church. It's not somewhere where you are too emotional about what you are doing. And what happened to me, I was very emotional about what I was doing, and every time she did air, I would leave her. But she worked for such a long time, I trusted her with many things. Along the way, she will say, for example, a parent can come and give 100K and say the teachers should share it. And she can take 50K and tell everybody else to go and share the rest. And it became trouble, and eventually it got to me, and I called her into my office, and she was repeating things that we are not equals. We are not equals. We are not equals. You know, she believed that she was better than them. She believed that because she was in the school earlier than many of them, she needed a bigger pie of the share. It was in her hands that money used to get missing. And there were all sorts of signs of corrupt practices, but I just always overlooked them. But what made me not hire her eventually was the grace of God. What she had done, I would never have known in a million years, except God wanted me to know. Which is why, believe it or not, it's very important to be praying as well. I woke up in the middle of the night to use the restroom, then check my phone, only for me to have received a WhatsApp from her, where she had started collecting the names of the children in the school to do extra lessons with them somewhere around the corner from the school. And then what was happening was that admin had been reporting to me that some of the children, especially the newer ones, that were coming to summer camp had stopped coming. I traveled to the UK that time, and she told me that she wanted to complete a course, that she needed to be closed at 2 o'clock. But because I trusted her so much, I didn't say anything. I just allowed her to carry on. And she did. It turned out that she never went to school. When she finished at 2 o'clock, she would take those children to this private space that she was using to be teaching the children. The children were not coming to school. So I learned a lot of lessons along the way, because when you're hiring, you must hire for values. Everyone should have a personal value. Everyone should have a personal value. What are the personal values of the people that you're hiring, and what are the signs that you will see that should make you not want to hire? Those signs were evident to me, but then I was too emotional about decision making. So I'm speaking here today does not mean that I've not made my own mistakes along the way. I made my mistakes along the way, but I learned from my own mistakes also. So when you're hiring, I personally set some expectations now. So you can go on Google and they will tell you different ways of hiring. Use a recruiter, use this. That's not what I want to talk about today. I want to talk about the changes that happened after this lady has left. If she was not greedy, the people that are doing her role, an equivalent of her role today, will be the ones, she will have been the one reaping what they are reaping today. Because as a school grows, for you to get more commitment, you must be able to be willing to give. You must be able to give. So when I say give, so say for example, if there's profit sharing, for example, you must be able to give a percentage of the profit to people that have stayed with you with time. You don't increase salary based on sentiment. Oh, they've been here for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. You can't keep increasing salary. They must be appraised, and there must be a system that will justify the pay. I've been guilty of paying people like that lady based on the time they spent there. In fact, I would travel, I would bring things, all sorts of things were happening, but they were not the professional way to do things. So I got burnt. Now, when you're hiring now, you have to have an open mind. The people that you're hiring, they don't have to be all Muslims. They don't have to be all Christians. They have to just be people that love children, have integrity and great personal values. So make sure that you have an open mind. Some people don't want to hire people of another tribe or whatever the case may be. But think about people like Facebook. If they wanted only Buddhists, because Mark Zuckerberg is not a Buddhist. If you wanted only Buddhists, will Facebook be doing what it's doing today? Will it really be doing what it's doing today? I do not think so. If there any progress with the slides, please let me know. And then you must have faith in people, you must trust people, and you must hope for the best. One challenge that I still have till today is trust, because I've been burnt so many times. And you must know that everybody will come with their own challenges. There will be challenges as you go along the way. Okay, so as you're hiring, let me see your comments coming in. Let me start from Rachel said, God factor is key. Hire for value, hire with focus on personal values and never be over emotional. Good. As an education prayer is very important. Congeality is also key. A leader fails, bounces back. Do you have my slides now? Okay. When you are ready, I'm on slide 6. When you're ready, I'm on slide 6. So you must have a vision in your school. However, when you have the general vision for your school, you'll be able to know the vision and the mission for the type of people you want. You must hire your tribe, your own kind of people. The COVID-19 has happened, and a lot of schools have lost their staff, their personnel, everything. At OLUBUKOLA, everybody is intact. Everybody is coming back. Everybody is happy. We were able to pay everybody 100% salary, including data money. Not because we're so rich, but our value systems means that our teachers must be so happy. Being happy means that they will be able to give the children the very best. So we prioritize teacher salary over anything else during this time because it aligned with our mission and our vision. Why are you hiring for Harvard? What are the values of the school and the individual? Do they align? If you're hiring somebody that is very money driven and your school is not money driven but transformation and impact driven, then you are hiring the wrong person. Why are you hiring for harvest? For growth, you need great people for growth. You need assets. The teachers are the assets of the school. So you need to nurture the assets in the school. You need to hire for harvest because you need peace. As simple as it is. I just love my peace of mind so much. So I must have peace, and whoever you're hiring, you mustn't hire a cantankerous person. And that is why it is important that we have a reference system. And if you're not connected with Investigate, join the Investigate Facebook group and also on Instagram, because these are some of the values that we're trying to drive and bring into the educational sector. And then you must know that you need to hire for harvest for as an investment and for continuity. For continuity, not spelled well there very well. You must have a process when you're hiring. So, like I said, I don't want to talk about the boring stuff of application, job description, KPIs. KPIs are key performance indicators, and they're very important when you're hiring because they will tell you that this person is doing a good job and they have hit certain milestones and certain tasks that they're supposed to do before they move on. Those are the kind of people that the school wants to invest in. Anyone that has stayed with the school, so if you have charcoal and wood that has not caught fire yet, and you're fanning it and fanning it and fanning it, it is when enough fanning has gone through that it will catch fire. So why do I use that example? It is the teachers that have stayed with you as a school that you want to invest in, that the ones you want to buy the company car for, that the ones that you want to add more and more value to. Somebody can't just come off the street and then you just say, okay, come and take everything. They haven't been tried, they haven't been tested. But you find teachers jumping from pillar to post. You may be getting the odd 10,000, 20,000 naira increase, but nobody is going to treat you as an asset. You are working for money. So nobody is going to treat you as an asset because you haven't stayed long enough. Then there should be a probation period. At LePosh, we have a 6-month probation period. We have tests that you have to engage in before you become part of the LePosh family. There should be a selection process. There should be an interview process. So there should be a panel if you want, so that you can be as rigorous as possible, and there should be buy-in of the other people in the company so that they can know. Because if you have one bad member of staff, your school is in trouble. We had one very bad member of staff once. It was so terrible for the school. At some point, we had to get her a psychologist to check her mental state. And we had to pay and get her a psychologist to check her mental state. So it's very important also to know that people have psychiatric problems. This lady caused so much problem. Everybody in the school she was turning them upside down. It was like a different school. The moment she left, we reverted back to default. So you must be careful of the assessments that you make, the type of tests, the orientation process. Let them know what you do in the school. Don't assume that they know because they work somewhere else. And there should be agreements. We've had cases where we haven't had agreements when we started casually because the guidance was not there. But there should be agreements when you are hiring for harvest, so there's no conflict. And then slide 8, I said hiring for harvest. So this is our first bonus prize. Teachers are your assets. Let me see who is commenting the most now, so that they can get the first prize. So what was the first prize? The first prize is on slide 3, and that is get a free Posh teacher t-shirt. So who is going to get? Nobody's going to treat you like an asset because you haven't stayed long enough. Yes, teachers are the assets of the school. Correct. I love this lecture. Okay, good. Aspire learners, what happens where school owner doesn't care about her staff? Now, how do you know that they don't care about the staff? Is it an assumption? Is it a presupposition? Why wouldn't somebody care about their staff? There is no smoke without fire. So it's too ambiguous a question for me to answer, because you can't just say somebody does not care about you. You also must check yourself, because we must not always assume the worst. No matter what, we must give people the benefit of the doubt, because no matter what people do, they do it from a place of love. Even when somebody rapes a woman, believe me, psychologists will tell you that they did it out of love. They just didn't do it the right way. So this person that you are saying is not treating you right, what conversations have you had? What policies are they breaking? What measures have been put in place? So you yourself must check where you have fallen short and where they have fallen short, and then you have the conversations. But it's too generic for me to make that sort of comment. So decide who gets the first prize. Set expectations. I think Ms. Didiolu is even the one that should get the first prize, because she even tried to contact me when my screen wasn't coming up. So let Ms. Didiolu get the first free posh t-shirt. Congratulations to Mrs. Didiolu from Flourish Gate Consulting. And then we move to slide 8. Which was our second prize, actually. So who gets our second prize? Vote for the person that gets the second prize, even. Nobody's going to treat you like an asset. I like that comment. Mina Banj. Mina Banj will get the Right Kid 101 mug and t-shirt. Make sure that you are subscribed to the YouTube channel and you get more information about education. So, hiring for harvest, we are moving on to slide 9. Slide 9, your hiring should be smart, specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound. Your hiring should be smart. Hiring, smart hiring goals. Specific, measurable, achievable, realistic. Make sure you have an orientation when you have a hiring. Specific in terms of what is the person going to be doing. Make sure that it's achievable. Make sure that you can measure that, okay, oh, this teacher has taught class 6 3 times and this is what they've done and this is the number of children that did so well. You know, measure it and pay them based on that. Don't pay because you feel like paying, or they are nice and they're always greeting you. That is sentiment. We don't hire on sentiment. Slide 10. Hiring for harvest. What are the challenges? There are many challenges that come along the way. The reality is that the typical Nigerian person does not love the next person. We are belly driven because we are on Maslow's bottom of the food chain. Everybody is money, 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 money. And that is why I want to give today. I do not want to, I want to make people happy before they resume schools. I want to give. So there's a lot I'm going to be giving out away today. So stay tuned and keep the comments coming in. And also make sure that you subscribe to the YouTube channel where you will find a lot more information. There are challenges, but we must change the narratives, because for us to grow as a school, as a sector, we must love each other, just like the comedians love each other. When Mr. Macaroni came out, oh, you are doing well. Before you know what's happening, the likes of John Jazzy, Tokama Kenwa, everybody, they started working with him. If it's educational sector, everybody will be hiding everything from each other. But we're supposed to collaborate. So you have to hire people that are confident, people that are willing to share. There are challenges when it comes to the school. At some point, we were naive as well. I was personally naive because I was assuming that the way that I will recruit in the UK is the same way I'm going to be working here, and it is not the case. Hiring for desperation. Like now, during the COVID, a lot of schools are hiring anybody because a lot of teachers have left. Hiring for desperation is never a good idea. It is a bad idea. There can be recruiter error, but we need to hire. Human capital development, when it comes to training teachers, is very, very poor. People are cheating. A lot of teachers have cheated their way through school of education, their degrees or whatever. Malpractice is commonplace in Nigeria. So they come into the school with that mindset. moral decadence in the environment. So teachers come, they steal stationery, they tell lies, they do all sorts of things. So you can, even if they are good, because the culture of the environment means that people cheat. So even when they send you to get something, if it's 5 naira, you will say it's 10 naira. Because if you don't say it's 10 naira, somebody will call you mugu. You're not making money. But we need people that have integrity. We need leaders. So these are some of the challenges that we have when we are hiring. So before I will hire for skill, I would train instead. I would rather hire people that have a good heart, people that love the children, and then I would train or retrain or upgrade or upskill. But for me, it is never a case of skill. As a matter of fact, you find that the more the skill, the more arrogant the people are. The lack of love is no longer there. It's now money, 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 money. And that is not the life that an educator should be living. Okay, slide 11. Who gets the free branding tutorial? Who gets the free branding tutorial? Who wants it? Let me know. Key performance indicator, yes. She thinks she's doing them a favor for employing. Well, you don't know what anybody thinks. Aspire. I really need you to be more positive with your comments. You don't know what someone is thinking, so it's still an assumption. How do you know whom you are hiring? You can never know who you're hiring, except if you're a mind reader or you're good. So you can never know who you're hiring. However, that is why we have a probation period. That is why we have assessments. That is why one person should not be the person hiring. There should be more than one person hiring, so that you can get as much information as possible. That is also why reference is important. Reference is important. How did they behave in their previous environment? Personal references, professional references will begin to give you an idea of who the person is. Some schools do not treat their teachers as assets. Maybe they don't know, because you don't know what you don't know. If you know better, you will do better. Screening, selection, test, appointment, agreement, orientation, boom, spot on. Felicia, don't hire for. Felicia, don't hire for. I don't understand that. How do you hire for harvest in a low mentality environment? I don't know what low mentality environment means. I'm such an optimist. So I don't know what a low mentality environment means. I believe that we can make the most of any environment. For someone that has been in the UK, schooled in the UK and been there for 20 years, coming to Nigeria in the educational system, I found that there were lots of gaps. And I was significantly ahead of a lot of people. But I will not still say that they have a low mentality or the environment is a low mentality. Instead, I will give. And that is why I have a Posh Teacher private group. And that is why I'm also sharing on my YouTube channel every time. Just tick RonkePosh. You must do your best to fill the gap. We cannot complain. We must be at cause and be responsible for what is happening in the environment, not complaining. Complaining is not going to get us anywhere. We must do our best. Mina said, thank God my staff with mental health issues resigned yesterday. Her therapist even got tired of her, and I heard on the ground that she is very good. Okay? There must be an orientation process. Is too important. There must be a handbook. At Le Posh, we have a handbook for orientation. Once you've read it, a lot of people didn't used to read it. I said, I learned on the job. They won't read it, and you ask them, where is the smoke alarm, for example? They don't know where it is because they didn't read the handbook. So what happens is when you've read the handbook or you claim you've read the handbook, you now have to sit a test. If you don't get at least 75% in the test, then you haven't read it. You have to repeat it with another set of questions. So it's very, very important. It avoids conflicts. Yes, thanks. What about a situation where the teachers don't understand that money is not coming into the school and they are expecting full salary in the COVID period? That is why communication is very, very important. You carry people along. If money is not coming in, you carry people along. A lot of people have done almost 100 webinars during this COVID period, and I find that a lot of schools did not communicate with their teachers. They did not show empathy and they did not show love. So the thing is, if parents are not paying, you need to be communicating. If one or two have paid, you might have to share whatever you have. You must be able to give and show love. That is the only way. And if you previously show love along the way, it will be easy to carry them along. They will believe you because they know you, they like you, and they trust you. Thanks for subscribing, Mina. Mina, subscribe. So, Mina, you will get the free branding tutorial. Congratulations. Good job. And make sure you all contact me because I'm very forgetful. The school is a place of contract between management and the members of staff. Okay, measurable, smart, wonderful, Sylvia. So let's move on. We've given the third prize. Let's go. Ensure that you, as a school, you are lifelong learners. You're constantly learning. You don't wait for training courses. And what we don't wait for training courses, we are constantly learning in-house courses. They're not waiting for the school. So you overcome challenges by starting early with the people. Start early. When it comes to training development, doing all sorts of things, is an attitude, the attitude of the recruiter and the employer. You must have a positive attitude. You must have a growth mindset, and you must be able to overcome all those challenges. Sorry, guys. Okay, it's off now. Like I said, at Investigate, we are on Instagram and we are also on Facebook. Join those groups because we do free training for teachers as well on there. Get references. Don't be desperate. Get a reference. Selection for harvest. I'm done. So now I'm on slide 13. Selection for harvest. So someone like me, like I said, skill is not number one for me. EdTech is very, very important that people have basic technological skills. However, as long as the interest is there, you can upskill the person. Like if you have all these coppers, before their minds are poisoned and they've been taught all sorts of things, those newbies, it's always nice to have them because they are pliable, they are committed, and if your environment is not toxic and there's the right attitude, you'll be able to move forward with them. Then the red flags, people that are unprofessional, they will come during the interview, they'll be abusing their former school. Like, for example, they will talk about other staff, they'll just keep saying bad things. Those kind of people are not positive people. You don't want them in your environment. If you didn't get on with somebody, your previous employer, you can state it, but you don't have to be derogatory. You don't have to say negative things about them. You must be professional. And you don't need to lie either. Just say that we fell out because of this and this. Be honest. Someone that is jumping from job to job, 1 year here, 1 year there, 2 years there. At OLUBUKOLA, we don't like to hire people like that except they are graduates or coppers. If you're moving from school to school, it means that nobody can invest in you. You're wasting our time. And we need people to stay with the children, and we need people to have money is not people will not wait to see you go. They don't mind you going. They don't even care whether you come or whether you go. But if you are adding value where you are, you will be valued. Then we have the red flags, the application process. You will see some people that are applying by WhatsApp. Some people are applying by text message. Some people are applying no subjects, no cover letter, nothing. you already know that that person is just looking for any kind of job. Some people on their CV to say they studied agriculture and they are looking for teaching in early years. Some people are chemistry teachers and they are looking for a job in preschool. It never makes any sense. You can tell desperation from somebody's CV and when you speak to them as well. Now, hiring for harvest, we are moving to slide 15. Who gets prize number 15? Prize number 15. Prize number 15 will go to who? Who gets 15? If you're moving your school from school, you're wasting our time. Yes. You need to be professional. Yes. Wow, good point. People who say bad things about their previous schools. Yes. When you hire, train, and leave your job, do keep training. Yes, keep training. Probation referencing paneling. Ma, do you think hiring for desperation can stop in as much as teacher can leave at any time once they are done with you without informing you? Now, if a teacher has spent a lot of time in a school, you will have trained them to be professional. You will have taught them how to resign. The culture of the school will be in them. They won't just leave like that, you know. But there's some people that will still leave like that, and it's okay. But I can't link it to the question, Malajumake. I can't link. Do you think hiring for this one can stop? In as well, I can leave at any time once they are done with you without informing you. I can't link the questions. You might need to refrain. I fired a teacher because she's a bad influence to others. But when she left, some people left with her. What should I do when next I'm faced with this? So, how did she? You fired her because she's a bad influence to others. At that point, how long has she been? Because I will need more context. And when she left with some pupils, how much information has been made available to these teachers? And then how much autonomy does that particular teacher have in the school? How much autonomy do they have in the school? So there are so many questions that one has to ask for someone to leave. And then how much power does that person have? Because you're now giving the value, you're giving value and too much power to someone else. The parents must believe in the school and not in an individual teacher. We had a PTA meeting this morning. They believe in the school, not one particular teacher. There's no one particular teacher that can take the children away. So there's a structure. So who asked that question? Ms. Fumilayo Saliu, you might need to just give me a call to talk about that because I don't really have all the answers there. So do your best to fill the gap. Hire people that are confident, smart, and able to add value to the school. He or she must be smart, have good heart, presentable, outspoken, intelligent, and will be able to cope with others. So let's give Elizabeth the fourth prize. Free 2-day training during the midterm will go to Abiola. So slide 16, incentives. When you're hiring, they will ask some teachers, what do you want? What is your expectation? They will say nothing at the interview. Do you have any questions? They will say nothing. You need to be asking what the environment is like. What's the kitchen like? What are the terms? What are the extra things that you get as a teacher? What are the added benefits? What is growth plan for each teacher? What is the environment like? Is it a peaceful environment? Is it a fun? Is it a bubbly environment? Like Le Posh, for example, is a very fun, bubbly environment. How much support do people get? It's how much are they like a family? Like Le Posh, for example, is definitely a family school. So, also on that, whatever hiring, it should always be value, not money. Value driven. You must also bring value to the table. No one will want to let you go if you are bringing value to the table. What is the career path for each individual? What do they want? You have to let people know the value chain of education. The value chain is so wide. A lot of people have been boxed in to believe that once you are a teacher, the next thing is school owner. And that is why a lot of schools are failing, because they don't have business sense. They don't have business experience, or being in the children does not make you a school owner automatically. You must do some business lesson. And that's why collecting school fees, finding your tribe, all sorts of things happen, because the knowledge you really have is to be a teacher in the school, lesson plans and things like that. You don't actually have the knowledge of running an organization. Before OLOYEDE, I had 10 years of banking experience, business experience, masters in business administration, and amongst others. So when it comes to business accounting and things like that, it's easy because I have that experience. Now, if you went into education straight away, you might not have that experience. You can still find other things to do, and you can train as well. It's not always school ownership. There are other things that you can do. Building a brand. So there are some teachers, and I will be interviewing some of them on my YouTube channel in the next week or two, where they built their brand. So they work in certain schools, but they are well branded. You know them because this is what they do for the school. Some of them, they are fantastic SS3 teachers, and all the children that do OLOYEDE that can always pass without cheating. Some of them, if they are teachers that are so good in English, they speak so well, their children speak so well. What is your brand? What is it? No, we are maths teachers, science teachers. Your children know how to do competition, spelling bee. What is it that you represent? And then the school wants to hire you because you are already a brand. Okay? So we're moving to slide 18. On slide 18, mindfulness is very, very important. It's important that we are mindful when we are hiring. There must be a mindset shift when we are also hiring, because a lot of people come from an environment that has been toxic. Recently, when we were looking for a year 3 teacher, and the lady came, she's coming from a toxic environment, and she was complaining about all sorts of things in the environment, but she seemed like a nice lady. But my fear was that she will bring that bile. And then people know schools already. Some schools, when you hear their school, say, I don't want anybody from that school because they are troublemakers in that school. You don't want people from that school to come to your school. So you must, if you have those people, you must have a mindset shift for them to let them know that it is possible to have that love quotient, that things can actually happen positively in the environment. So the next thing, mental and emotional well-being, very, very important for teachers, because there are lots of psychiatric cases that we have been hearing about of recent in schools. It might not be safe for you to hire some teachers. You might have to get them to do some tests depending on their history, because they can be dangerous to the children. Now, hiring for harvest. This is the last prize. I will flash it here. However, I won't announce who gets it yet. Maybe Eben will decide who will get number 5. So number 5 is, you get number 1 to 3 prizes above. You get number 1 to 3 prizes above. So, you get number 5. You have to do a mindset makeover course. You get number 1 to 3, but you must all be subscribed to the YouTube channel to get any of this and all the other videos that we do. So we have training for graphics, we have training for video creation, we have training for school owners, we have training for businesses, we have all sorts of things and all other fun videos as well. So that's the last final prize. We haven't given that one out. So for now, it's question time. So let me see if there are questions that are here. Do you think hiring for this? Okay, we've done that one already. If you're moving from school to school, you're wasting your time. You need to be professional. Absolutely. Wow, good point. People who say bad things about their previous school, bad idea. Ms. Yololu says, yes, you can't stop training because some are leaving. You are training for the learner's sake. The teacher is just a beneficiary. You can't stop because you are leaving. You can't stop training people. And any time you train somebody, even if they leave, you have sown a seed. You sow that seed into that individual, and they carry your seed to another child. So always see it, don't see it as a bad thing. It's your seed that is going around, your money that you've invested. If you're adding value, you will be valued. You will. God, please help with this network hitches are too bad. So Esther said network issues. So you must watch a video on my YouTube channel about Zoom. So it says before you Zoom, that's the name of the YouTube channel. And some of the things that when we are doing webinars, we shouldn't be saying, like network challenges and things like that. Whilst they are valid points, they do not belong to here. So I made it in quite a humorous way. Just check it out and watch that video. It should be me. I don't know what that means. Blessing. Sophia says, if you add value, I've read that. Keep training, train. Even if teachers are leaving, you can't stop training, because if you don't train them, they will not be skilled enough to get your children to the level that you want them to be. So the teachers in your school, always ask yourself questions like this. Can they bring up a Michelle Obama? Can they bring up a Obama? Can they bring up scientists? Can they bring up Ewole Soyinka? Think like that. Are you that kind of teacher that can bring out that kind of person? So if you don't train them, how are they going to be great? So you have to be training. But we were brought up with the cover your answer mentality where people cannot share. People don't like sharing. And we must share. We must continue sharing. And that is why I'm doing what I'm doing. Eben does what he does. He also shares a lot. So thanks a lot. As Paya said, I'm too much, ma'am. Thank you very much. Mariam says, train for the teachers to make reference of their professional previous school. Yes, we need references. Do give value, and too much power to one particular. Yeah, I had a situation during this COVID where only one teacher knew how to use the Google Classroom that they were using in their own school. She was the one doing everything. So she went to the school owner and said she wanted a huge salary, like maybe 100K extra or something like that, because she was the only one doing it. So the lady came to me and said, she doesn't know what to do. And if the teacher leaves, she's the only one that knows how to do it. Luckily, we're doing that midterm thing. I said, what you're going to do is, you yourself must know how to do it. And all the things that we do, even going into the classes via Zoom, into the homes via Zoom, I was able to do it during this COVID to prove to teachers that it's not only them that can do it. Besides that, everybody was trained. So I told her that over those 3 days, she should make sure everybody knows what that lady that wants to leave can do. If somebody has too much power, that is when they behave like that. So everybody should know how to use. What is the big deal in everybody knowing how to use it? There's no big deal in it. One unknowingly hire a haste when teachers zoomed up without letting the school know, and the school is desperate to get someone to stay with the children. So yes, but you might be desperate and then you do something, kill a child. What will happen? So there should be no sentiment when it comes to hiring. Sometimes you might have to manage a class. Things happen, but you just can't get inspiration. The parents believe in the school and not in the individual teachers. Yes, like today we had a meeting. They're not clamoring for any particular teacher. It's just not possible at OLOYEDE because we give so much value. And as a leader, they believe also in my leadership. They believe in the leaders in the school. Us as a team, as a whole, we are one body. It's not one person like that. Some schools is like if they don't see Mrs. X, Y, and Z, nothing is happening. We don't, and I don't believe anybody should have that kind of school. So the parents believe in school and not individuals. Fun, bubbly environment. Our value system at OLOYEDE is fun, bubbly environment. Higher value, not money. Absolutely. I have learned to calm down while hiring to get those that won't just leave. There should be processes, and if they are strictly followed, it will curb the problem of hiring in a haste. Yes. And as the school grows, you want to be having reserves. Maybe graduates that will be helping around, people that you are training along, so that if somebody leaves, somebody else can take their place. But you find that as you grow older, you will get it right to the point where people don't want to go anymore. So you will get it right eventually if you are treating people well. Should the teacher stay in an environment without any personal and professional growth? What are you doing to ensure that there's personal and professional growth? That's one of the things that I always say. If the school cannot afford to be sending you on training, why don't you start the training and say, let's have the staff meeting. Let's be training every Thursday. Everybody pick a topic and we talk about it for 30 minutes. Let's watch a video. So there's no environment that training and development cannot happen in it. You just have to ensure that you are the one that is, you are the leader. You can be the one. It's called situational leadership. Everything does not have to fall on the lead on the school owner. Like I said, a lot of school owners don't actually have business knowledge. They don't have business knowledge, and they haven't hired people with business knowledge to carry their school to another level. So you find that these sort of things happen. But if you know that you need training, start it. And once they see the difference, you explain it to them, and they too attend some free webinars or seminars, then they will begin to buy into it. Be the change that you want to see. No employer would want you to leave once you are valuable, hence an asset, not a problem. Exactly. Felicia, you must be able to bring value to the table. Value is more important than money. You are right. If the concept is friendly and teachers will be more committed. I'm wrong to hire a teacher. Please, ma'am, am I wrong to hire a teacher who is passionate about the pupils and has experience in teaching but does not have the qualifications in education? It depends on the children that she's teaching. Now it's mandatory that people have TRCN, and it is you need to get to all have education degrees. So maybe they can be working as a support as not the core teacher for now, whilst they are supporting and they are getting their qualifications. I won't say fire the person. I know that incentives make teachers stay. Yes, mindfulness is important, very, very important. And I have a video on mindfulness on my YouTube channel. If you don't understand what mindfulness is, it's very, very deep. And as we resume with the children, it's important that we include mindfulness and mindfulness activities and exercises into our lessons. Branding, am I going to work? I'm going to work on that myself. Yes, you're going to work on that yourself. That works. You need to create your brand. Really good to have you, Ma. Thank you. Mental well-being is important. What are the features of branding? Bolade, that is beyond the scope of this, but I have material for branding. Again, just connect to me via that YouTube channel. Somebody already won the branding one, but maybe I will just give you Bolade as well, the branding one, so that since you've already asked. Train, even if they leave, you have sown the seed. Integrity, yes, we must share. You must share. You must share. Yes, the lesson is awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you. We should get all teachers involved to avoid being desperate when anyone leaves. Exactly. And then it's good for everybody to be smart in your school. Not only when they have a problem or something, they will be calling only certain teachers as if some people are not good enough. You want everybody to be smart in your school. Come to the project, nobody you can ask any question. Everybody is smart up and doing. Let everybody be smart. You don't want a few smart teachers. You need your employees to go for health tests during probation. Teachers leaving because of late payments and sometimes no payment for a long time. What can I do to keep the teachers motivated? Let me read it again. Teachers leaving because of late payments. So don't pay them late. Have a date when you pay them. Have a date when you pay them. And no payment for a long time. Everybody needs money. Whilst we don't prioritize money above everything. People actually need money to get on with their lives and feed their children. So it's important that we pay. What can I do to keep the teachers motivated? You have to pay teachers. It's just important. You can't substitute anything else for money. So even if you give them bags of rice, it's still not their salary. So salary is very critical. So if you have to say no to some parents, see, RonkePosh is making a lot of impact in the country. I know. We read it in the papers. When we did our online graduation, we're one of the first schools to do it. We're making a lot of impact. A lot of things that we do it very well. But when you come to the school, you will see that it's a very big space, but we don't have too many children. There's many schools that have the same model in Ikoyi where you would have 50 to 100 children in the school, but they're making more money than some schools that have 500 children because per child they are charging a lot, and it's not a lot, but a lot more than all those other schools because they are giving a lot of value. For me, I don't believe a good school is about the number of children you can turn around. Because you saw during this COVID that the big schools were not even able to move forward. They didn't even know how to manage their children. They're desperate to come back to physical school because they did not know what to do. Because a lot of them have all these old mamas that don't even have tech skills. So a lot of the big schools struggled. It was the small to medium term schools that were able to move forward at this time. So really, we must be careful and think about all those things. So we must also pay. So you might have to have 50 children in your school. As long as the 50 parents are paying, they would be able to pay your staff. Don't have of the people. It makes no sense. People. You're welcome, Mojirayo. And average from growth, thank you. Improvising training. What's your advice to a new school on hiring? A new school on hiring is start with your budget. Start with your budget. Make it known to the people that you are hiring. You may not be able to get, except if you have reserves, you may not be able to get a very expensive teacher. But you yourself, if you're a school owner and an educationist, you must be able to support whoever you have so that the person can be really, really strong, because that's what will bring people to you. Initiate training. Yes, you are really good at what you do, ma. Awesome time with you. Thank you so much. Be the thing that you see. Thank you for the answer given to my question. I'll do that. No problem. Be the change. Kisses. Be the change that you want to see. Organize in-house training, teamwork. Teachers need to train. Let me just check the time. I have 6 minutes more. How do you teach loyalty? Loyalty is a value. It's not taught, it is imbibed. It's a culture of the organization. So you don't say you have to be loyal. This is how to be loyal. You have to imbibe the culture. When people come to RonkePosh, they see how people behave. So they will start behaving like all those other people. We don't have these people that issues are supported. So in the family, how do your children stay loyal to you? Just think about it. You don't teach them loyalty. They are just naturally loyal to you because you treat them well. I'm interested in branding package 2 for me, Ugo. Okay, just connect with me. Be the change you want to see. Yes, it's good for everyone to be smart in the school. Wonderful lecture development and constant training. Thank you all very much. Mindfulness, very, very important. Wonderful. I've heard a lot about you, ma'am. I'm impressed that I've had the opportunity to hear you directly. Thank you, Oluwafumi. Trust me, it's back-to-back followership for me. You are welcome to do so. I connect with hundreds and hundreds of teachers. I love. My mandate is also to ensure that the teachers are not looked down upon. The teachers are respectable to the point where we will soon be paid like doctors and professionals. That is what I want for the average teacher in Nigeria, and that is what I do. Why I do what I do: training, development, just sharing all the time to ensure that people get to where they want to get to. Yes, I'm very right about the challenges of big schools. Yes, I am very, very right, because I have done a lot of research and survey. A lot of the big schools are not even paying full salaries, and they've told us that 10 to 15 years you'll be making your money, but some of them are 30, 40 years old and they are not even able to pay their teachers. So being big does not mean that you are the best. We are all learners in this game. You're very right about the challenge. Okay, yes. Please, what should I do in an environment where it's difficult to get NCE holders or graduate? Then get a recruiter. They will get it for you. They will get it for you, and then you can also go to really train them as well, because they will be freshmen as well. So market your tribe. So maybe I should do a video about it has escaped my mind. Market your value, know your worth and source for parents that know your value. When the parents know your value, like when we had the meeting this morning with the parents, I was thanking them for being my tribe, being the OLOYEDE tribe, because if anything we have, we bring it to the table. We don't set WhatsApp group and be fight. They don't set WhatsApp group and be fighting the school, because we are family and their children are still to come back to school. So we don't fight and all those sort of things. We talk instead. They are the tribe. Already, some of them are already paying school fees already. Some of them are already paying school fees for the term. So we must ensure that we find our tribe. If you have your tribe, they will not give you problems. If everybody in the marketplace comes to your school, then you will definitely have problems. Why are schools that using British curriculum are not teaching design and technology from grade 1? Why are schools using British curriculum are not teaching design and technology for these? Those are for those schools. I can't answer on their own behalf, honestly. So I have to go, because you can see Ogechi here. How do I connect with you, ma'am? RonkePosh.com, RonkePosh@leposhschool.com. You can get me there. I appreciate your hype for teachers. They are precious to me always. So let me not take the time of another. I have 2 minutes. It's 12:28 on here. I hope I've been able to answer the questions and add value. Somebody tell me, who do you think should get the final prize? It's so hard. Who should get the final prize? Even, do you want to come on and tell me who should get the final prize? The final prize. Who should get it? Who should get the final prize? A lot of people participated. Even, have you all subscribed to the YouTube channel? Especially if you're a school owner, you're there to learn so many things along my journey. I shared my journey from the time we started, from the time when armed robbers came and cleared the school house, how we started all over again. I shared all those things. Why can't I see your face? I want to see your face, Ibe. What's the matter? You can't be wearing your pajamas. You are the host of the event. Let's see your jacket. Let's see. Ibe, who gets the final grand prize? The big grand prize. Her name is she didn't come to my own webinar, so she can't get it. It's not possible. How can she didn't come to my own, I will not be giving her prize. How does that one work? I want from the people that are here, I beg. Sylvia Okoro, congratulations to you. You get the amazing grand prize. And the grand prize, you get number 1 to 3 and the mindset makeover course. So that means number 1 to 3 prizes. You also get free branding tutorial. So she also gets Right Kid 101 mug and t-shirt. Wow, and it's awesome. And then she also gets a free Posh t-shirt. Congratulations. You should be proud of yourself. Well done. And there's still a prize for everybody. All you need to do is connect to the YouTube channel and continue your personal and professional training. Don't stop. Don't stop. You're connected to Eben. You're doing a good job already being connected. My channel is even on the side of Eben's channel. We motivate each other. We encourage each other. He's my professional friend. So Eben, I thank you for inviting me. I thank everybody for being here and for engaging as well. Thank you so much. You are a blessing to Nigeria as educators, and we do not take you for granted. God bless you. It's exactly 12:30, so I didn't steal anybody's time, Eben, did I? I don't think I did. So
Thank you very
I will
much.
go.
Can we please let's appreciate RonkePosh for the
Thank you.
awesome presentation. Thank you very much, man. This is awesome, outstanding hiring for harvest. And this is a subject matter that every teacher out there needs to understand, and every expert out there need to also put into action. And I want to appreciate everyone out there for joining the class during RonkePosh session. That was awesome. Thank you very much for joining. Thank you very much for joining. I really appreciate. Thank you very much. I want to appreciate those of you who have actually joined. Thank you very much. Can you please just send those appreciation in? Send those appreciation in. Send them in. I want you to help me appreciate RonkePosh for this wonderful, awesome presentation. This is awesome, and I'm not going to take this for granted at all. I want to appreciate that. Please subscribe to our channel. The channel on YouTube is just RonkePosh, and RonkePosh, and I would like you to subscribe. Ugochi. We are going to be hosting safety chicks, and this time we are going to be learning about all those safety precautions that we need to understand for resumption. And I would like you to get ready, get set as we host safety chicks. And I know that this is going to be another learning point where you are going to learn different skills needed for you to be able to stand out there. Safety chicks is going to be she's going to be talking about safety and safety for pre-resumption. And you know, right now everything we should be talking about right now is all about ability for us to create that safe environment for our children to actually resume in. And I want to appreciate everybody out there. I'm joining branding package 2. be able to stand out there. Yeah, thank you very. I just want to test my audio whether I'm still on point. Thank you very much. Welcome once again, and Safety Chicks. She's actually on board right now, and she will be presenting in the next 3 minutes. In the next 3 minutes, she'll be taking us through all those safety that we need to understand. She's on board now. I'm looking at her environment is set, her slide is set. But let me just give us 5 minutes. In the next 5 minutes, let's prepare our mind to meet Safety Chicks. She's going to be talking about creativity, safety, inclusion into our school for resumption. Safety, because right now everything we should be thinking about right now, as I said, is ability to create that safe environment for our children to actually welcome in. And I want to appreciate everybody out there for joining in our day 2. This is our day 2, and the day 2 has been awesome, and it has been a learning point for everybody out there. I want you to take your time. Safety, inclusion into our school for resumption. Safety, because right now everything we should be thinking about right now, as I said, is ability to create that safe environment for our children to actually welcome in. So welcome once again, and I want to welcome everyone once again as we start with another great speaker, somebody I so much respect in the sector of safety, and I want you to get ready. We have just 4 minutes left for her to start. She's going to start at exactly 4:20, 12:40. That is 3 minutes left now. 3 minutes left, and I want you to get ready, get set as we explore all those safety guidelines that we need to actually follow for school resumption. She is going to be adding all the creativity needed for us to resume creatively, and I can't wait for this at all. And then if you have a lot of questions for her, please, this is a class I want you not to miss at all. Get your question on safety ready. Get ready, get set. We have just 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left, and so far it is 2 minutes left. I want you to welcome Safety Chicks on board. She is getting ready. We have just 1 minute left. I want you to also welcome her. This is this is going to be an awesome time where we are going to be learning about those safety precautions that we need to put in place, and all the parts of learning that we need to put in place for school resumption. This is going to be another learning point for you, and I'm very sure that you are going to learn a lot at the end of the day. So right now we have just 2 minutes left, and if you have your colleagues who is actually thinking about those safety aspect of school, especially, safety is highly needed right now in the school, and if you have been struggling about it, can you please join us right away as we start to explore all aspects of safety that we need to put in place as school resumes soon. School is resuming soon, and we all know that, and I would like us to get ready. Not us to just get ready, just getting ready, but get ready creatively, get your mindset set as much as possible. Safety actually matters right now. welcome her as she is about to start our presentation right away. So right away, it is time. I would like you to welcome. I would like you to welcome Safety Chicks as she is about to present to us everything that we make our schools safe and a better place for learning. Welcome, Safety Chicks. You are live online now. Welcome, and we are happy to have you. Yesterday was awesome with you. You gave them those things that they should be expecting, and they can't wait at all to actually get almost all the knowledge needed for us to be able to stand out there. Welcome, and I would like you to take the floor as much as possible. Give us everything for us to get set. Thank you very much and welcome.
Okay, thank you so much for having me. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Eben. Good afternoon, amazing people. So first of all, I need verification. Can you all hear me and can you see my screen? Let's be sure that we are all on the same page. Can you hear me and can you see my screen? So on my screen here, I can see the beginnings of the PowerPoint. I don't know if you can see it on your end yet. So please confirm that you can hear me and you can see it so that we can start. Can you see the presentation, Eben? Interest. Okay. Because it's telling me we are sharing your screen right now. Okay, so can you see it now? Okay, but you can hear me clearly and you can see it. Awesome. Okay, I can see in the comment section, people are saying, yes, we can hear and see you. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. I am so happy to be here this afternoon. Welcome to day 2 of the Creative Minded Educator Conference. Thank you, Eben, for inviting me. So we have all heard so much about having a safe school reopening at this time. But the thing now is, many of us are already beginning to be bothered. Are we sure we can meet up? Isn't this so much work? What are we going to do? You know, so there's just that bother. You know, what I just have to inform all of us right now is your goal is functionality and not chasing shiny objects. So that's one of the cardinal things you must remember as you begin to make plans to infuse creativity for a safe school resumption. Focus on functionality and take into consideration your unique context. This is not the time to do copy and paste. The fact it is working somewhere does not mean it might work in your own context. So you must take your own context into consideration. All right, so now let's get to it. So my name is Ugochi Obidiegwu. I'm managing partner of the Health and Safety Social Enterprise. What we basically do is we create products and programs to reduce avoidable accidents that affect children. So we do that by training the children themselves and, of course, parents and educators. Many people know me on social media as the Safety Chick because that's the persona I use to share the safety consciousness messaging. I'm also the author of a child safety storybook series, The Adventures of Muna, where we use stories to teach children how to stay safe. During the pandemic, we wrote this small booklet on the coronavirus so that children can learn how to also stay safe. And then, of course, I organized the annual School Safety Summit, where we bring educators and parents like yourself, and then stakeholders, safety professionals, representatives of government agencies to come and share knowledge so that there's that knowledge transfer, and then you have actionable steps to take back to your schools. Okay, and then of course I'm the lead trainer of the Train Them Young initiative, where we visit schools across the country equipping children with safety knowledge. So far we've been able to do that for over 7,000 children in Nigeria and in Ghana, and we hope to do more. Very recently, when the pandemic started, I released a safety education app called the Safety Chick Compass. On that app, you have all sorts of safety resources in video format, podcasts, blog articles, and books. Everything simplified in a way that you as a parent or a teacher can use that knowledge to help the children in your care. And then, of course, I'm a TEDx speaker. So I just had to do that introduction so you would understand the angle I'm coming from. All right. So COVID-19 is here, right? It is not yet over. If you notice, many people are beginning to let down their guard, but it is far from being over. It is far from being over. However, life must go on. Schools are now set to resume. Are you ready? Or are you in the camp where you feel like there's so much information overload and you're wondering, how am I going to manage? This is just too much, and too much. Or are you in the category where you're worried about the cost? You are seeing how we are telling you so much you are supposed to do, and then you're seeing that there's just limited resources. How are you going to manage this? The first thing I have to say is calm down. Just like that, but just be calming down, because the truth is, if you put yourself under so much pressure, it might just paralyze you and you would not be able to do what you're supposed to do. The goal is for you to be able to work regardless of the pressure. It shouldn't now be that the pressure paralyzes you to the point where you can't even make a decision, you can't even do anything. And that is why I'll be sharing with you now some simple steps that can help you. So for starters, there are the cardinal principles that everybody must comply with across the world. However, how you make use of those cardinal principles must suit your budget and your unique context. Don't put yourself under unnecessary pressure. What is important is to maintain the cardinal principle. The method can differ from person to person and from school to school. So, why must education continue? Many of our children were sort of left in limbo this time. So maybe some children in private schools got access to some form of online learning. Not all children had access to that. And education must continue because our children must keep learning, whether online or offline. Another reason why education must continue, because I know that many people are wondering, schools really do not have to resume right now. We need some time so that this whole thing can pass. But education must still continue because sometimes education serves as a way of escape for some children who are going through terrible experiences at home. Trust me, the children who are coming back to your class are going to be different from the children who left your class months ago. And that is because some of them have encountered certain experiences that they may not even be able to tell you about them. So you must understand that education must continue. Whether it's online or it's offline, we must give them that chance to get distracted by something that will develop them and prepare them for new realities. All right. So the first cardinal principle I'll be talking about is training and communication. So we are all learning so much over the past few weeks. People have been telling you how to behave for a post-lockdown safe resumption. Even in this 2-day conference, you have heard so much. Now, it's one thing for you to train yourself, train your staff, and train the children, the learners. It's another thing for frequent communication to keep on happening, because you can't just say training has happened, that's all. No. Communication must continue. Because again, using a practical example, many of you are observing now that not everyone is using their face mask as they're supposed to. And people are no longer washing their hands as they used to. And that is why we must not get tired of communicating about the training we have received. So, how can you bring creativity into your training and your communication so that it is not boring, and so that everybody that you are training and that you are communicating to takes charge of that communication and uses it in what they are doing? The first is use case studies. Using case studies actually helps the people that you are speaking to. So whether it's the teachers, your non-teaching staff, or the children, to put themselves in scenarios and come up with solutions on how to act. So it makes it seem like, okay, this is not just theory. Now, this is a practical scenario. How are we going to act if we find ourselves in this situation? So it makes it really easy for that knowledge transfer to happen. So case studies are a great way. Videos are another amazing way of passing on this safety messaging in a way that would stick with your audience. So it's either you are the one creating this video yourself, or just go on YouTube. There are tons of videos that have already been created. Make use of them. Or you can actually give it as a task to your students. create a video teaching us about this, or tell your staff, create a video teaching us about this, and you're going to see all sorts of creativity will be unleashed, because everyone will be trying to pass on that information in an enjoyable way. Okay. Now, the next one again that can make training and communication fun and creative is songs. Trust me, when you have catchy songs or catchy rhymes, in fact, rhyme is going to be such a hit with the smaller kids. And then for bigger ones, songs that are interesting are a great way of simplifying that safety messaging in a way they can remember. What that does is when they sing that song or they recite those rhymes, it is reinforcing the knowledge you are trying to put in them so that they would comply with those rules. Because again, we have to keep saying these things over and over and over again. Let me put it this way. Imagine that all your life, you always ate with your right hand. And then you are now how old? And then they tell you that eating with your right hand is the wrong thing to do. The correct thing is to use your left hand. Imagine the stress and all the training and preparation it will take you to become comfortable to use your left. Somebody would have to keep repeating it, keep on showing you the benefits and all that. It's the same thing happening now. We have been used to having our education in a particular way. Now we are telling you that hand washing must happen all the time, cleaning must happen all the time, you must use your face mask all the time. That is a lot for someone who has not been doing that for how many years of their existence on earth. So how you're going to get them to comply is through continuous communication, repetition, using creative methods. So you can use songs. And then, of course, slogans are really great. For example, mask up saves lives, or clean hands saves lives. Just something short that when you say a part of it, the children repeat the other part and it reinforces that knowledge. So you can begin to come up with all sorts of short and catchy slogans you can use to reinforce the various safety messaging that you want your children to take away this period. So it could even be that when you want to start your class for the day, you could say mask up and they would all repeat, saves lives, or clean hands as a reminder that they should always wash their hands regularly. Do you see what I mean? So begin to think up slogans that can be used. Another thing that can be used is posters, like the things I have on my wall, safety posters that maybe teach children how to wash their hands correctly, or how to use if they are sneezing, for example, correct methods of sneezing. For example, in this My Child Safety Story booklet on the coronavirus, there is a place where a boy is sneezing with tissue, which is supposed to be disposed. And then there is a girl also sneezing into her elbow. Now, when you have posters that has pictures like this around the premises, children know that it's not enough for you to just sneeze anyhow, because that picture is going to be giving them a reminder to comply with those safety rules. And of course, competitions are a great way to reinforce the messaging. So currently, Animate 2020 is going on. Children have been asked to put a submission where they would use animation to share a safety message. Anytime children take action, take active part in creating a safety message, it becomes a part of them. So you should actually encourage your children to take part in those kinds of competitions, whether it's animation, drawing, telling of stories in class, or even creating a short drama. When they are involved in the creation process, it makes it easy for them to internalize that knowledge. So the cardinal principle here is training and communication, and I've given you different methods you can use to achieve that. So next up on my screen, I have a case study that is just an example of what we are talking about. So let me just read it very briefly. Ajebote Grammar School is located few meters from Vulcanizer bus stop. They do not have access to adequate resources. So when the guidelines for school resumption was set, they had to make some adjustments in order to comply with the new rules. They could not afford to build a hand washing station at the entrance of the school. So they bought water dispensing buckets and liquid soap, which was set up at the entrance of the school gate. But because the principal wanted to be sure they were not endangering the learners, she sent one of her friends undercover to observe how the learners used the hand washing station. These were the findings of her friend. Some of the learners used their dirty hands to depress the soap dispenser, turn on the tap, wash their hands, and then use their washed hands to touch the already dirty handle of the tap. There was a learner who blew his nose, wiped it on his shirt, and used the same hand to turn on the tap and turn off after washing. Some other learners who had no clue what he had done touch the tap handle to turn it on and turn off. Her friend shuddered, thinking, what if the boy had symptoms of COVID-19? It could have spread because, according to research, this virus can survive on contaminated surfaces for 4 to 7 days. Question: what can this grammar school do to ensure the hand washing station does not become a cross-contamination hub? What can you do to encourage positive hygiene, hand hygiene in learners? So can you now see that some of you will already begin to put your answers in the comment section, but a case study puts people in the scenario. It makes them want to take quick action. And because they have put themselves in that scenario, they can already see that, I shouldn't act like this, or this is how I should act. So this is a creative way to ensure that training and communication happens. Okay? So now let's move on to the next cardinal principle, which is social distancing. Now, children are going to be worried that they are going to be sitting 2 meters apart. What can you do to ensure that they do not feel that burden or feel that, oh my God, the rules are becoming too much? The first is you can become more creative by adding markings in class. So for example, you know that sometimes your children want to speak with you and they want to come and tap you, and you're trying to reduce touching as much as possible. You could create a marking, say for example, a circle in front of the teacher's table, and say, if you want to speak to the teacher, all you have to do is just step into this red circle or this yellow circle, and then I'm going to speak with you. Do not touch and all that. Can you see how creative that is? Just by creating markings within your classroom. Another way you can do that is by being creative in how you arrange it. So some people are already considering U-shaped arrangements in their classroom. Some are considering circular arrangement in their classroom. This all depends on your unique context. You have to make it as interesting and fun as possible so that the children do not feel like, oh my God, the rules are too much. I can't see my friend. Everything is too boring. No. You can become creative by arranging the classroom in a fun way. The next is you have to think of a new method of organizing assembly. So prior to now, everybody had the assembly outside or in the school hall. Now, if we're saying that you have to do 2 meters social distancing, for some of you, because of the population that you have, that means the queue is going to reach the roads, right? And we do not want that to happen. So you've got to think of alternative methods of having your assembly. It's either you are using a PA system to make the announcement such that everybody can hear it from their various classes, or if you do not have that option, how about you pass on that information to the head teacher or to the class teacher, and then the class teacher passes on that information to their students. So the thing you do on the assembly ground, have it done in the classroom setting, so that that social distancing can still happen. And if you do not have a population that is so large and you are sure that you can have your 2 meter social distancing, you can still have your assembly either in the hall or on the assembly ground. The key point is social
Oh, our network is completing. I think we wait for her to join us back. She's going to join us back. Okay, I think it's coming up. Actually, the network is coming up. Your network is coming up. Your network. And we are seriously enjoying the class. Can you please signify how we are actually enjoying this class? I know we are all enjoying this class because she has been pointing out some valuable points that we need to understand, especially now. Classroom setting should be interesting, such as people will not see each other. And she talked about a lot of rules and more. Waiting for her. Yes, it's better. She caught and joined back. Thank you. And I am 100% sure that by the time she joins back, everything is going to be all right. I want you to start to get all your questions ready. Get all your questions ready as she will be tackling all questions, and those questions I'm 100% sure that we should have gotten all of them ready by now. Get all those questions ready as she joins us soon. She'll be joining us in the next few minutes, and I'm 100% sure that the class will continue immediately she joins us. Can you hear me? Yes, we can't hear her anymore. We are waiting for her to come back online, and I'm 100% sure that she will be back. She will be back in the next just 2 minutes. Few minutes, she will be back. And that class is highly powerful. It's highly powerful. Can you please be stating all the points you have learned so far? All the points you have learned so far during the class, please state them. All those points are highly needed. And yes, we can't hear her anymore. We are waiting for her to come back online, and I'm 100% sure that she will be back. She will be back in the next just 2 minutes. Few minutes, she will be back. I want to welcome anyone who is actually joining us for the first time. Yes, she will be back in the next few minutes, and I am 100% sure of that. Yes, she has spoken well. She has been exploring with us everything that we need to understand about safety, and it has been awesome. And I enjoyed the class. I enjoyed that class. That class was awesome, and I want to appreciate her. Thank you very much, and we are still looking for a way that she can join us back. I'm 100% sure that she will join us back soon. And then before she joins, okay, she has joined, or she just joined back right now. Can you please welcome back? Welcome back. I observed it was the network that actually causes that.
Okay, I was at the point I was asking, can Eben still hear me? I wasn't certain if you can still hear me. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. But can you see my my presentation screen? Is it visible to you yet? Can you see it now?
We are sharing your entire screen.
I can't seem to see it from here. Let me try to do that again. Okay, let me see. Can you see that particular slide now?
No slide here. They are sharing the entire screen. Try to click on the window. Now it will screen on your back.
Okay. So let me go back. Can you see it now? Are you seeing the particular slide now? Can you still hear me? Okay, but can you see the particular slide?
No, no slide.
I didn't hear that.
No slide on the screen.
No
No slide.
slide. What is going on? Okay. I'm trying to. Okay. So I want to. I'm sure you should be able to see it right now.
Yes.
It's up, right?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So I want to believe that I stopped at the slogan, social distancing part of things. I think that was the last place I was before. I wasn't seeing the side anyway. Okay, let me just start from the last one. Apologies everyone for the network challenges. I have no idea what happened right there. My sincere apologies. I'll speed on because we're out of time. All right, so creative ways of greeting. So you need to ensure that your children still feel that bond with you, because for some of you, when they came to school before, you always hug them, you give them a high five or something, and now because we're trying to reduce contact with the parts of our hands and our bodies that can touch us and keep us give us a higher chance of being infected, we're trying to reduce that. So come up with other ways that your children can say hello and all that. The more creative you are, they would remember, because you are making it fun and interesting for them. So the next cardinal principle is face mask. So now, while dealing with children, right, one of the ways you can encourage them to use their face mask is by using symbolism. So for example, you tell your child, students, that your face mask is like your power. Now, all of them understand power because they watch cartoons, they play video games, and they watch all those action movies. And you tell them, your face mask is like your power. If you give it to somebody else, you're giving away your power. Or you could liken it to an underwear. Your underwear is worn by you alone. You do not share your underwear. So your face mask is something that you should not share. When you use symbols, it drives home the point, so that we do not have a case where a child went to school with green mask and came back with red mask. Do you see? Because they would want to, exchange with their friends, and you do not want that to happen. Okay? So use symbolism. Also, as a teacher, you must model good behavior. If you're telling them to wear this mask from the beginning to the end, you must be seen wearing yours too, because children are going to do what they see and not necessarily what you're saying to them. So modeling is so important. You must set rules and ensure that these rules are followed, and that when there is compliance, you reward it. And then, of course, when people do not comply, there is a penalty. It helps them do what they are supposed to do. Now, there is something very important I must share. WHO says that children 5 years and below should not wear masks because it could endanger them because they are smaller, right? However, they also say that if there is a local law about it, then there must be constant supervision to ensure that these children do not get endangered. Now, this is my advice. We have children who are 5 years and below. We have some children with special needs. We have some children with breathing challenges and all that. As much as possible, do not give them the option of using face mask. Instead, give them an alternative method for learning to still happen. So, for example, I know a preschool who sends learning packs to the children at home so they do not have to come to school. Because I mean, if you have already put the sign at the entrance of your gate, no mask, no entry, and then you still want to bring the less than fives to school, and we know that wearing a mask is not safe for them, that is contradiction. So instead, look for alternative methods for learning to continue. Okay? Then the next one is hand hygiene. Hand hygiene cannot be overemphasized. Continuous hand washing must be done. So you must have hand washing station and sanitizing spots at key locations around your school. Encourage the practice of washing hands after play, before eating. When the hands are visibly soiled, it must be washed. And of course, other things that can encourage hand hygiene creatively is, again, the slogans I mentioned earlier, catchy songs and rhymes, and of course, posters that remind them to make the right decision. Okay, and now this is one of the most important things here: cleaning and disinfection. So, according to some research, the COVID-19 virus can last on some surfaces for 4 days and for some other 7 days, depending on whose research you're looking at. So cleaning must be done. So I have a question for all of you. Have you been to your school since this whole thing started? For some of you, your school has been turned upside down, either due to area boys' influence or people passing through your school. For some of you, your school has been taken over by creeping things. They built houses inside your school, and you want to open this school to children. Depending on your unique situation, you might decide to clean and fumigate, depending on your unique situation. If your school has been taken over by creeping things, then fumigation is what you need to do for starters. But after school resumes fully, all you need is just cleaning and disinfection. Cleaning with soap and water, and then after that, you disinfect that surface. So you must get dedicated cleaners for the purpose of cleaning in school. We do not want a situation where the person that is handling the children is the same person handling the cleaning. Make sure that there is that separation of roles. And when you have these cleaners, train them on what you are expecting. This is the new era. They can't clean as they used to clean before. Okay, so train them on what is expected at this time. Tell them that cleaning has to happen more frequently. Another thing you can do is color code your rags. So for example, they use the red rag to clean with soap and water. Then they would use the black rag to clean with disinfectant. Many times, some of us want to jump the gun. You want to just clean with disinfectant without cleaning with soap and water. That is wrong. It is not effective. Clean with soap and water first, then you use disinfectant to clean. Now, I know that some of us like to use the sprays to clean. You must know that when you use spray to clean a surface, that spray cannot kill contaminants outside the direct spray zone. So it is actually better to put your disinfectant on a cloth and then use that cloth to wipe a surface that has already been cleaned with soap and water. And then, of course, you must ensure that your cleaners are provided with the personal protective equipment. We call it PPE, personal protective equipment. So necessary gloves, cleaning apparatus, and all that, so that you do not endanger their lives in the process. What are we basically striving for? So we want zero, right? But some might say that zero might be unachievable. However, the goal is to reduce as low as is reasonably practicable. Reduce your risk so that we can have healthy classrooms. For you to have healthy classrooms, social distancing must happen, people must use their masks, children must be well spaced. Then you need healthy buildings. Ventilation across your building is so important. Ventilation must be cross ventilation, because we do not want recycling of contaminated air in the school environment. Your filters must be cleaned. Ensure that it is only good air that is coming into your school. Of course, you need healthy policies. Your school should have your safety policy must be adapted to suit the new normal that we're currently in. And then, of course, you must have healthy schedules regarding how are you going to do your classes. Are you doing the staggered stuff? Are you doing alternate learning? Are you doing outdoor learning? How are you going to ensure that the schedule is comfortable? And then, of course, healthy activities. How can play still happen in a safe way? Okay. Now, the next thing is, I mentioned yesterday, for those of you who were here yesterday, that you would need funding to do some things. And by yourself, you may not be able to do that. During this pandemic, I was able to raise hundreds of thousands of naira just by reaching out to certain collaborators, and that was how we were able to produce 1,000 copies of this book and distribute to children in 6 states. You too can get collaboration, profitable ones that can help you reduce your costs. It's either they're providing the hand washing stations for you, or they're providing sanitizers, soaps, or other things that you need. And in this book I put together, I'll take you through a step-by-step guide to build a personal brand that can attract profitable collaborations. Eben said I could mention this to you all because the truth is you need support from the various stakeholders and development actors in your community. But if you are not even known for something, you have not packaged yourself well, you do not even know how to ask for collaboration, how are you going to get it? So this book is available, and actually the discount was over last weekend, but because of you all and because Eben said I could share with you guys, there's a 50% discount still available to you. So instead of 5,000 naira, you'll be getting it for just 2,500 naira only. Just visit the website www.ulomka.com/store and you are going to get that. In that book, you get the steps on how to build a profitable collaboration with your stakeholders in your environment that can help you reduce your cost, because the truth is you need as much help as possible. By yourself you cannot do this, and so you need to convince parents, you need to convince organizations in your environment, well-meaning individuals, to support your school and create a safe environment. All right, so I hope this has been a good use of your time. Apologies for the network issues. If there are questions, I'm available to take them right now. And thank you so much for listening, and I hope this has been a good one for you.
Thank you very much. Please don't go yet. We have questions for you. I would like them to.
Okay.
I know you're on YouTube right now. If you have any question right now, there are so many questions we need to be asking right now. There are so many of them that we need to be asking right now. So if you have any question for her, different safety measures that each schools need to take, anything that you want to understand about safety in the school environment, please drop those questions right now. We need those questions to make this class interactive and especially for your growth. Please drop those questions right now. Please drop those questions. Thank you very much for the information.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, comment from different angles, but I need questions.
Okay.
Comment right now.
Okay, so I'm seeing some comments here. Okore P. Oluchi says slogan helps to keep information. Definitely. Yes.
We need
Felicia was responding to the question in the case study, and she says the school needs to get a standby staff to control the tap. Awesome. So you can see you're already responding to me. Imagine if you created a case study and you asked your staff and your student, they would answer. And when people take active part in a learning process, it just becomes a part of them.
There are some questions coming in right now.
Okay, I can't see yet.
Have you seen any questions? In the situation whereby parents are not ready to release their
okay, I can see that now. What can you do? Okay, so we actually treated this question yesterday during the panel discussion, and one of the things I mentioned is you must create a communication channel with your parents now. Reach out to them, let them know that this is what you have put in place in your school. You can use newsletters, you can share pictures, you can share videos. When you are able to take them through the process you have put together to ensure that from when they drop their child in school to when they come to pick up their child, that their child is safe in your care. What you have done is you have inspired confidence in your ability. So they look at you that, okay, this person, this school owner has put the necessary steps in place and they are willing to take a chance on you. But if they have not seen anything, you've not shared anything with them, you've not told them anything, for crying out loud, they are not spirits. There's no way they would know the amazing plans you have if you do not share with them. So they would just be waiting to see. In fact, what I said yesterday is, what's going to happen is when schools resume, some people are going to send their children to school while the others will be watching to hear what will happen. Based on feedback, they will decide whether they will send their child to school or not. So they'll be sending some scapegoats. Now, you do not want bad news to filter about your own school. So it's really important that the systems you have created to ensure safety, communicate it to your parents. And that is why during this pandemic, you should have been sending regular information to them already. Share with them how to stay safe at home, how to ensure learning happens safely at home, how to do this. You know, if you have built that relationship, this one would be easy. But it is not too late. You can cultivate it over the next 2 or 3 weeks. Every week, share something. Let them see the processes you are taking. Let them see the systems you have created. Let them even see pictures of your hand washing station, your signage. You know, all those things would inspire confidence in your ability to protect their child. Otherwise, they won't release their child to you. So you've got to prove to them that you are ready to host their children safely.
There's this question.
Okay.
My school is located. You can actually take them.
Okay, someone says, my school is a new preschool and the pupils are just 10. We have enough space, but I'm still concerned about children getting all jelly. When you say jelly, what does that mean? Like they'll be too huggy touchy, or what do you mean? Now the thing is, again, you know, one of the things I mentioned is your context is so important. For preschool, you can't allow them to have mask on for too long. And that's why it's safer for them to be in their houses. And you send learning packs. I mean, if you have just 10, it's even more manageable. You can have a plan where maybe you give them a book that has a learning plan for the next 5 days. So every Monday you drop off, every Friday you pick up, the next week you do the same. Or you can plan with their parents on how to go about it. But you see, whatever you decide, because again, I would base my point on what WHO says. It says if there is a local law on it, then supervision must be constant. So the question for you is, do you have enough teachers that would monitor that your 10 students from beginning to end using that mask and nobody will suffocate in the process? If you cannot answer that question confidently, then don't put yourself at risk. Because trust me, if a child comes to your school and dies because of something that was mismanaged this period, you're going to make headlines. And you are going to be a scapegoat. We do not want that to happen. If there are alternative methods of learning, why don't you use that instead of putting yourself in a tight corner? Do you see what I mean? Okay, so another question here is, since children below age 5 can't wear masks, what can be done? Okay, that's what I just talked about, alternative methods of learning, a way they can learn from their houses, because when they're at home, they're not wearing their face mask, right? So they're relatively safe. Okay, so figure out a way to ensure that learning still gets to them in their homes, whether it's learning paths, whether it's online play sessions, or whatever it is. Your unique context determines what you are going to do. Aspire Learner Consult says, in case a school has not started preparation for resumption, what can the parents do? Parents, you have a role to play here. It is not busybody when you begin to reach out to your school and tell them you need to put this in place. Otherwise, you're going to lose your students to other schools who have made plans. No, it actually shows concern, because you see, some school owners may be overwhelmed. They may not even have access to the information that you currently have. So you can be the one to set them on track. This video, I'm sure it's going to be here on Eben's channel. Share with them. These are the things to do to ensure that you are ready for a school resumption. Be the one to push them. Please, we can't afford to do, it's not my business, so they will not say I'm a busybody. We can't afford to do that, because the lives of our children are at stake. It is so important that we are not afraid to speak up at this time. Okay? Can children use PPE instead of mask? Okay, PPE means personal protective equipment. So what that means is a mask is a PPE. Now, if you mean face shield, now, according to WHO again, there is no report to prove that using a face shield alone protects the child. That's why they keep saying, even though you're going to wear a face shield, still use a face mask. But to reduce all that stress and trial and error, why don't we find other alternative methods of getting them to access learning without necessarily using the face mask? That is for children 5 and below. Yes, Mrs. Adekogbe says if parents do not want to send their children to school yet, adopt hybrid learning or send learning packs to them weekly or 2 days interval. Awesome. That's what I just talked about earlier. The fact that we are saying that school will resume does not mean that everybody will resume at a physical school building. Some people will resume online, and it is fine. Some people will resume at a school building. It is also fine. Okay, make sure that what you are using suits your own unique context. So yes, we are opening schools are resuming, but it does not mean that everybody will resume at a physical school building. Education would continue, whether online or offline. Omotayo says if peradventure children below 5 can't use face mask and a learning pack is sent home, what will happen? What will happen if such parents are unwilling to pay school fees? This is the point where school leaders must have meetings with their PTAs. Now, if you are going to be doing learning packs, right, it means that you are not going to, they may not necessarily have to pay the entire school fees. Maybe what you are going to do may be a hybrid sort of stuff, because again, teachers are involved in even preparing the learning packs, and there's some work that goes into that. But again, it takes conversation between you and your PTA. So you might end up having plans where there is full school fees for those who will be coming physically to school, and maybe some sort of abridged version for those having their stuff online. And you see, one way to ensure that your parents can pay fees even though the children will not be in a physical school building is to let them see the effort and the tools and infrastructure being set up for this different type of learning they will be using. So whether you're going to be using technology tools or even the learning part, it costs money. It costs time, and time is money. Okay, so you should still be able to quantify that. Okay, I've answered this question, Kathy. If your repetition is the law. Eben, you were saying something.
Yes, I said you have just 3 minutes left. And the question has still come
okay. The questions are really coming up. Let me see. Are there preparations in place for teachers since they will be in the forefront, coming in contact with parents and children? Oh yes, Sylvia, I really love this question. You see, as we prepare for school resumption, the focus is not only the learners. The teachers are so important. Nothing must happen to them too, because again, if you want to go to what the ILO says about a safe workplace, that is International Labour Organization, it is that a workplace should be safe for every worker, such that nothing happens to their life and they are not subjected to a reduced quality of life because they came to work in your school. So if I came to your school and I was hale and hearty, I shouldn't be going back with any form of ill health. So this protection is also for teachers. And that's why when I was talking about creative methods of greeting, you know that as a teacher, you're going to be coming in contact with children. And we want to reduce that touch as much as possible. That's why you should have a marking so that they're not coming to tap you all the time. Okay, and then have other methods of greeting aside hugging and high fives. So teachers are also important. It's not only the children. Everybody on the premises is important in terms of safety in this era. Okay. Olatunji is asking, what can boarding schools do to ensure safety measures? Still the same, following the cardinal principles. Social distancing. If you do not have enough space, then we might need to make sure that resumption happens in batches. So everybody has to go back to the drawing board. What is going on in your school now? What is your context? Do you have 100 students or do you have 500? If we're going to space out this 100, would you still have enough space? If not, what are the alternatives? And I think we've run out of time. I wish I could say more because the questions are a lot.
Take one more.
You can get in touch with me on social media. I'm happy to still have further conversation with you.
Social media handle so that they can also try as much as possible to be sending those questions in to you directly. That is highly needed because we have to just look for
And we can even organize a training in their school for them and their staff, because that's actually one of the things I've been doing for some schools. So we can totally work out a plan so that all these questions get answered.
Yes, in case you need an in-house training on the safety guidelines, how you can manage everything in terms of good resumption and them not putting yourself in trouble, you have to contact us. Can you please drop your WhatsApp number in case they're also interested in having your WhatsApp number, and also type it in below the comment, or if in case you don't want to give it, you can also give your mail, any of the two.
Okay, let me just write it here in the comment section.
Okay, comment section.
All right, thank you so much, Eben, for the opportunity to share.
Okay, thank you very much. Really appreciate your time. Can we please let's appreciate her? Let us appreciate her. This is awesome. This is awesome, outstanding. Can you please let us appreciate her? Let's appreciate her. A round of applause. Those stickers coming in. Thank you very much, RonkePosh, for coming online again to come and give us those key. I know you have a lot of knowledge about this resumption also. I've seen you painting your school, getting ready teachers, and making sure that they understand that resumption have to be done. You've done some circle floor painting in your school, and a lot of things have been done in your school. You are an example of school resumption. I know that a lot of people out there also will be ready to also learn from you. You can also follow Safety Chicks on Facebook. She's actually very active on Facebook, and I don't know whether she's very active on YouTube. And I'm very sure she will be doing a lot of YouTube soon. She will do a lot of YouTube. So YouTube has come to stay, especially for video content demonstrating for everybody to see. Thank you very much. Right now, we are going to move to the next session, which is going to be by one of our great speaker, which is actually called Dr. Oyekola. Dr. Oyekola is a lecturer at Federal College of Education, Akoka, and this is somebody that I actually admire his knowledge in technology, and I would like us to welcome him as he's going to be taking us through the technology, your team, your talents, and it's quite very wide. And I would like you to also have teaching and share a lot. Yes, teaching is on Instagram at Instagram, and it is my pleasure to welcome somebody that I so much admire his creativity. He was one of my lecturer before, and I will never forget how he demonstrated expertise in terms of technology. So I am 100% ready, and I want us to get ready as we are going to welcome.
I want to sincerely appreciate the organizers of this
Can you please wait
for inviting
so that they will take their time to get set for you. Thank you very much. Dr. Oyekola is around the corner, and yes, Academy. Yes, Safety Chick is on. He's on YouTube. Yes, the Safety Chicks Academy. Please go and like that page. Go and like that page. Yes, go and subscribe to that page. Right now, I'm about to start up something. The count of 2, 3, 4, 5. Let us
welcome, sir.
I want to sincerely appreciate the organizers of this conference for inviting me, especially to this fourth annual CME conference. I have been in attendance in the previous ones, especially the first one where I participated live program. So, and I commend the organizers for keeping the spirit alive. And despite the fact that there are challenges here in the world, especially the COVID of a thing, that they have not been discouraged. I want to sincerely appreciate them. And this fourth one, spun off by the challenges of COVID, which is online, I think it's a welcome development because it's going to bring up more other potentials that are inherent that we have not yet probably discovered. So, and it will be a thing in the light of our discussion as we continue today. Yeah, the title assigned to speak on is Technology in Your Team, Talent and Trade. We all know that technology has come to stay. Nothing else can be done against it. As technology has, crept into teaching and learning and lifestyle, it has come to stay, not and stop it again. Now, what is technology? I think that should be the first question we should ask. Though technology can be viewed from hardware point of view, software point of view, and systemic nature point of view. But to a layman that is probably listening, technology is just the application of practical knowledge, to doing things. And it's a way of life. That's why we have developed technology and developing technology. That is, their way of life, their way of doing things are different. So that is technology for you. But now, Nigeria being a third world country is developing, and the technology is gradually overtaking every sphere of human endeavor in this country. So we are going to look at how technology will affect, our team that is working together as a team. It could be in the classroom, that is teacher and learners. It could be as a team in any industry. It could be in the family. It could be in the church or mosque or any organization. Then we look at, we look at it as a talent, and we look at it from the perspective of trade. Sincerely, technology is now an extension of our mind that is doing thinking on our behalf, that is getting problems solved on our behalf. So, and that's why issue of technology is paramount, and look at it holistically. So in this conference, as we continue, so many professionals and experts in the field of technology, they have given their respective definition. So we may not go in depth that area because of other people that I know they are laymen. So, but more importantly, like I mentioned earlier, if you look at technology from the perspective, that's when you look at a product of science and technology like the computer, the ant, the television, the multimedia projector, and so on and so forth. If you look at it as a way of life, the way they are you to solve your problem. Ordinarily, if I should tell you that screw jack is a form of technology, you cannot carry your vehicle and your tire yourself, except something, your behalf raises the car up and you use the spark to unlock or loosen the nut before you change it. So it's a technology. Even farming, like I mentioned earlier, fishing, and so on and so forth. These are as lifestyles. So, and as trade, because they are fishermen that they have to do their own. How do they do it in the developed country? How do we do it in the developing country? This is what we are going to see. We are not just limiting this discourse even to the classroom setting alone. So we are going to look at it holistically in the team, the talent, and trade. So distinguished viewers, I hope you are going to enjoy it because it's going to be robust and rich as we continue this course. Thank you. Now, let us look at tech as a team. Now, being the fact that I am a lecturer, I want to look at it in the classroom setting because between the teacher and the learners. So, technology has alleviated a lot of problems confronting the classroom, especially in this COVID era. Although before they had this COVID-19, we had been using technology, but we had a little difficulty, embracing it, or the technology acceptance model, was a little bit weak because of the fact that some people are complaining these are the data, money for data, they lack skill and some other things. Now, if I want to look at it from the perspective of a team, there are certain things we have to discuss there. The digital literacy of the leader or the speaker or the teacher who is leading the team is going to influence a lot of things on the follower or the member of the team. For instance, if as a teacher, if you don't have the requisite skills, you find it difficult to use the technology. So that's why we must understand certain things. But I want us to look at 4 classes of digital literacy. We have some called digital natives. We have digital immigrants. We have the digital alien and the digital integrators. That's as a team. If you belong to the class called the digital natives, that is those people that are born in the advent of technology era. So that is between 1983 and now. Those people that are born between that time, they are referred to as technology digital natives, because they don't have to struggle before they navigate, operate any technological device. Even without reading the manual that accompanies even the production of some of these technological devices, they still find it so easy. They devote more time to it. They are deeply engrossed into, the use of technology. So they are native. They find it so easy. And that's why you see that, in fact, it's almost like their birthright, that without it, they are not complete. That's why you see some of them, they will be pinging on the road. They put something in the earpiece in their heads and some other things. So because they are native, and that's the one of the reasons why they are exhibiting the characteristics of digital natives. The second group, as a team, we look at the digital immigrants. Now, the immigrants, they have the language, they have the theoretical orientation, but the practical skill is conspicuously absent. So they lack the skill. They cannot navigate, but they can define, they can explain, but ask them to come and put it into practice. They lack it. They lack the wherewithal, the technical know-how. So that is the immigrant, but they have the head knowledge. The practical ability is only what is conspicuously absent. Now, the third group is the one we refer to as alien. The alien, they have some kind of aversive, stimulus to the use of technology. They are fond of, after all, I'm almost at the verge of retirement. Technology is meant for the younger generation. If you see somebody saying that, it's an alien. It's a digital alien. So there is no age you cannot learn anything. After all, we are told in the course of educational classroom that, learning begins at birth and ends in death. So there is no age you cannot learn any new thing. So now the digital alien, they are very slow, non-interactive. They don't want. In fact, some of them, if I want to tell you, probably some of you are even guilty of this. Do you know that they have laptop? They keep it in their wardrobe. They don't allow their children to play with it. In fact, they will say, don't spoil it. Even their phone. Some of them, they will have phone for the past 10 years. They've been using only one phone. They say, after all, since it is not damaged, I don't have to buy another one. Such people, they are alien. They are underutilizing technology. They don't, use all the functionality that are inherent in their technological devices that they are carrying, like phone. The highest thing they do is, hello, how are you? In fact, some of them may find it difficult even to send SMS on their phone. So that's part of the characteristics of alien. So they don't seem to yield to learn new things concerning the use of technological devices. And the last group is the integrator as a team. The integrator, they have both the head knowledge. They are relatively older than the native. They are older, but they have adopted the new lifestyle. They have learned the use of technology. And since they have learned the use of technology, they practice it, they use it even in virtually all their endeavors. They use it even to do the teaching. They use it in whatever they do, having understood the fact that technology is how to solve human problem. So, and it has to be man or guided by somebody else with rich experience. So that is the integrator. And now, as a team, there is no how you cannot use technology, because it has solved a lot of teaching and learning problem. Gone are the days that learners have to be situated within the 4 walls of the classroom before teaching and learning takes place. Today we have mobile learning as an example. We have ubiquitous learning as a typical example, different classes of blended learning, flipped learning, and so on and so forth. So all these have been made possible through the use of technological devices. So, and that is why as a team, there are a lot of possibilities that you can, achieve through the use of technological devices. So that's why technology as a team, it has come into play and is helping in the area of what we call interactivity. There is what we call interactivity is drawn from interaction. That is to say, you talk to how are you, somebody respond fine, and so on and so. Interactive, it has enhanced the level of human interaction. So that's interactivity, and the level of interactivity is gaining momentum daily. It's moving up daily because now there is no out for anybody to not to use technology in this age now. So, and that's why you see that the influx of technology that is coming in even to this country daily is high. If you have visited the computer village before, you will get to understand some of these things, and new technological devices are coming in to overtake the old ones. For instance, when the mobile phone first came during the era of the President Olusegun Obasanjo, we had type of phone like Sagem, Nokia 3310, but today those ones are obsolete. They are monochromic in nature. Today we have a lot of sophisticated mobile phones that even are functioning as the real computer that you were used to then. So that is part of what we are saying, that technology has come to stay as a team, and it is enhancing a lot of interaction, solving life problem in the area of teaching. Assignment can be sent, and teacher can teach, a lot of teaming number of students scattered all over the federation or throughout the world, as long as they are operating on the same page. So these have been made possible through the use of technology. That is as a team. Then as a talent, like I mentioned in the 4 digital literacy classes that I've mentioned, there is no age you cannot learn new things. You only need to adopt the new lifestyle. They call it new normal. That's the new normal now in this age. So having understood the fact that this is the current reality, the best bet is for everybody to key into it and learn the new thing, understand the use of the new thing, and at least solve your problem with the use of the new thing. So it is as simple as ABC. Everybody needs to at least to imbibe the current trend of technological learning. It may be in form of informal learning or form of semi-formal learning, but it does not matter whichever format it takes. But the most important thing is the fact that understand how to use technology properly and gain the skill. And the moment the skills are inherent in you, yes, you'll be a problem solver rather than be a problem creator. So you solve more people's problem rather than adding more to the existing problem. And it is to your own, to individual's advantage. If I'm going to say, it's going to be to individual's advantage, because you do things at the comfort of your environment. It could be your home, your classroom, your office, or elsewhere, and there's nothing you cannot attain. So having understood the fact that we have the asynchronous and the synchronous nature of presentation. So you can be on live program and you can be on a delayed program. So all these things have been made possible. That is about the talent. Then the issue of trade. We have e-banking, e-commerce, e-government. Everything is e now. The latest thing that we are expecting may be e-food or e-feeding. So I don't know. It may come. It may come. Don't be surprised, because we started from somewhere and everything is going nature. So, and that's why everybody must learn the new talent. When you learn the new talent, you key into the era, that is electronic era. That's the era we have now. Gone are the days when you used to post letter through, the NITEL of it and NIPOST of a thing. But today, what you are going to post elsewhere, you scan and send through the email. So that is to tell you now even the World Trade Center now is electronically inclined. Our own stock exchange market here is electronically inclined. Not only in that era alone, every form of trade now. You do bank transfer, even when you buy, when you go to probably any market around, you do bank transfer. That is to tell you that the trade too has gone electronically inclined. So everything about human nature now is electronically inclined, and that's why everybody needs to learn the new skill, use the new skill, and solve problem with the new skills. It can't. In fact, I want to state this clearly, that it cannot be better than now. So just go and learn it, understudy it, and incidentally, we have a lot of short video online in the YouTube that you can learn anything. There is nothing you want to learn that you can't get 3-minute video, 4-minute video, 5-minute video on it in the YouTube. So things have been made simple. Learning have been made simple. Learning is customized even to your level, irrespective of your ability or disability. So the technology is there to cater for you. Another important thing I would like to mention, because of the ability and disability level, is talking about there is a term called ergonomics. The term ergonomics has taken cognizance of your level of ability or disability. How you can use technology without constituting any adverse reaction to you. So that is ergonomics. So that has been taken care of. So your level of ability or disability has been taken care of. So, and that's why technology has come, and it has come to stay. So technology will always influence everything about human endeavor. So it is nice that, ladies and gentlemen, you go and learn the more. In fact, there is no end to learning. I think Solomon said that in the book of Ecclesiastes. So there is no end to learning. You keep learning, and you keep learning, you keep knowing the more. So because technology will help you to solve your problem, will help you to achieve, great things within a very short while. There are a lot of advantages. If you are talking about the little disadvantages, it is because of the costs that are associated with it. But more importantly, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is good that you learn technology, because the use of technology will always be to your own advantage. Technology has quite a number of opportunities to offer in the area of skill, trade, and talent. Because technology is critical to preparing students, for instance, in the educational sector. Technology is critical to preparing students to live, to learn, and work successfully in the digital age. And technology-based teaching and learning, they have power to dramatically improve education outcome. So, and that's why we urgently need to deploy technologies to have access and proper use of the fast-growing knowledge. Mere acquisition of knowledge is not enough. We have to complete access and mastery over the knowledge getting process. So, now, in conclusion, the rise of technology use in and outside the classroom has come to repackage teaching and learning. And it is to the advantages of the learner and the teacher. So, and that's why it has been said that it has come to prepare learners to live, to learn, to work successfully in this age, in the 21st century. So everything now, in fact, in ordinary application, if your email is not there, you may not be shortlisted. So that's how to tell you that technology is critical in doing things in this age. So we need to do things in tandem with the current realities in the whole world. That's about the issue of globalization and ICT application. So we need to apply it because there is a high demand for use of technology in all fields of endeavor. So, and it will hate even lifelong learning, and it makes learning of anything more flexible than any other things. So the new technology has come to help human nature, at least in repackaging our knowledge, and our understanding will become fundamental in every area of our endeavor. So now let us look at the conclusion in the area of education, teaching and learning. Today, teacher can be in the comfort of his bedroom. Classwork, assignments, teaching, and so on and so forth can be done, and even with learners in their respective homes too. So in view of this, it is helping more of the two parties, that is the teacher and the learner. because they are in the comfort of their home, because everybody's afraid of COVID-19. So that is one of the reasons why technology has come to help us. So technology has come to help the school system, but more importantly, the school system need to up their game. Now, the bandwidth that is available in this country, Nigeria, is weak. And that's one of the areas that the telecom providers, they have to do more work in addition to complement the effort of the government. The government too need to do something about the bandwidth, because if the bandwidth is too slow and is weak, then it will slow down the efficiency of the technological products, especially the efficiency of the devices. So, and that's why you see some other time when you may be on Zoom meeting and at a particular time you hear clearly, but at another time the thing will be dropping gradually, so, or muffling up. It's as a result of the bandwidth that's available. So the technological provider, they need to do something in order to help the school system, in order to help the individual, and in order to even help the trade. So the bandwidth is very, very important. I was in a program, one international program held in the University of Lagos. The professor came from the University of Maryland. Sarcastically, he told us that the bandwidth that was available to the University of Maryland alone was much more than what the entire country Nigeria is having. So, and shortly after that, I have to look at the availability of bandwidth in African setting. Countries like Mauritius, they are ahead of Nigeria. Countries like Morocco, Algeria, South Africa is number one in Africa. So all these things, I think, if Nigeria truly is the giant of Africa, we need to do something about it in order to enhance the effective nature of our technological application in this country. Because the new technology did not reduce the need for human being. But more importantly, human being will be the driver of the technology. If at all we have technology, the human being will drive it. And it will help us, it will elevate our problems. So then institution like NITDA, that is Nigeria National Information Technology Development Agency, need to do something in such era like this to ensure that at least one, each system, the systemic nature is able to use technology for their day-to-day activities without any impediment. So NITDA has a role to play at this crucial level, because that's the agency that represents government in the area of a technological application. So, and in the area of learning things as an individual to enhance the teamwork. So individuals too need to be properly schooled. Like I mentioned earlier, it could be informally, it could be in form of semi-formal education, but you need to be properly tutored. On a lighter mood, most parents, they don't enjoy their children. The children naturally know this thing because they are born into that, like I call them the digital native the other time. But instead of parents to ask them to teach them, some of them will be looking for somebody else outside to teach them, when some of their children, the younger ones at home, can teach them the use of this thing with ease. So parents too, they need to at least encourage their children and learn from them, because it's very, very important. So, and the institution too need to follow the mode of integrating technology into teaching and learning. That's the school system. So be it private or public, they need to follow religiously the mode. There are 5 steps in following the mode of integrating technology into teaching and learning for the school system. The entry stage, where that's the stage when the thing is coming in, where the teacher is not even using technology at all, and there is no teacher now that can do without technology in the classroom now. So after the entry stage, we have the adoption stage, when it has been adopted to be part of the school system and part of teaching instructional media for teaching and learning. So when that is done, that is to say the two parties are already using technology, or they are learning to use technology to solve their problem. The third one will be the adaptation. So they will extract the relevant area to the classroom teaching and learning. So like some parents, in the DSTV and some other things, we have parent control, where they prevent their words from watching certain channels and some other things. Yes, that's the adaptation too in the school system. The school system, we have to customize it to adapt the relevant section and jettison the other side. After that stage is has been conquered, the next one is the appropriation stage. you appropriate it to use for advanced level. And the last one is invention. They say necessity is the mother of invention, because there is need for us to adopt this thing to solve our problem. So therefore, invention stage, you begin to explore other possibilities outside the one that is known, or the one that is defined, or the one that you have been taught. You need to explore other possibilities, and when you think outside the box, you get to see or to know many other things that you could use technology for, either as a team or even for trade. So technology is already part of us, and there is nothing we can do. We cannot do anything without technology. So only that those people that fall to the purview of the alien or immigrant, they need to move to either integrators or natives, so that at least they cannot reverse their age, but yet they can learn anything at any particular point in time, so that they can develop the right skill, the appropriate skill that will help them in achieving their goals as they continue in their undertaking. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen and viewers, so I want to sincerely encourage every one of us that technology has come to stay. So let us learn technology, use technology to solve our problem. It could be used for teaching and learning. You can use it to develop others, sharpen your skills, know more, do more. And for trade too, it could be used at least for buy and selling, transfer, POS, the use of POS, and so on and so forth. So all these things are part of the possibility that are in the use of technology. And I hope you will learn the use of technology and begin to use technology for a greater task. So thank you, viewers, for the opportunity once again. So see you.
This is awesome. This is awesome. This is awesome. This is awesome. Can you please let us appreciate Dr. Oyekola for the outstanding lecture? Dr. Oyekola for the outstanding lecture. This is awesome. I appreciate this, sir. Be a creative mind. I appreciate this a lot. Taking this for granted at all. This is awesome. Can you please let us appreciate the outstanding presentation on technology and how it can come into our team, and how it can also improve our daily life. And then so many points here about digital impact, appreciate as I get ready the next part I'm going to be talking right now. I'm going to be speaking to you for just 15 minutes on flipped classroom. This time I'm going to explore with you different technologies to understand, for you to be able to bring in technology to your school. Get ready. Get ready. Get ready to learn all the technology tools. I am getting set, and I am 100% sure that we will learn a lot at the end of the day. It has been a blessing, awesome time to everyone out there. Can you please let's appreciate all our speakers? Since morning, it has been a learning time with all our speakers. Learning has actually taken place since morning. Thank you very much, Dr. Oyekola, for the mind-blowing presentation. We appreciate you for sharing from your knowledge of wealth. God bless you. That is from Nofisat. Thank you very much, Nofisat. You are just joining. Thank you. Technology is the soul of teaching to get connected to the children in the classroom. Thank you. And I would like you to appreciate once again. Appreciate and share this video with your colleagues. Share this video with your colleagues as I'm going to be talking to you right now on another thing that you need to understand before school resume. I am going to be exploring with you something that you need to understand before school resume. Can you please get ready, as I am going to be speaking with you on what I call the endless possibility of, let me check out, I can stay by the corner here, yes, okay, and okay, my camera can do that, and okay, I want to make sure that my screen is one side and I'm also one side. Okay, welcome once again, and I want to welcome everyone who is actually joining us for the first time. This is the CME fourth annual conference, and it has been awesome since morning. It has been awesome since morning, and I want to appreciate everyone for joining. Welcome. Sorry for that. There's another child named here trying to take over the conference with his own music. Okay, and right now I think I need to start right away. Hope you can see my screen and everything is quite clear. My name is ODETOLA Ebenezer Israel, and I'm going to be taking you through what I call the flipped classroom for the next few minutes. The flipped classroom, and as you all know that we have been exploring technology for some time now with me. If you have attended so many of my classes online, you will have actually come across a lot of technology stuff that I've been sharing for some time now. And today I am also going to be sharing another part of technology that you need to put into consideration in your school. And I am 100% guarantee that you are going to learn a lot at the end of this presentation. So I will be speaking on flipped classroom. So what exactly is flipped classroom? And how do we flip our school when school resume? We all know that when school resume, school is not going to resume in the usual way. I just received a timetable of a particular school now, and then the timetable was not showing some subject that I know before. So that simply means that those subjects will be flipped over. So what exactly is flipped classroom? And during this class, I'm going to be taking you through everything that you need to understand to flip your school. Hope my voice is clear, and hope everything is all right over there. Let me check. How do we flip our school when school resumes? Yes, I think my voice is clear. Okay, can you please be giving me signal as much as possible? You are my you are the one I'm using as form of feedback. You know, feedback is actually important. So flipped classroom is the subject matter for this afternoon, and my name is ODETOLA Ebenezer. As I said, what I do is I talk about creativity. I'm an art educator. So you'll be wondering, why is an art educator talking about technology in the classroom? COVID actually made that happen. During COVID, I have explored a lot of LMS, a lot of worksheets, digital worksheets that can bring in realities into our school in terms of online, and I've facilitated some of those in a very fantastic way. And one of the reasons I can live stream live like this 7 hours non-stop, it is because I've put into practice what I call the discipline of technology in the school. So I'd like you to get ready as we talk about realities right now. So the first thing is, the first slide I have right here is that the most uncertain thing is we don't know what school will look like when we resume. Yes, we don't know how school is going to look like when we resume. I'm 100% sure that you understand that statement, that we don't know how school will look like. We don't know whether maybe immediately we resume, everything is going to be upside down. We don't actually know, but we pray that everything actually go right. So what do we need to understand to make everything possible when school resume? And then how do we need to go about them? So as I said, we don't actually know how school will look like, how those students will comply with the notes marks, how students will be able to respond to learning. I was speaking with some teachers during the week, and it was totally different. Everything that I actually explored with them was totally different. I asked them, how will school look like when school resumes? Somebody said that we are going to have pregnant students resuming to school. I said, wow. So those are the uncertain aspects that we have not actually explored. We are going to have pregnant students resuming to school. Wow. We are going to have the lives of we call them in Nigeria right now, we call them the what's the name of the boys again? They call themselves I forgot. Benefit boys. They said they are benefit boys. So we have a lot of benefit boys in the school. In case you don't know, go and get to know who are those benefit boys. They are the example of how school is going to look like. What exactly the kind of changes that have actually taken place from March to date are what we are going to be passing through in the school. And then you'll have watched this video before where the girl was saying, using the word my head, and the girl was putting the hand on shoulder, my head, my shoulder, my knee, my toe. Those are the things that we are going to be seeing when school resumes. Different types of things will have actually happened. So right now, when school resumes, students would have to do some of their learning remotely from home, and probably also do some learning in the classroom with similar number of students than usual. Yes, it is very sure that some students may not even, we said that yesterday, that some students may not resume school. This is the reality. The reality is that some students will not resume school. That simply means that some students will be having some of their classes online, while some we are going to be having some of the reality, real life in the classroom. It simply means that learning is going to be divided into different parts. Somebody said, I think during the class, somebody said that a parent said that the child is going to resume 2021 September. Wow, that is next year September. So we need to understand what is the reality right now. The reality is that some group of students will be learning remotely. It may not happen in your own school, but it will surely happen in some school. It may not happen in Nigeria, but it will happen in some part of Africa. It may not happen in Lagos, but it may happen in Abuja. It may not happen. So don't just think that no, is that statement. Yes, it's the statement. Some students may not resume school fully online, physical, and even when the government actually bring out the full guideline for resumption, it is possible that they are going to use the word that we are going to resume and close for 12 p.m. So when you close for 12 p.m., the congested timetable that we have, our timetable is normally to 2 o'clock, or some schools 3:30. How do we make sure we cover them? We have timetable that is very long, timetable that talks about everything from Monday to Friday. How do we make sure those timetables come into reality in the school? So we need to understand an aspect of learning that will make everything come into reality. In other words, many possible solutions would call for teachers to flip in their classroom. Yes, many solutions will call for us to flip our classroom, since flipping is the real possibility for us to make learning, or for us to create learning for the future. Since flip learning is what will take place in the near future. Yes, flip learning will take place in the future. And then when you are teaching right now, you are not teaching for the children to actually function now. You are teaching the children to function in the nearest future. And in case you don't know, they are used to internet, they are used to smartphone, they are used to using laptop, playing games online. So far they are used to some of those tools, we can take advantage of some of those tools for us to be able to engage them. I think it is important for all teachers to gain a grasp of this model, and including all the benefits, the challenges, and consider how children can own their space through the use of this flipped classroom. So what exactly is flipped classroom? It is better for us to understand what is the meaning of flipped classroom, so that we can actually know how to make this possible in our school. A flipped classroom is a pedagogical approach in which direct instruction moves from group learning space into the individual learning space. I want you to understand that. It is a model of teaching where group learning space, group instruction move towards individual instruction. when we teach in the classroom, it is an example of group instruction where we are in charge in the classroom, and then all the children are at the front of us and we are speaking to them, talking to them directly. And then with the use of flipped classroom, we talk about individual learning space. That means that this type of learning space, you are only sending content, and the child will be there sitting comfortably and attending to that content. And the resulting group space is transformed into a dynamics interface learning space. Yeah, dynamics interface learning space, which can be technology, where educators guide students as they apply concept and engage creatively in the subject matter. And I know this meaning of flipped classrooms quite look big, but I have the one in the red font, which actually say that a teaching model within video recorded lecture. Yes, that is an example of flipped classroom. A teaching method within video recorded lecture are reviewed as homework outside of the class time. Yes, this is an example of flipped classroom, where content are sent to the children in video formats. Content are sent to the children in worksheet format. We have digital worksheet. I'm going to be taking my time to take us through some of those things so that we understand how it works. All these are kind of materials that we can use to engage the children directly in their own comfort zone. There's one thing I like about flipped classroom. It gives children in control of their learning. That is why we call it individual learning space. It gives them opportunity for them to take control of their learning. They can play, they can pause, they can choose the time they want to learn. Sometimes when we teach in the classroom, we are going to be using, yes, you have to do it now. You have 5 minutes, you have this and that. But when you flip your classroom, there is time. It is flexible. The child can take his time. The child can even explore more beyond what you are teaching. So flipped classroom has come to stay. So what are the 4 pillars of flipped classroom? Number 1, flipped classroom is flexible because the environment is flexible for them. Remember, these learners, they are actually used to technology, and technology is they are born with technology, as Dr. Oyekola said. So flipped classroom is a flexible model for children, because the tools that we are going to be using is a kind of a tools that the children will find very easy to take their time to explore with, and it develop the next learning culture. The next learning culture. I want to use the word next learning culture. The next learning culture is the culture in such a way that we can actually learn anywhere we are. We can learn regardless of whether it is online, regardless of whether it is anywhere. We can learn online. We can learn anywhere, regardless of our comfort zone. Intentional content. Yes, it is intentional because it is something that we purposefully take our time to create those content. And professional educators take advantage of flipped classroom. Professional educators takes advantage of flipped classroom, and I would like you to take your time to explore flipped classroom. Flipped classroom is the next model out there that everybody needs to understand. So let me talk more about what flipped classroom is not, so that we understand what flipped classroom is. Flipped classroom is not just video content. It's not just a video content. It is the interaction and the meaningful learning activity that occur during face-to-face time that is most important. So it is another form of interaction that takes place in form of face-to-face time. That means I am meeting the child directly, and this is also another opportunity for me to engage the child. It is not an online course. Flipped classroom is not an online course. Flipped classroom is not an online course, and students spending the entire class starting at the computer screen. No, flipped classroom is not all about students standing at the front of computer and watching computer from the beginning of the class to the end. No, flipped classroom is not like that. And then flipped classroom is not in isolation there, because some people think the child will be lonely now. I cannot just put the leave the child at the front of the screen and the child will be looking at the screen. No, the child will not be lonely. There are so many ways we can create an engaging content in such a way that the child will enjoy what the child is seeing. So as I said, flipped classroom is not all about on videos, sending videos alone. Flipped classroom is all about what? Face-to-face interaction. Flipped classroom is not an online course. Please note, it is not an online course. Some of us think it's an online course. It is not. And it is not a kind of a content whereby children sit at the front of the computer, and it is not an isolate experience with children. And what exactly is flipped classroom? Flipped classroom means to increase interaction and personalize contact time between students and teacher. I want you to get that right. Flipped classroom is the interaction and personalized contact time with student and teacher. So this is the time I'm going to have this particular child's time. I'm going to have Jeremiah's time with my work with flipped classroom. Oluwashemilore, I'm going to have your time during this classroom. Ebube, I'm going to have your client. I'm having Ebube's time during this class. So I'm going to be having their time with what? With this method of flipped classroom. That simply means that, an example, when we have a project, maybe the project was all about maybe the project is all about maybe let me bring one art, maybe art. We are exploring the Benin art, and after talking about Benin art in the classroom, I can send a personalized content to each child for them to now take their time to understand flipped classroom directly with me. So it is also an environment where students take responsibility for their own learning. Yes, we did talk about this. It is a type of environment where children take responsibility of their learning. Please note that it is a time that children need to take time for take responsibility for their own learning. A classroom where the teacher is not just the seg on the stage. That means it's not just the major person on the stage standing and serving as the author of everything, but the guide on the other side. So the teacher is the guide on the other side. A blended of direct instruction with constructivism learning. Yes, it is a blended of instruction. So we are blending instruction. We are blending the direct instruction when we are seeing them, and then we are blending it with another form of instruction by sending content to them for them to visit personally. It is also a classroom where students who are absent due to illness or extracurricular activities such as athletic, field trip don't get left behind. I like this statement. I want to emphasize more on this statement, and this is where we need to understand flipped classroom better, which actually talks about this. It is also a kind of content where students who are absent due to illness. Some students may not come to school due to coronavirus, that they said, maybe I don't want to come to school. So flipped classroom will make this better. Some students may have traveled. I have some students who have actually traveled out of Nigeria, and they think they're not coming back to you. Everything is okay, especially the foreign students. And some of these will make them not to be left behind. And it is also a class where content is permanently achieved for review or recommendation. That means that it can also come in form of content where we want to use them to remind the students of what is actually taking place, and to remind them of revision of what is being taught in the classroom. And it is also a class where all students are engaged in their learning. Yes, it is also a class where all students are engaged in their learning. Yes, all students will be engaged individually and more in the classroom. And also it is a place where students can get a personalized education. That this is the last one. It is a place where students can get a personalized education. That is my own education. That is maybe the way, it is not going to be for everybody. You are sending one video to everybody, but they will not know. So when you send that, the children will think it is for them, and they will take it as if it is for them. So you can even mention name. You can use example different ways. So an example is what I'm actually doing right now. I am actually flipping my classroom in such a way that you are receiving the video for you alone. For you alone. And this is awesome. So the next part is that why should we flip our classroom? Yes, we should flip our classroom because it speaks the language of students. I like that statement, and I will stop on just this alone. It speaks the language of all students. That means that it speaks the language of technology. It speaks the language of what they understand. It speaks the language of how they press phone every day. It speaks the language of how they like to visit social media. It speaks the language of everything that they want to learn online. So because they like online, we can take advantage of online and bring their content into the classroom alongside. So this is one of the reasons why I would like us to flip our classroom. Flipping classroom also help busy students. Yes, some of those students that want to be busy online doing a lot of things, so it helps them keep them busy, and it also helps struggling learners. Yes, it helps struggling learners. Some learners would have been struggling in the classroom. By the time they learn in their own place, at their own comfort zone, they can actually catch up. So flip classroom also help all ability to excel. So regardless of your ability, whether you are a visual learner, kinesthetic learner, when you learn it in your own comfort zone, it is 100% possible that you are going to excel at the end of the day. Flip classroom also allows students to pause and rewind their teacher. I like that statement. I think I've mentioned something about it. So I can pause, I can stop my teacher. Bam, I want to rewind back. I can continue again. I want to fast forward my teacher. Oh, I like this part. So the children are now taking charge of the classroom. So this is awesome. Flip classroom increase student-teachers interaction. Yes, it increases student-teachers interaction. The child can have more time to understand the teacher, why the teacher is actually talking about this content, and then why the teacher likes to talk about this particular content. And another thing is that flip classroom also educate parents, because parents will also take charge during the course of flip classroom. So it's also engage parents to be carried along about everything that is taking place in the classroom. And it also makes your classroom transparent. Yes, this time there's no room for this person is our paddy, this person is from my own church, this person is from my own mosque, this person is somebody's daughter. Flip classroom open room for transparency, and flip classroom allow a very big room for real differentiation. And I know that we can see all what I have on this screen, and in case you can't see it, I may be sending some of those things in at the end of the day. So flip classroom also is a great technical for absent teacher. Yes, technique for absent teacher. So if some teachers are actually absent, like maybe somebody like me now, if I'm absent in the school, I can do a pre-recorded video, send it to the children, or I do a live video and send it to the students. So flip classroom is the best, and one of the advantages is that it uses technology to give students control of their interaction, which has a positive effect on students learning. So I move to the next slide. I want to make sure I finish this in the next few minutes so that we can move to our panelists. So the 4 phases of a flip classroom: experimental engagement. Yes, flip classroom. When you want to use flip classroom, let me put it like that, you should be able to make sure that you take control, and make sure that everything is all about experimental engagement. Make sure you give them a lot of things to experiment. Show the example and then tell them to go and experiment some of those things. That means it is a form of activity. It is also a concept of exploration. Yes, it develops a lot of research skills in them. You tell them to research online. You tell them to look for this content. You tell them to look for this solution, and they will actually do all of that. Meaning making. Yes, you can also give them opportunity to go and bring in some more meanings to different topics, or more example to different topics through flip classroom. Remember, it is not just in the classroom. It is a kind of a classroom that gives opportunity for the children to explore anywhere they are and at home. And the next one, it gives room for demonstration. You have more time to demonstrate. Some in the classroom, there may be 1 or 2 things that you want to do. that you're actually rushing, but this time you demonstrate and then you do a lot. So the next one I'm going to talk about is the benefit of flipped classroom. I'll just talk about a few of them and move to the next one. Is provide opportunity for differentiated learning. I've talked about this. Promote active learning. Promote peer interaction and collaboration. Yes, you can collaborate during flipped classroom. You can group students together and then they can do a lot of homework together. Increase efficiency and maximizing class time. Yes, maximizing class time. You know that class time may not be enough, as I said. So it gives room for us to use our time in the classroom effectively. And the next one is that time become available for students to collaborate with peers. Yes, time will be available more. We all know that time may not be available when school resumes, but with flipped classroom, we have time for what time that will be available will be much and more deeply with content, practical skills, and increased feedback. Yes, it gives room for them to give feedback of their progress, and then it gives room for you to send practical skills. It gives you for you to send knowledge. Some of those notes, sometimes we have notes in the classroom. So what if those notes can be converted into animation? What if those notes can be converted into broadcast? Broadcast is what we are talking about now. I'm going to be giving you a lot of tools that you will need for you to be able to flip your school at the end of the day. And at the end of the day, also we have more time for coaching their students. Yes, we have more time with the children, and you also need, Mrs. BIMBO, I've actually spoken a lot about language, developing literacy and more. So this is also another opportunity, and it assists them with challenging projects. Yes, challenging projects that give them greater control over their own learning. When you give them, maybe like now you tell them to explore a project on digestive system, and you send a video which is science, and you send a video of yourself working on some sewing of digestive system on your t-shirt, and then you said the illustration here, this is kidney, this is your bone, this is that, and the children can follow those practical steps and do a lot at the end of the day. So it gives a lot of room for the children to take over their learning. So let's check the traditional classroom and the flipped classroom. Let's see how some of those two, which one is better. I'm not using the word one is better than the other. Don't let me use that word. But I want to tell you that flipped classroom is one of the best, and we need to explore this flipped classroom. So in the normal classroom, before class, students are assigned something to read. Yes, that is in the normal classroom. But in the flipped classroom, students guide through reading module that asks and collect questions. So you can actually go through this. Maybe let me just let me make this open wider. Yes. So you can take your time to snap this, screenshot this. The next way of getting content right now is to screenshot. So screenshot this, and I would like you to do that as fast as possible. So this is the next part, the traditional classroom and the flipped classroom. You need to understand that the student attempts the homework usually with delay feedback. Yes, we have them, we beat them in the classroom. You did not do your homework, this and that. But in the flipped classroom, students continue applying their knowledge skills after clarification and and feedback. Instructor posts any transitional explanation and resources as necessary, and grade higher quality work. So the classroom is not, flipped classroom is not coming to take over the normal classroom, but flipped classroom is coming to bring in what effectiveness towards our content in the classroom. Flipped classroom, as I said, is not coming to take over our classroom, but it is only coming to come and to bring in more content for us to make things happen better in the classroom. So the next part, before I finish today's class, is how do we implement the flipped classroom? For us to implement the flipped classroom, we need to understand the first part, which is for us to plan. You need to plan. Planning is needed. We need to start planning. Planning is the number one thing for us to make flipped classroom come into reality. So number one, we need to plan out which lesson in particular you want to flip. So do you want to flip literacy? Do you want to flip numeracy? Do you want to flip art? Do you want to flip aerobics? So you need to know which one exactly you want to flip. It is not compulsory you flip all subjects, but there are some particular one that you can take your time to flip, so that you will know that okay, this particular one we are going to do some part of it in the classroom, and some part of it also will be done in another platform on another platform. So you need to understand that. The next one is that you need to look for ways to record videos. Recorded videos is another way. Recorded video is another way, and you need to get that. Recorded video. So instead of just teaching and teaching in the classroom, you can create recorded videos, and then you can be flipping in as you are talking about some of those things. You can be bringing in example. And there's something I want to give you under this recorded video. So for you to create pre-recorded video, you can use two applications. Let me give you two apps for recorded video, because I know some will come with their label. Go and download DU Recorder. DU Recorder. Let me type it under the screen. It is called DU Recorder. DU Recorder will give you awesome stuff. From DU Recorder, you can edit, you can compress, you can do a lot. Now you can't see DU Recorder to download on Play Store. You can't see DU Recorder to download on Play Store. Maybe let me see whether. Yes, I'm going to send the link right now. I am sending the link for you to download DU Recorder, and I've actually done that. So please go and download DU Recorder. This is the link. I've actually dropped the link, and then you can use the link to edit video. So that video, make sure your video is interesting. Make sure your sitting position is interesting. You can bring in slide below. You can bring in intro. Understand intro and outro. Your intro talks about introduction. Your outro talks about maybe assignment. So your outro can be assignments. Create something at the end of the day. Make sure it contains all the key elements you have mentioned in the classroom. So when you are editing those videos, make sure it contains those key elements in a very broad way or in a very simple way that you have talked about in the classroom. So your DU Recorder can make this come into reality. And there's another thing I want to talk about: broadcast. You can actually bring in some you can convert all their books. Maybe they have a book that they read in the classroom. Almost all children have what a kind of a book they read in the classroom. So if they have a particular book they are reading in the classroom, maybe it is Things Fall Apart, it is this and that. You can look for this type of application that I'm going to mention now to turn text into audio. You know, there are some books that comes in audio, so you can bring in books that will just be audio alone, and you can even bring that audio and come and add it to your video to edit. That application is called T2X. For text to audio, T2X. And then I would like you to go and explore that app. It's on Play Store, and then that app will give you awesome stuff. You can convert your text into what? Into audio. So you will need to convert that text into audio. What am I talking about? Like now, maybe on my phone, I want to be listening to some maybe in your class you have some maybe in your class there are some content that you want to display. So with your T2S, this will be 100% possible. So get your T2S. So your audio now, the children can take their headphone and listen to that audio one after the other. So take your time and explore that. Another app you can also explore. This app is for you to convert. You can snap a particular book and convert it into Microsoft Word. So when I snap the book, I can take my phone like this, I snap the book. So by the time I snap the book, I can convert it into Microsoft Word. You know, a book, you can't copy and paste a book. But when you snap the book, it will convert it into Microsoft Word. So the application for that is called Text Fairy. Text Fairy. You can get Text Fairy. Text Fairy is spelled F-A-I-R-F Text F-A-I-R-Y. Text Fairy. Get your Text Fairy. And then with this Text Fairy, you are going to be converting all your books into text in your classroom. I know this is awesome. This is awesome. You need to go and do that. And these are practical steps I want you to go and put into practice. This is all about creativity, and you have to be creative about your lesson. Intentional creativity, making sure that you stand out in your classroom. You stand out. You bring in originality, and these are what will make us stand out there by the time school resume. Another thing is that share video with your students. Share video and engage them and engage in videos with them. And then I want to tell you, video content are divided into two in the classroom. We have the live video and we have the pre-recorded video. So look for ways to give them time for live video. Look for ways to give them time for pre-recorded video. And your live video should not be every time. Some of us have actually abused Zoom. Some of us have actually abused Zoom during the pandemic. We abuse Zoom. I have seen a school that actually use Zoom every day for a lesson. The child will be bored. That is why we have a smart child that actually changed the name. You know, you can write when you want to come in, you will write your name and your name will be showing below. And then the child changed the name to reconnecting, because we are the lesson will be boring. So there are different ways of using video. So I said it is divided into two: pre-recorded and what? And live, and pre-recorded and live video. Another pre-recorded itself, we have about 10 types of video. We have animated video. We have illustration video. We have slide video. We have so many of them. You know, we have the one that you are going to be talking. We have the one you will share your slide. We have the one you will use animation. We have the one you will use animated text. We have the one that you will use animation character. There are different types of them. So as much as possible, please. Yes, as much as possible, please get that done. Change. Now that your students have viewed your lesson, you have to prepare actually and go more in deep than ever. You know, in flipped classroom, you give them the contents ahead. So maybe maybe tomorrow you want to talk about some things in the classroom, you give them the content ahead, and they can also prepare. Or let me put it like this: when you send in video and you talk about some things, you know, the child is standing at the front of computer, and the child is also seeing. The child can be curious to also go online and check about what you talk about. So please try as much as possible. Deep knowledge matters this time, because so that child will not actually take over your classroom. Try as much as possible. Deep learning. Understand your content. Don't understand just the tip alone. Understand the whole of the body of the content. And the next one, group interaction, an effective way for discussion. And please, as much as possible, create group interaction. Create group interaction. Group interaction works for everybody. Group interaction works for everybody, and the group interaction can be done based on any elements you are using. If you are using Google Classroom, group interaction will work. If you are using Edmodo, group interaction will work. The next one, before I end today's class, is for you to regroup. So what do I mean by regroup? If you regroup, it simply means that, you know, we can create smaller group in the classroom. Maybe like now we have 3 groups in the classroom, and we can now bring them together again for us to deliberate about a subject matter. That is regrouping. Get class back together to share the individual group work with everyone. Ask questions, dive in deep than before. After 6-step review version, review and repeat everything again and again with those students. This is all about deep learning. This is all about deep learning, and deep learning take place more through flipped classroom. Some other suggestions may also include that active learning allows students to apply content in the classroom, the collaboration, peer instruction, debate, bringing debates, and maybe I will post in. There's a video I have on my YouTube channel that actually talks about ways to end your virtual class. I talked about different types of ways that we can use to end our virtual class, and I'm going to watch that video. Now the last one I'm going to talk about is tools. I've mentioned some tools. I still want to mention more tools for flipped classroom. Tools for flipped classroom. I've mentioned T2S. I've mentioned DU recording. I've mentioned text ferry, and right now go and also explore so many apps out there. There are a lot of app out there for animation. Let me give you one for animation. Go and explore Plotagon. Go and explore Plotagon. Plotagon is free on Play Store, but if you have a good phone, you will be able to use Plotagon. Plotagon is free, and then if you have a good phone, you will be able to explore Plotagon. Plotagon is good. Plotagon is direct to use. Go and explore Plotagon. Plotagon is one of the best right now. Go and explore Plotagon. And the next one is your Google Classroom. Google Classroom is one of the best tools I've actually find very easy to use for some time now. I have explored Google Classroom, and I will tell you that with Google Classroom, you are going to be getting a lot of ways to flip your classroom. Google Classroom is just all about creating your classroom and making sure that children join your classroom. I have a lot of videos in this YouTube under this YouTube channel, and you will get a lot of videos for you to use to open your Google Classroom. I have introduction to Google Classroom. Go and check every one of them one after the other. So Google Classroom will flip your classroom environment, and this will actually give you a lot. Then I'd like to invite you to a workshop I'll be doing very soon. I don't know the date right now because I'll be very busy, but this classroom is what you should be getting ready for right now. Tools for flipped classroom model. I'll be going deep to explain some of these tools, and I am 100% sure that you are ready. I am 100% sure that you are ready. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for your time. If you have question, I want to take question. If you have question right now, I want to take those question. If you have any question based on what I've actually talked about, any tools you want to understand, and then please be joining me every Sunday 6 p.m. Try and be joining me every Sunday 6 p.m. I explore a lot of content with teachers on how to flip their classroom. I am sweating. It is learning time. Thank you very much for joining me. Thank you very much for joining. And I want you to ask questions right now before our panelists actually get ready. I would like you to ask the questions right now. Question. I want those questions to be popping in. Let those questions pop in. I need those questions so that I will be able to create an interactive class. I need those questions. It has been awesome experience. Yes, it has been awesome time since we started the conference. Thank you very much. Afolake, Flourish Gate, thank you, Mrs. Didiolu. Thank you very much, man. I really appreciate. Flip Classroom has come to stay. It's now the blended learning of our traditional classroom and also our normal classroom. Okay, somebody said that. Thank you very much. Please, sir, can we get this text ferry on Play Store? Yes, it can. It is on Play Store. It is on Play Store. Text ferry is on Play Store. Text ferry is on Play Store. Which other one did I mention? DU Recorder is not on Play Store. That is why I decided to send the link, direct link. DU Recorder is not on Play Store. So any other tools you want to understand. Google Classroom is direct, and then Google Classroom, it has all the necessary tools you need, and then there are going to be different classes on Google Classroom soon, and now we can use it to flip our learning when school resume. I'm 100% sure that we are going to benefit a lot from that by the time school resume. Can you please throw in some of those questions? Remember podcast, that is bringing in messages, bringing in another type of content where children can where children can come in where children can listen to your audio podcast. Yes. What are the challenges faced in using Plotagon? It is usually slow. Yes, Plotagon. The only problem with Plotagon is that if you don't have a good smartphone, it may not work. And another problem with it is that no matter how good your smartphone, this is what you are going to do. Dedicate yourself to maybe a particular day, download Plotagon, and immediately it's actually doing anyhow. Just close the application and on it and open it back. This is what I do. I close it and I use it back again. So if I want to create any video now, I create what I want to create, and if I create 3 videos, it may shut down because the application is quite high, it's heavy. Plotagon is on Play Store, but I know you can also use it on your laptop, but I can't guarantee you your laptop that much. Thank you very much. Okay, Mary, thank you very much. And if you still have more questions, but Plotagon is one of the best, and you can also go and explore for your animation. You can also go and explore this app called I forgot. There are a lot of apps. I forgot. There are a lot of them. So explore different types of app. There are a lot of them. I know about 7 of them, but there is a particular one I want you to know how to use. There are some that you will pay for. There are some that it is free, and you can go and explore some of those free ones. Likewise, you can also explore some of the paid ones. And then we can also explore some of the paid one. Can we please let's bring in more questions? I have just 9 minutes left for me to bring in the panelist in. It has been an awesome time. We have spent so far. Let me check how many hours we've spent so far today. We have spent 6 hours 9 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. Eben. It is only unfortunate that those technology are not really affordable for people in the semi-rural area. I really enjoy the program, but I will tell you that like Google Classroom now, the simplest one of them, which is an LMS, is quite easy to use, and the internet is just the major problem. But I want to tell you that we may not actually achieve a lot when we render forest. Thank you. Yes, I wanted to talk about render forest. So we may not actually achieve a lot when we use those words. Let's give it a try. If we give it a try, we can actually achieve it. Let's give it a try. Render forest is there, and through render forest, let me come back to my normal position now. Through render forest, we can also achieve a lot. And render forest is not a bad app at all. I have also used render forest for a very long time. I've been using render forest, and it has been awesome. And there are so many 3D apps also right now flowing online. And go and get your Bitmoji. Bitmoji should be in every slide that you use in the classroom. If you use any slide in the classroom, make sure that you have Bitmoji. Make sure that you have Bitmoji. And then before we start the panelist session, for the certificate collection, I have all the names. If you can just WhatsApp me, the certificate collection will start next week. The certificate collection will start next week, and I would like you to get ready. Get ready. It is going to be e-certificate, and 100% sure that you are going to get it, and you can print the certificate at the end of the day. Thank you very much for joining, and our panelists are getting set for the last part. What is render forest used for? Yes, render forest is used for animated text. Render forest is used for apart from animated text, there is this particular app that you see up there that the hand will be writing on the screen, and you can use render forest to achieve that. And render forest is used for a lot. Bitmoji is used to create your own animation. So Bitmoji is used to create your own animation. This Sunday, if you can join me this Sunday, I'm going to be exploring on another subject matter that talks about tools to engage when school resume. And I would like you to get ready 6 p.m. this Sunday. Join me. It's just, I will be making it 30 minutes now or 45 minutes so that it will not be too long, so that I'll be able to explore alongside with me. I'll be talking about design before resumption, and I'll be talking about technology. These are the two areas that I want to make sure that everybody understand. Ability for us to understand posters to put in school, and ability for us to understand technology tools to use when school resume. Right now, we have firstly explored. We have explored a lot. We have explored a lot. We have explored a lot, and one of our panelists is actually ready. We have Mr. Olofa in the building, and we have Mr. Olofa in the building. Thank you very much, Mr. Olofa. We just have 4 minutes left. We have 4 minutes left to start. Thank you so much. We are going to still be deliberating on technology during this panelist. This is a technology panelist session, and we are going to be deliberating about how different tools can be used, and then why we need to understand some of those tools. Yes, I have gained so much value from this wonderful speaker and panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Peter Okoro. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. God bless you, Mr. Iben. Margaret, thank you so much. And then I would like you to subscribe to this channel, share this video with your colleagues wherever they are. They need to know about this channel that we do a lot here. And the CME conference is every year, and then on a normal day we are meant to do it for Feb. It is meant to come up for August, but next year we are 100% sure that it's going to be August by God's grace. Thank you very much for joining. If you have more questions on technology, you know I am still here, so you can bring your own question in as we get ready. get ready as our next class about to start. Panelists are ready, and we are going to be joined by Mr. Olofa. We are going to be joined by other speaker also, as known as we are also ready. Join us. Thank you very much for today. I really appreciate you. Thank you very much for today. I really appreciate this is an awesome experience. Most of the discussion can actually directly work in private school. How can technology be integrated and help public school? Yes. For that question, technology can work in public school. Yes, it can. The list of technology can work. WhatsApp can be used as element. Yes, I use WhatsApp as element, and then it can be used and it can work effectively in the school environment. So right now it is 3 p.m. and we are going to be joined by the panelists right now. And I want to let me make my own face also show this time. Delete my picture. I have to make sure that my face is showing. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Olofa. Good afternoon, sir, Mr. Israel, and welcome also, Dr. Kuku. Welcome, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Israel. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I would like you to quickly do a quick introduction of yourself so that our participants, our audience on YouTube can actually meet you, and then we start this class right away. I will start from Mr. Olofa so that he's going to introduce himself, and then we start up the class right away. Can you hear me, sir? Mr. Israel.
Then, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, my name is Adedamola Olofa Israel. I am an edu consultant by God's grace. I'm into research and training, and research and training in 3 areas. The first area is on learning techniques, 21st century learning techniques, and the second area is on educational management skills for school executives, and the third area is use of technology for teaching and learning. I've been on for almost about 31 years now. I'm a blogger, I'm a writer, and also a linguist, Amazon.com. Thank you very much. It's nice to be here with you, Mr. Ibrahim.
Thank you very much. Can we meet Dr. Olaotan Kuku? Welcome, sir. I actually appreciate your presence. So sorry. We have just 30 minutes late time behind because of our special speaker in the morning who are taking for questions. So sorry. Can you please introduce yourself, sir, so that our audience can meet you?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ebenezer. Thank you for having me. My name is Olaotan Kuku. I'm a teacher and also a researcher. Actually, my research or my concentration is generally on education, but with specific interest in measurement and evaluation, really. Basically, what I do is anything consisting or comprising of what? Teacher training. And having a platform being here also with you, it's also another opportunity to also contribute to the little way I can. I want to say you're doing very well. Yes, I'm proud of your composition and effort towards also making the classroom a comfortable environment for learners and also for teachers. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, sir. We really appreciate your presence. And we have these panelists. I hope others also join us soon. And this panelist, we are going to be discussing about the role of technology and how technology is going to look like when school resume. And thank God that I have you as a measurement and evaluator who will actually talk about how we can try our best as much as possible to make sure that evaluation is part of what we do in terms of using technology and more. And I want to start from Mr. Olofa. And I've been seeing a lot of work you have been doing for some time now, especially on WhatsApp. And you make so many things look simple. So a lot of people out there, which is making sure that they understand that ordinary WhatsApp can be used for a lot. And a lot of people actually understand during your class, during the pandemic, that WhatsApp can be used to achieve just ordinary and elements. I would like you to start from that your achievement, making sure that everybody understand just WhatsApp alone, because I've actually a lot of people have been dropping some comments right now that how can technology be used even in public schools? And I know that it is possible for technology to be infused in public school. Can you please just give us some comments, some contribution about how you have used technology as a researcher for some time now?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ebenezer. Well, we are now in the new normal that is being prompted by COVID-19 lockdown. Normal session has been interrupted. We are looking for alternatives of teaching media. I'm not beginning to think that what could be the cheapest and the easiest way to go to virtual classroom, okay, to hold virtual classroom. I realized that movement teachers are ICT savvy. And what is because hello? Hello? Can I go on? Yes. And we have a lot of software that are, but that an average teacher doesn't know how to handle it. So, what are the apps and softwares that teachers familiar with? You know, now that used to me, virtual learning is not only about what you offer, it's also about what parents can move with, what parents can cope. Because if we take and we use complex for them to teach children. What are the children? How would they be able to, because we need their support when a better classroom is going on. You must like a balance, a software or a learning software or learning app that both the teachers can use and parents can cope with. That's what I'm program for. Hello? Am I slow? Hello? Can I go on? Hello, Mr. Iben, can you hear me? Hello? 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 Okay, so am I over? Am I stuck? Can I go on?
You can continue, sir.
Okay. All right. All right. Okay. So that's why I was thinking of. Yeah. Thank you very much. I was thinking of what learning software can be easy both for parents and also for teachers to use. What learning software does not require much training? What learning software does not require more technicalities that parents can easily cope with it, and teachers also can easily cope with. So I fall back on the use of WhatsApp and also the use of Telegram, which to an extent myself for the past 3 or 4 years because of groups I have on WhatsApp, and I realized that it has been easy. On WhatsApp, you can pass across. On WhatsApp, you can pass across audio, textual, and also visual materials on WhatsApp. Even now, before we used to have only 4 people that can make a live videos, video conference on WhatsApp, but now it has gone from there about purpose. It can hold a live classroom, a live virtual classroom on WhatsApp, and everybody will be carried along because when a virtual classroom is virtual, many people is able to carry many children along with it. So on WhatsApp, we can hold live classroom, we can hold regular classroom, can exchange materials, you can do video conferencing, you can exchange audio. Like myself, if I post a text on WhatsApp, I will lay a video on it, or I lay an audio on it for better clarity, so that people that I'm taking can have a better understanding of where I'm taking them. So I think WhatsApp is working now for virtual classroom as well as Telegram as well. They're both working. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir.
Hello.
I want to welcome Dr. Kuku, and I want you to say something.
So
about
the bottom line, as I told you, bro.
Yes.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Okay, so I want to welcome Dr. Kuku, and I want to hear from you, sir. And I know that
I'm done.
You are a lecturer at the College of Education, and I know that you have also been using some tools. And then I purposely invited you to this technology part because I know that right now, when we talk about the use of technology, it has come to stay, and then you have also been an example of using technology so far that I've seen for some time. I just give us a brief introduction about how you think technology has come to stay right now from the primary level to the university level, and making sure that everybody out there understand that technology will actually drive the future of education that we are talking about. Yes, can you unmute? Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Ebenezer.
Yes,
thank
sir.
you for the question. I first want to commend your efforts and your crew in organizing events of this nature. Really, it's a critical one at a particular point in time. We as a nation are also trying to really, and unfortunately, either we are prepared or not, it's already staring us in the face. Since I've been trying to follow you since yesterday till now, yes, I've also seen the whole gamut of the whole exercise here is how well we incorporate technology in teaching and in learning, really. Yeah, I don't want us to see it differently, really. The whole idea is that You teach. When you meet students one-on-one in class, you teach. Definitely you assess them, or you do every other thing, the whatever method you want to use, you do all that. What we are only saying that what is typical, a typical classroom you hold in a classroom in a confinement called a classroom is what is being transferred online. The only difference here is that you may not be able to have a physical contact with the learners. So how do we then transfer that? Yes, that's trying to work on. Since I've been listening to presenters also since yesterday until now, I've been doing, and also the Mr. Olofa who spoke earlier too was also seeing ways of trying to manage it. Unfortunately, as much as I align with what Mr. Olofa said. Unfortunately, the point we are in is that we have to find a way around it. Yes, he has also been magnanimous to see a way where we can use small applications such as WhatsApp, Telegram, to see how well we can also manage teaching, while going to the fact that yes, the socioeconomic status of parents here, how do they be able to cope with it? Well, I think the challenge we should have and the concentration now should be how well we have to things are gradually getting back to normal after easing of lockdown. And now what we should be thinking of is, are we then going to go back to what we've been having before now? Obviously, I don't think that will be obtainable any longer. Then we have to blend this learning. We have to blend the classroom. As much as we're doing it physical, we have to find a way. Yeah, I also listened to the use of flipped classroom you talked about too. Yes, one way or the other, apart from those who experience class, you can also stay in a corner, create a video, and send it to any learner who wants to. Yeah, that makes learning definitely also much more interesting. Yeah, basically, I think the concentration now should be more on how well we'll be able to manage what we've been doing before with the new normal. Part of this world in our own client here, we've been quite rigid about the changes in teaching. Teaching has gone beyond physical meetings to learners one-on-one. As much as possible too, I also want to say that there are limitations too, one way or the other. Yes, as much as there are limitations with meeting students one-on-one. Meeting students one-on-one, there could be headache of trying to transport yourself to the school daily, and so many other things that could also affect your transportation from home to school on a daily basis. Similarly, also, as advantageous as online learning could be, it has its own challenge too. It has its own challenge, but particularly around this period where we are, there is a lockdown where we can't go anywhere. We should also be able to fall back on it. So what we are saying is that we have to blend these two means of teaching and also learning. Thank you. I wouldn't know if there are other ones, or I've given enough intro to the question, but if there are other ones, I want to pause here. Thank you.
Not sure they can hear me now. Thank you very much. If you have any question to ask our panelists on how they think technology can be adapted into school system, and how they think technology is the way forward right now. I know technology is the way forward right now. I just finished speaking about flipped classroom, which is also the blended learning, which actually talks about how we can blend in the physical classroom and also the online classroom together. It has come to stay. When school resumes, they may use the word. Some people will not decide that some people will close also time, or even in universities also, some changes may actually come in. So how do we make sure that technology comes into our learning? Apart from even using technology as part of teaching, there's another part of it that we need to understand right now, that technology should be part of our method of teaching. That means when you teach in the classroom, there's a method of teaching you should be using right now that technology should be part of. And I want to ask you, sir, Doctor, sir, I want to ask you right now that technology has actually thrown to us that it is possible for him to be used as a way of teaching. And I know that a lot of people out there only depend on textbooks. A lot of people out there only depend on materials by older materials. How possible do you think that with technology coming into reality now, is it possible for technology to be fully integrated into our teaching methodologies? So this time I'm not talking about technology as an LMS. That means that technology being used to deploy content. This time I'm talking about technology being integrated into everything that we teach in the classroom. As I'm talking to you as an artist, do you think that technology should be about 40% of art? Do you think technology should be about 40% of even business? Do you think technology should be about for a particular percentage of social content in the school, for primary sector, for secondary sector? And I know phone is not allowed in school. Why do you think that what are those things government should be thinking right now about the policy of phone in the school? I even heard about some university that phone are not even allowed. Are those policies going to take us to the right direction after COVID-19? And there are a lot of questions, critical questions that we need to be thinking of right now. And I know that with this opportunity with you, sir, we should be able to answer those questions. So I will start from you, sir, Doctor, sir. And please give us those how possible, and then how some of these things can work, and then how they have come to actually make reality in the future classroom.
Right. Thank you very much. Yes. Going straight to the question, really, you asked. Basically, there are two things which I saw. How do what's my view as far as integration of technology is concerned in teaching? Definitely. Aside the fact that, yes, we're trying to bridge gap. Even when we are in school or in a classroom, there is also need for technology. All right. There's a saying which I saw, a meme which I saw, which talks about is technology going to replace teachers? Truly, is technology going to replace teachers? Definitely may not be. However, one thing for sure is that teachers who doesn't use technology will be replaced by those who use technology. We can't hide that, because sitting back since yesterday, listening to what you were saying, basically it's about incorporating technology into teaching and learning. One, unfortunately, we have to go back at home and learn. However, if there has been a classroom whereby we teach day in, day out, and there are technologies all around there, like you mentioned in the flipped classroom, we can definitely have a record of what we're doing and keep it and save it and send to the students later. They can definitely review the class on their own. That makes learning even easier. It shouldn't be one-off that I wasn't in school today, then I missed a lot of points. We can modify even the assessment. Yeah, as much as possible, we also talk about attendance in class. It's part of the assessment anyway. You've been in class, at least you must meet a particular percentage of lesson learning or physical presence in class. That on one hand. On the other hand, too, assessments that is being done, that can be done from anywhere. Yes, I think with the advent of the COVID-19 and the importance now, it's the way it's telling us that technology needs to be incorporated in learning. There will definitely be a rethink around the stakeholders about the number of things being modified towards suiting the new normal that we do call it. That's on one hand. On the other hand, you also talk about the use of phone in schools. Well, I don't. Well, you also let me raise allusion to what you said earlier. I don't want to say that the use of phone I don't see it as being bad. I don't want to see it as being bad, but particularly around this period, it has also shown us that we need those things too. We need those devices. We need those devices. As small as the phone is, Mr. Olofa talked about use of WhatsApp. It's so unfortunate that the socioeconomic status of students or some afford to buy a phone for them, even when they have to share the one with their parents. When the parents need to leave home, they have to go with their phone, not until they get back. The benefits there is that the messages being sent via WhatsApp is astronomous, really, meaning that whenever every record is sent via WhatsApp, it can be listened to thereafter. That's one benefit there. Yeah. If the phone had not been there, you can imagine what the learners will be going through all through the period of about 5-6 months that we have been doing nothing. That's a big challenge. While if school resumes, how well do we then put that to use? There have been several research how the social media can use to aid learning, even before the COVID-19.
Yes.
I think it's part of what we need to start sit back and modify to see how well we can incorporate that in teaching and learning. It is necessary at this point. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Olofa, I want to briefly ask you, sir,
Yes.
As we all know that we are in the era, especially for primary and secondary school out there, and then for especially for the public school, we know that for the public school they have almost the highest population, or let me use the word the low income school. They have almost the highest population. If we look at Lagos alone, we are just deceiving ourselves where we have highest population of private school. Even in Lagos, we even have highest population of public school. So how do you think, sir, that these students, these parents can cope with some of these digital tools? It is a question that has been asked from one of the audience, and the person asked that, how do you think do you think parents are ready for this technology era? And I don't want to bring my own answer. Let me just ask you like that, because I still want to contribute to that question too.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Eben.
Yes, sir.
You see, when I began to crack my head at the beginning of the COVID-19 lockdown, I began to crack my head. How would children be able to continue learning? Because learning continuity is of importance. Since then, nobody knew when the lockdown is going to be lifted. So when I began to think, as I said earlier on, that I came up with what are the things that are already on ground, right, that teachers are using. What are the softwares, the apps, the online interactive route that is already on ground? Instead of looking for new one or more complex one. And I realized that we have Facebook on ground, we have Telegram on ground, we have WhatsApp on ground, and partly and vaguely we have Zoom on ground. Now I realized that of all the things that I've mentioned, almost all parents, even poor parents, you see mechanic, you see mechanic, house help, everybody is on Facebook. They're all on Facebook, okay? Then also, you can also see them on WhatsApp too. Now, so another, okay, it's still going to be difficult or expensive for parents, either public school or private school. A parent that is a parent indeed, a parent that cares for the children indeed. You see, any parent that cannot allow, that say they can't cope, they already have Android phones, okay, and they are on WhatsApp and they are on Facebook, and they begin to complain of data or complain of it's difficult. It's the same parents are the parents that cannot be serious with their children during physical contact. You get it now? Because they don't even need any training to use WhatsApp or Telegram or Facebook for their children to be able to learn. As Mr. Kuku said earlier, one of the beautiful things about virtual learning is that if somebody is not around, because anytime you come back, you're going to meet what has been done. Only that, though it was interactive when you were not around, but when you come, it's not going to be lost out. Unlike a physical class, whereby when you don't come, you have lost out. So for public parents, the use of technology for public parents, they have their own level they can cope with. Can cope with the use of Android, using WhatsApp, use of Android, using Facebook. Do you know that Facebook just came up with something that they call it Messenger Room?
Yeah, Messenger Room, yes.
Messenger Room can take as many as 50 children, and they'll be seeing the teacher, they'll be seeing them, and it consumes less data, and it does not at all require any training. Anyone who is on Facebook before can always, and even if you don't have, even if you're not on Facebook, on the way the things be configured, once you have an Android phone and you're online, either you're on Facebook or you're on WhatsApp, you can easily connect to Messenger Room, and that one can take as many as 49 children plus their teacher, making 50 in a classroom. So I don't see anything difficult or anything hard in public school integrating virtual learning into what they are doing, because it has come to stay. And it has a lot of advantages that are attached to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olofa. You have actually done a very big time justice to that question. And there is something that you actually mentioned. It has come to stay, and almost everybody should be ready to use these tools. We have the smallest of them. WhatsApp, ordinary WhatsApp can be used. Even Google Classroom is accessible. So far, you can press in google.com. You can use Google Classroom. And I want you to end this panelist with just an advice for everybody out there. Your advice can be 5 minutes, it can be 10 minutes. I want you to just give everybody any kind of advice they need out there. There are 3 people I want you to give advice. I want you to give parent advice. I want you to give teachers advice on technology, and I want you to give school administrators and school owners, administrators advice. So there are 3 sets of people: the school owners, the teachers themselves, and then the parent advice on how they need to leverage on technology for now. And there's something I want to say before that. I want them to also know that the children we are teaching presently now, we don't know how the future is going to look like. We don't know the kind of job they are going to be doing. So imagine a child that must be teaching right now in primary 1. The child will be around 6-year-old, 5-year-old. The child will be in the workplace at the age of 24 or 25 or 23. Check how many years is that time. That means we are talking about almost 20 or 19 or 18 years. So that means I am preparing a child in the next 18 years down now. So what are those contents I'm teaching the child right now that will be relevant in the next 18 to 20 years? So if I'm teaching the child the skills of now, I am depriving the child of the skill of tomorrow. So I need to teach the child the skill of now, so that the skill of tomorrow, so that the child will find those skills necessary to become a global citizen. And I want you to start with those advice for them. Thank you. I would like okay, Dr. Olofa, you
can I go ahead?
Yeah, Mr. Olofa, we can continue.
Okay, I just want to leave parents and not parents yet. Yes, parents too. Parents, school leaders, as well as teachers. That this is digital age, and everybody has to go digital. Now, if you're like now for recently, Oyo State conducted interview to recruit new teachers. Do you know what killed some of them? Some of the applicants, they were not computer literate. Do you see that? Oyo State did not tell those people that we'll test you through CBT. They don't tell them at all. They just say come for it. So it was just almost to the time. Okay, you're going to write CBT. Now, someone who's a very good teacher, very great teacher, who can teach very well, he knows the nitty-gritty of teaching, but one small thing disqualified him, which is what? He was not ICT savvy. By the time he got to the computer, he's just looking like Bruce. He doesn't know what to press on the computer. The time elapsed in his hand. So I want to advise school owners, school leaders, principals, and head of school, and also teachers. Please, we need to go and learn. We need to go and become ICT savvy. The same thing also goes to parents. For the sake of our children, we parents, we also need to go and learn the use of computer. It's not difficult again, like in those days where you spend 3 months in learning computer. No, within 3 weeks or 2 weeks now, you'll be able to know the nitty-gritty and the basic things of computer. Besides the use of WhatsApp. Thank you very much, Mr. Adeniyi.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Adeniyi.
Yes, sir. I can hear you. Thank you very much.
Yes, Adeniyi.
Yes, sir. I can hear you, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much for that comment. I would like Dr. Kuku to actually take us through those advice for parents, for administrators, and for teachers. Your audio. Yep. Your audio is mute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ebenezer.
Yes, sir.
While you were to ask the contribution, you did say something which is also very important and critical at this point, is the fact that the way we teach kids or learners of these days, is it actually preparing them for the future to come? Well, maybe the teacher we thought in particular way. Even before now, I also listened to one of the presenters, that's a person of Dr. Oyekola, who talked about digital native, digital immigrants, digital alien, and integrators, really. Yeah, that's important, really important. Actually, the learners we have these days, let me start from the learners, is that the pace at which they learn, particularly when technology is infused in learning, is actually faster, even much more than their what? Even much more than some of their teachers.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Olofa also said that you can imagine how good you are. The little bit, the little part of you that you're unable to what, use technology actually skimmed you out in a particular interview or job you have been longing for. There is no excuse. I think the only way out is that we find a way around that. We don't have the excuse. And because we don't have the excuse, now we just have to find a way of learning that. That's for the students. Actually, for me, when it comes to teaching and learning, I say less of students. I would rather want to contribute, I want to say more about the factors that affect what? That are factors around the learners. But learners actually are the subjects here. They are the one, let me put it that way, rather, I want to put it that learners actually are the ones we are trying to what? Modify in a particular way via the curriculum. And from the curriculum, when you have a curriculum which is being designed, that means that which will also go around the curriculum, putting it on, making the learner see it from that angle, that this actually, the curriculum is actually our national policy anyway. Yeah. That seeing it the way, this is the way we want you to see it. So how are the teachers, how are the parents, how are the administrators, how is the school environment planned to ease the accomplishment of this national policy? This is the question here. For the teachers, there is still a lot for the teachers to do, really. Even for us, like the teacher training institution, I think every effort is being made, both by teachers, also by administrators, to ensure certain things are in place. Because if you employ a teacher in a private school or in a government school, efforts are also being made, definitely we've heard of schools, with the intervention of certain programs which are coming up with. For instance, in Lagos State, there was a time they talked about a core project, which one way or the other, they are trying to make the learning of students better via the provision of several facilities, which we see that we are lagging behind and we need to put in place. Definitely, the government still needs more in terms of that, and they need to be consistent in doing that. That's one. Two, for the parents too. Yes, unfortunately, we are a developing economy, and the economic power to buy some of these gadgets at times in certain environment is quite hard, or it's a big tax for the parents. But unfortunately, this is the way things are turning. We have to see a way of trying to manage that. Let's imagine now that with the issue of COVID-19 going on, does it mean that we won't have school? Definitely we will. The only difference now is that maybe we have to manage it further. We have to manage some. Maybe. Definitely here, the only thing that will come to our aid still remains the same technology we're still talking about. Because the use of phones, the handheld, the laptop, these are things. Definitely we're talking about lockdown here. Not all schools stopped teaching and learning. Some decided to move their learning online. And they're still learning. They are actively engaged. This is where it comes to the issue of parents. They are being at home here, learning those things via those devices, has actually given the parents to stay more with their kids and contribute more to the learning of their kids. So that shows that equally the parents need to dedicate more time to the teaching and learning of their kids. This time around, the learning and ensuring the student does or they do what they should do lies more on the parents at this point. Because when they teach online, any assignments given to them or how they need to use the device, the parents need to be around to show them that this is this and that. Monitoring, actual sense. The monitoring is also very, very important here. Yeah. For the school owner, they need to do more in terms of the government and also private schools who need to keep providing facilities and time to time training and retraining. The continuous professional development is important at this point. They need to continue that. And also for teachers, it's not enough for them to say that not until you are sent for training, you need to train yourself. You need to push yourself as a person. You need to push yourself and ensure that time to time, regularly, you are also adding what? You're also adding value. You don't stay on the fact that you have this, then you sit back. It's an ongoing effort. You learn, unlearn, relearn, and one way or the other, learning don't stop. It's from the day you're born to the point of death. Basically, these are basically what we also need. And as a community too, let me also say this. Let me put this as a parting shot. The society also has its own role to play. The society has its own role to play. When we're growing up as as a young man, we always hear this word. Very young then, we always hear those that, Omoto Bakonli, Atitalo Matikowa. I think what that means in Yoruba land is that fact that if you fail to listen to your parents at home, there is a way the society will try to shape your knowledge about what you should know that you fail to know at home. They will teach you from outside.
Yes.
Yes. The society also needs his own to also live up to his expectation. It's unfortunate that these days, I was on the Twitter handle. I was looking at, yes, there is this Twitter handle which I follow. It's one of those who deal with data, and he ran an analysis. There are two analyses which I use. There's one I actually use in class. The one I use in the class is the one about population of Nigeria, which says that about 70% of Nigerian population is 30 years and below. 30%, 70%. That shows that this is a young population, and the way we teach this young population tells us in the years to come what they will grow to become. That's on one hand. On the other hand, he was also sharing an information that shows that which are the most followed Twitter handle by Nigerians. What I saw majorly there was just musicians, bets, those doing bets. And you don't want to wonder. I was expecting maybe something like Cowbellpedia and other things, educational handheld that people can follow. That shows us that what we cherish now in the society is not the way we should be looking at it. I think as a person, as a society, we need to sit back and also talk to ourselves. What actually we cherish and what we cherish also before the children. Because when they see those things, they see it as the way to come. Unfortunately, by the time they notice it is not, maybe it will be too late. And they also say in Yoruba land, not until you get to the end, before you know that you have made a whole lot of mistakes while coming to this point you are in, which will be very difficult for you to correct. So as a society too, we need to do more in terms of correcting certain wrongs and also sending wrong impression about certain things. Because if you see somebody with system, it's not all the time you expect that it is Yahoo.
Yeah.
Definitely. No, maybe these days when you hold on system so much, the next thing they will ask you is are you into this already? That's another thing the society has also, another impression the society also created. So I think as a society too, we need to do more in terms of that. And as a society, I'm not saying maybe the leaders alone, also the followers too. Yes, a good leader will definitely be a good follower before you be a good leader. Definitely, the followership also tells a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I actually appreciate this awesome time. There's something you actually said that I will never forget. It actually stick in my mind. You said that in your tomba Conile, something like that. So I can't remember that adage again, but I can interpret it into the case of Nigeria, whereby there are some things that we are not actually doing. We are doing them here right now, but a lot of people out there, they will go and do it in another way that will look redefined and will look appealing as if it's one big thing. So they will take content from here, take it over there, and redefine it into a bigger one. At the end of the day, I want to appreciate you, sir, and I want to thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Olofa. Thank you, Dr. Kuku Olaotan, for joining us. Thank you very much, sir. I'm very sure I will still invite you for one of our Sunday's class so that I'll be able to talk deeply about this content. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. And thank you too for the contribution you are making. It's also going a long way. At least we'll have discourse of this nature. It also go a long way to also cleanse or reorientate the environment or our society about what we should do and what we should encourage and what we should keep talking about. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, sir. This is great. I'm sure we have actually learned a lot. This is also this is also I want you to get ready. We have questions now. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, can you just put those questions in? I want to thank everyone again for actually joining this morning. You spend 7 hours 1 minute. Very much for joining today, and it has been awesome. I want to appreciate everyone out there. Thank you very much for joining. Let me put up my camera back. Let me see everybody. Okay, I can't see everybody's face. You can only see my own face. Okay, which it is a physical conference, but I want to tell you, can you please send those feedback? Appreciate this conference, appreciate everybody who have actually joined us so far, appreciate everybody from Dr. Kulesi Learning to the Commission of Education for joining us. Everybody, can you please appreciate? It was not just it was not by my power to invite them, but they actually I said they should come and give us the knowledge necessary for us to be able to function in the new society, and they actually approved that, and I want you to appreciate them one after the other. This is also, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Please appreciate as much as possible. Appreciate. That appreciation is highly needed. I don't need anything at all from anyone. I only need that appreciation. Appreciate RonkePosh. Appreciate everybody that have actually made this conference success. This conference was success because of those group of people, for giving us opportunity, for even giving us their time to spend on this platform. It was big time opportunity. Thank you very much. Thank you, and I appreciate everyone for joining, and thank you very much. Yes, thank you, Josephine. Yes, it is an awesome experience. Thank you very much. God bless you for giving back to the society. Yes, I think from that statement, I remember there was a time I was organizing a class, and I said they should pay money. Everybody said, don't you, why do you like money like this? No, I don't like money. I will give back to the society, and knowledge is needed right now. Sylvia Okoro, Mr. Eben, thank you, Mr. Eben, so much for the wonderful speaker, starting from the Honorable Commissioner of Education yesterday. Then you dab. How did you do it? Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Can you please drop those appreciation message? And certificate collection will start from Monday. I have all the people here, and we have yesterday. We have 707 who actually participated, and 909, 989, but some of them did not be to the beginning to the end. So I've actually have on my record here, and 100% sure that certificate collection through the number 08134096110. If you are not on our WhatsApp platform, please join our WhatsApp platform. Let me display our WhatsApp platform number here. The platform is 08134096110. That is our WhatsApp platform number. I'd like you to join this platform with this number. That is my personal number, 34096110. Join this platform. This is a platform to learn. This is a platform to relearn. And this is a platform to learn about everything that is taking place in the educational sector. And thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone that actually joined from the beginning to the end. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you. It has been awesome experience since morning. Whoa. Thank you very much. And I want you to actually appreciate yourself for joining. And everyone that actually joined from the beginning to the end, thank you. And if you join halfway, thank you. And remember, this video is still here, and there's something I'm going to be doing. I'm going to split this video into smaller units. Please appreciate me for that one also. I'm going to split the video into smaller units, and I will re-upload them one after the other back. If I can do that between today and tomorrow, I will try, but I think I should start today. So thank you very much. God bless everyone for staying. Thank you. This is the end of the conference, and I appreciate everyone for joining. Bye. Thank you.